with us this afternoon. Have a great afternoon and evening. I will see you back here at 3.
Night of bowling, and out of nowhere he just came in and there was a loud pop. Thought it was a balloon. I had my back turned to the door, and as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, he was holding a weapon, I just booked it.
Morning, and we are going to be mourning for a long time. We haven't even got on a list of people yet, and I am dreading that.
I encourage everybody to call if they see something suspicious. You know, something small could be something that's a piece of information we may need. So I just can't encourage enough to see something, say something.
Armed and dangerous and on the run. We are live in Bowdoin, Maine, where a massive manhunt is underway for 40-year-old Robert Card. Card is accused of shooting and killing at least 18 people, wounding 13 others at a bowling alley and a bar. Authorities say if you see him, do not approach him. We are all over the search and the desperate hunt for him. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. So much going on simultaneously right now, but some stunning developments in this shooting case. The 34th such mass shooting we've seen in this country this year, the biggest ever in Maine. Let's go to Nate Foy in Lewiston, where they're looking right now and focusing on the suspect's car, apparently found near a boat ramp. Nate, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Neil, the car was found near a boat ramp in Lisbon, which is one of the areas that is under a shelter-in-place order right now. Bowdoin, which is where the accused gunman lives, is a place where we're also seeing an increased law enforcement presence. If you can pull up a live picture of that, that's about 25 miles east of Lewiston, where we are right now, and then about 25 miles farther east on the coast of Maine, in Booth Bay Harbor. The U.S. Coast Guard confirms they have aviation units right now following up on a potential sighting of Robert Card. We'll see exactly what comes of that. Authorities have not provided any more specifics. They don't have a defined search perimeter right now. They have resources scattered across multiple counties, but you mentioned this man is accused of murdering 18 people and injuring 13 more, including this man, Joseph Walker, who you see on your screen. So according to what police said at today's press conference, 7 people were killed at the bowling alley just before 7 p.m. last night, 8 people at the bar 12 minutes after that, also here in Lewiston, and then 3 people who were taken to a hospital and then later passed away. Here's Joseph Walker's father talking about the moment that he learned he was losing his son.
It brought me to my knees once again when my youngest son told me that he thought that his brother, my son, was dead. It just crumbled me all over again and brought me back to just thinking, how bad can life be?
Neil, Robert Card is a member of the Army Reserve. He's considered armed and dangerous. He didn't have any combat deployments, but he is a certified firearms instructor and also has a documented history, according to law enforcement, of mental health issues, including recently making a threat to carry out a shooting at a National Guard base in Maine, hearing voices, and reportedly being committed to a mental health facility this past summer. Back out here live, Neil, I can tell you that this entire town is a ghost town. All the businesses are shut down as the shelter-in-place order remains in effect, and everybody hopes for good news that he'll be caught soon and nobody else will be injured. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you for that, Nate. Speaking of which, we're hearing that from the Central Maine Medical Center, doctors who are working on those 13 who suffered various injuries. Let's go to that. I would also
like to acknowledge the support that we have been receiving since last night from our community partners, beginning with law enforcement. As you can see, there's still a presence here as we speak. We have also been supported by our hospital partners in dealing with the patients that we treated last night. They all offered support, and they came to our aid just when we needed them the most. And then we also greatly appreciate the support that we received from our local community partners and other agencies such as Lifelight of Maine and professionals that came to aid the team that was caring for patients here last night. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. John Alexander. Dr. Alexander is the Chief Medical Officer of Central Maine Healthcare, and he can give you more specifics on the numbers of patients and their conditions that we treated and last night and continue to care for here at Central Maine Medical Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. I too want to extend condolences to the families, the victims, for this terrible loss. I know that all of our team members, our physicians, our providers, our nurses, their heart is broken at what happened last night. Some of you, I'll just update you a little bit on some of our numbers. Not much has changed since earlier this morning. We continue to have 8 patients who have been admitted to our hospital after having 14 patients arrive last night over a 45-minute span of time. Of those patients, unfortunately, 3 of them passed away. The 8 patients, we still have 5 in stable condition and 3 in critical condition. To give you a nature of what we were dealing with last night, we had approximately 50 providers, nurses, respiratory therapists working tirelessly on the patients that we were seeing here. At one point had 7 patients in our ORs. We evolved our team of emergency providers, orthopedic surgeons, trauma surgeons, urologists and vascular surgeons, and they provided expert and compassionate care to help out these patients, and were able to unite many of those patients today with their families and loved ones. Our team continues to be resilient despite everything that has transpired over the last 24 hours. We're continuing to provide services for the patients who need us in our community. We will begin taking care of additional patients tomorrow, in order to continue to meet the needs of those in our community. Question was raised earlier this morning around the emotional and mental well-being of our patients and of our team members. We are providing 24-hour coverage of mental health and emotional health support for all of our employees and our team members here, as well as partnering with community agencies, both locally and somewhat distant, for mental health and well-being of our patients. We again want to thank the outpouring of support that we've received. We're continuing to receive requests and offers to help and assist us from medical professionals, service industries, and other community members in our own community while they deal with this tragedy across the state and across the nation. And we are very grateful to serve the people of Central Maine.
John, do you want to mention how many patients were brought from the scene, how many went to St. Mary's, how many went to...
Yeah. Just again to clarify some of our numbers, we had 14 patients brought to us from the scene. Of those patients, 1 was transferred down to Maine Medical Center. 1 of those patients was transferred over to St. Mary's. The remainder of those patients were taken care of here. Any questions?
Mr. Littleson referred to this as unprecedented demand. Can you give us some context as opposed to any kind of typical night or even an extreme event? Does this far surpass anything that the hospitals have to deal with in the past?
Well, it's certainly it's unprecedented insofar as the severity of the injuries and certainly the attack on the community. Our team is prepared to deal with mass casualty incidents as this one was, and in terms of the volume of patients that we saw of a very short period of time, that certainly rises to a level that we don't often see. We may have seen something like this just a few times in other major incidents, but certainly last night was very difficult. And what made it more difficult was the fact that this is our community. A lot of our team members work and live in this community. They know people in this community. They had family members and loved ones and friends who may have been out in these establishments last night. So very difficult for them, but they persevered and took care of the patients that they needed to take care of.
Yeah. What do you want people to know about what it was like to take care of these kinds of injuries, these gunshot wounds?
We have real expertise in our. I mentioned many of our surgical specialists. They have expertise in these areas. I would say, I'll pass along some of the words from both our chief of surgery and our chief of emergency medicine at the pride that they felt in not only the providers, the nursing staff, but all of the support staff, and how they were able to take care of so many patients as quickly as they did and as well as they did. Yes?
How many would you say are in critical condition or on their way to recovery?
Yeah, again, we have 8 patients right now in our hospital. 5 of them are stable. 3 of them are in critical condition, and we're continuing to monitor their condition closely.
Can you give us a sense of the ages of the patients?
At this point, we're not releasing that information. We're working in conjunction with law enforcement agencies.
Are any of those patients still unidentified?
At this point, none of the patients that we have here admitted are unidentified.
You said you have 50 staff members working on that. Did you call in all available staff?
So the way it really worked is that, in fact, we alerted our team members that we needed additional staff members here. We don't specifically call in individuals, but we work in a really close-knit community, and once the call went out, we had people coming in and helping. So, we had about 50 people working actively, and then we probably had another 50 or so individuals who were just standing by, ready to help. And we needed that help last night. We had, obviously, a lot of people from the community who were gathering around the hospital who needed our support, so we were able to provide that to them.
Are the families able to visit with the patients that remain here?
We've had families visiting with patients today, and we'll continue to do so. That's an important part of their healing process as well.
I know you say you have experts with these kinds of gunshot wounds and that you're prepared for a mass casualty event. Had you had specific conversations with your team about a potential mass shooting in the past? What the plan would be?
We have. We drill on these types of scenarios, multiple times a year. All of the individuals I mentioned, especially the trauma surgeons, the emergency nurses, the operating room nurses, they drill on these types of situations, so they knew what to do and how to do it, and they handled it expertly.
How recently did you start with those training exercises?
Oh, we've been conducting those training exercises for several years. Yeah. Any other questions?
Have you dealt with any issues of lack of blood donations?
We have not. As Mr. Littleson described, we have great community partners, and we were able to get really more than adequate blood supply last night. We've continued to have that blood supply. I know that's been a request. A lot of people have been asking, can we donate blood? At this point, again, our preference first and foremost is for everyone to shelter in place and stay safe. At some point, we'll need additional blood supplies, but at this point, we're okay.
How are you holding up?
Thanks for asking. It's been a long 24 hours for myself as well as all of our team, but we're hanging in there together, and that's what's important.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, that was an update from medical officials on the scene. You've heard a good deal about the up to 14 who were injured in this, 18 killed. Right now it's down to 8 in that hospital, 5 are in stable condition, 3 critical. The doctor had also said that 2 have been since transferred to other facilities here. Again, we don't know much about that, and at least 2 others of that number apparently died, but that worked into the 18 dead that we know of. So that number has not gotten any larger, but as it is, it represents the most serious mass shooting we've seen in this country, certainly this year. Never anything like it in Maine, which normally doesn't have this kind of stuff going on here. But all of it at a time when there is a search for Robert Card, the 40-year-old, who is right now on the lam, and no one can make sense of where he is. But everyone and anyone is involved in the hunt. David spunt on how even the FBI is getting involved. David?
Neil spoke with 2 law enforcement sources, and they tell me not only is the FBI upping its presence in Lewiston, the ATF is as well expecting to send more and more agents as this search expands. Authorities, both federal and local, are concerned and well aware that Robert Card is perhaps using one or several police scanners and actually listening to their movements to actually benefit him. Those agents are on their way. FBI SWAT team and evidence response teams are backing up local authorities. The Maine State Police and Lewiston Police are technically the lead on the scene, but the FBI is assisting. Watch.
We're asking the public to stay vigilant and come forward with any information that you might have that you feel is helpful to our investigators. My pledge is that the FBI will carry out this investigative case with rigor. We will work day and night alongside our law enforcement partners to get the answers to the questions this community deserves.
According to an internal law enforcement bulletin sent out to officers in the state of Maine and reviewed by Fox News, it gives us a little bit more about Robert Card, including the fact that he was at a facility receiving treatment for mental health problems just a few months ago. He's believed to be an Army reservist that has been in the Army since at least 2002. That, according to the U.S. Army, he went to that mental health facility and was released. How and why he had a gun after leaving that facility, that's what police want to find out. That will all come later. Now, after they find Card, and they hope to find him alive, take him alive, which they're confident they will find him in some form. Then comes learning about the motive and determining whether this could be considered perhaps domestic terrorism or a hate crime. Now he's, of course, facing those state charges of homicide, but will he face any type of federal terrorism crime? That remains to be seen. And one other thing, authorities are expected to continue using these aircraft that have heat sensing technology, I should say, that will help them as the temperatures go down tonight and as the lights go out tonight as it gets dark to try to find him. It's something that was used just a few weeks ago in Pennsylvania when they were looking for that prison escapee, and it can be incredibly helpful to try and find him. Neil.
David, I just want to understand the search around in Bowdoin, Maine, that this is where Robert Card lives, right?
Correct, yes. He lives in Bowdoin, Maine, has an address in Bowdoin, Maine. Authorities are there speaking to neighbors, speaking to any perhaps family members that are in that area, friends, anybody that has seen him, going through all of his recent contacts with people, trying to get into his cell phone, his email, any other type of messages that are available to kind of get into his head. But clearly, according to a law enforcement source, this is something that obviously was planned. That's the way it was described to me. And this is a person that has intense training with the military, training with firearms. You saw him holding in the surveillance video the firearm when he walked into that bowling alley. And they believe that this was not only pre-planned, but he may have several hiding spots. And they're trying to just locate him at this point while keeping the public safe.
Do we know, David, whether he knew his victims, whether he targeted some of those victims?
That we don't know. That's something that's part of the investigation. I suspect DOJ, obviously, when they're looking into a potential nexus for any type of domestic terrorism or hate crime, they would look into the relationship between the victims or why he went after the victims. But at this point, we don't know the victims' names, and it appears to be random, but we have to wait to hear from law enforcement for the official word on if he knew them.
All right, David, thank you very much for that. I want to bring Danny Colson into this, the former FBI assistant director. We've also got Randy Sutton, the former Las Vegas Metro Police Department lieutenant. Randy, ended with you, so if I can begin with you and get your take on this guy and what we're learning and piecing together, that he had recently lost his job, spent 2 weeks in a mental health facility, apparently had no difficulty getting and keeping the firearms he had. In fact, that he was a trained firearms instructor. Not much to connect, but what do you connect?
Yeah, there's what's concerning, and of course the investigation will have to reveal this, is how he retained those firearms. Did anybody make any attempt once he had been released from that facility to take any of those firearms, or did he hide them? So that's going to be part of the investigation. But really, what we need to really concentrate on now is finding him. And law enforcement is setting up a major perimeter, has set up a major perimeter around the area, but they're hampered by the size of the area and how rural it is, how forested it is, and it's very, very difficult. As they progress in this search, those officers that are on point there, they're taking their lives and putting them on the line, because the fact that he's got a high-powered firearm, he clearly knows how to use it, could set up as a sniper, could reveal himself at the very last minute in a shootout situation, or they might find him deceased along the way as well. They're doing tracking right now, and I believe that by having the FLIR, the forward-looking infrared radar equipped aircraft tonight, I think that that'll be a major part of the success of this search.
You know, Danny Colson, another thing that came up is that they were investigating around Lewiston, Maine, where the suspect's car was found near a boat ramp. So he could have, by river, left the area and be quite far from the area. What do you think?
Well, it could be. He also could have a switch car. We have to remember that. And, Neil, my big problem here is, why is this guy on the street? We put him in a mental institution. He walks away after a cup of coffee. They give him pills. He doesn't take the pills. He loads his rifle and goes out and kills people. At one time in our country, people were mentally ill, were committed to treatment in an asylum. We don't do that anymore, and we're paying the price for that. That's a huge mistake, and I agree with everything the officer said. This is a dangerous situation, but the answer to it very well may be, and I think it will be, forward-looking infrared. Thermal imagery. I've caught a lot of guys using that stuff. You can't hide from it. He's also very tired. He's going to be exhausted, frankly, and he's going to start making mistakes, and that's when they'll catch him.
You know, well, I still have you on that, Danny, to follow through here. I was looking at the timeline on all of this. The shooting actually began at the Just-in-Time Recreation, the bowling alley here, a little bit before 7 p.m. Apparently didn't last long, because by 7:08 p.m. he was already at this bar, the Strategies Bar and Grill, apparently about a 10 to 12 minute drive away, and completed the shootings there. So it would seem to me, in a span of about 12 to 15 minutes, he had done all of this. What are you making of that?
No, that's typical. Neil, one thing to remember, he didn't walk in there calm, cool, and collected. His heart's going 90 miles an hour. His adrenaline is rushing through his body. And you and I both know that adrenaline only lasts so long. And after that adrenaline's gone, then they crash. And I think that's what we're going to see. That's what happened here. I'm surprised he didn't kill more people in there. And to remind people, have an active shooter plan. Don't let your guard go up only when the gunshots go off. Put your guard up now. Have somebody surveil your facility. And, Neil, you should surveil your studios, too, by the way, and get ready for these things. They're happening, and they're going to happen a lot more often.
You know, Randy Sutton, one of the things that also comes up here is apparently he wasn't afraid to be readily identified. He was not wearing any mask. He wasn't wearing anything that would hide who he was. So a couple of things came up earlier. I was following coverage where that he thought he would be taken out this day, and he wasn't, or that he simply didn't care. And he maybe, you know, to Danny's point, he was just loaded with adrenaline and he was on this mission. But there are a lot of signs here that he didn't care if he was recognized.
Oh, you're exactly right, and that tells me that that this is his end game. He doesn't intend to go quietly into the night. I think he has every intention to take as many people out with him as he can when the circle surrounds him. He's exceedingly dangerous. He doesn't care, and the fact that he did not mask up, the fact that he boldly walked into these facilities, and I wouldn't doubt at one little bit, Neil, if if he knew some of these people that were involved. Remember, this is a small community. He's been part of this community. So the fact that he walked in and was very brazen about his attack tells me that he doesn't care about surviving this.
You know, one other thing that came up, Danny, looking at the timeline of this again, is he obviously was very comfortable with guns. He knew what he was doing. He is a firearms instructor, after all. Then the issue becomes whether we know of any known beefs with anyone at either of these facilities, the bar, the bowling alley. We don't know a breakdown of whether any kids were killed at the bowling alley. We do know that it was a kids' bowling night there, so that's a distinct possibility. I hope I'm wrong on that. But again, we do know of one individual who was apparently shot 3 times. That's just one individual. That shows a deliberate targeting there. And I'm just wondering what you make of that.
Well, I think the officer was correct. This is a small community, and it's very likely he knew some of the people there, and he may have targeted some of the people there. But remember, he's a psychotic. It's hard for Neil Cavuto to get in his head. It's hard for me to get in his head, and it's just hard to predict. My big concern right now, let's catch this guy. And we're going to catch him through patrol, through investigation, and through public support. And frankly, you guys in the media are a big part of that. You publicize who he is, his pictures, and somebody's going to identify this guy, and I'll have to give you credit. You may have solved the case.
Well, we're a long way from there, my friend, but hopefully you're right that something will connect. Danny Colson, final word on this. Randy Sutton, thank you as well, gentlemen. We very much appreciate it. All right, in the meantime, other developments half a world away. Talk about scary times and terrorizing times. In Israel, it's gotten to be almost the standard over the last couple of weeks here. An overnight raid into Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces, preparing for something bigger, but exactly what? Mike Tobin in Israel with more on that. Michael.
Neil, one of the things we saw tonight was a drone infiltration, or at least soldiers alerting to a drone infiltration. They got pretty nervous, and we saw a lot of flares and small arms fire, tracer fire go up into the air. Then at some point they stood down, believing that the threat had been eliminated. A lot of airstrikes are going into the Gaza Strip, with Israel increasing the list of high-value targets they say they got. And they said last night they got the deputy head of the intelligence directorate for Hamas, one of the planners of the October 7th massacre. We also saw Israelis go in the ground into the Gaza Strip for a limited incursion, but the largest incursion yet. It included the big Merkava tanks, the armor-plated D9 bulldozers, and Israelis said, among other things, they were eliminating anti-tank positions. This is not the start of the invasion, but Benny Gantz with the unity government says the invasion could begin at any time. Achieving the objectives is going to be complicated.
The ground maneuver is only one stage in a long-term process that includes security, political and social aspects that will last for years.
Right at the edge of all this combat is the town of Sderot. For more than a decade and a half, this town has been the target of rocket and mortar fire. With the uptick in violence, many of the town's people evacuated, and they did so at the urging of their government. Others are stubborn. They're hanging around, staying in their homes, and Yair Shelley sells them groceries.
Everybody stay here can know that any moment crazy men like the Hamas can coming and shot, and the rocket, of course, it's normal. But again, we are one country, one family, one people. All the people here need to eat. Even after what we happen here, we must to stay alive and must to be strong and coming back to the life.
Israel is pushing back to some extent at reporting in the Wall Street Journal, which said the ground invasion had been delayed while the U.S. got defenses into position. An Israeli source with the IDF says they want to work in conjunction with U.S. allies, but Israel will decide when the invasion begins. Neil?
Mike, thank you for that. Be safe. Mike Tobin following all of that. To Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon, confirming right now not only the attacks on U.S. soldiers, but a possible response on our part to what many suspect are Iranian operatives launching those attacks. Jennifer.
Neil, we just came out of the Pentagon press briefing and learned that there was another attack by Iranian-backed proxy groups using a drone to target a U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq, and that 900 U.S. troops, some of the 2,000 put on prepare to deploy orders, have already been sent to the Middle East.
Was unsuccessful, no casualties, some minor damage to infrastructure. Between October 17 and 26, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 12 separate times in Iraq, 4 separate times in Syria, by a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. We know that these groups are affiliated with Iran.
The Pentagon is also sending a Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD, battery to protect U.S. troops at U.S. bases across the Middle East. This one will be coming from Fort Bliss, Texas. Patriot missile defense batteries from Fort Sill, Oklahoma. The Patriot and Avenger batteries from Fort Liberty, North Carolina, as well as air defense headquarters elements from Fort Bliss and Fort Calvados, Texas.
Will you hold Iran responsible, or are you holding the proxy groups responsible? And what is taking so long to respond?
Look, I'm not going to get into telegraphing whether we are or not going to respond, other than to say we would do so at a time and place of our choosing.
How are you holding them responsible?
Again, I'm not going to telegraph any potential actions.
Separately, the U.S. is sending both of its Iron Dome missile defense batteries to Israel to help Israel defend against incoming missiles, significant because these are the only 2 Iron Dome batteries in the U.S. arsenal. The Russian Defense Ministry reported seeing U.S. coalition aircraft, including 8 F-15 and 4 F-16 fighter aircraft, 1 Reaper and 2 Gray Eagle drones in Syrian airspace 15 times in the last 24 hours. Notable, Neil, given recent attacks by Iranian proxies on U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq. Neil?
So by that, Jennifer, I take it there is no doubt that these are Iranian proxies, that this is coming directly or indirectly from Iran. We're at least sure of that. And so the added troop presence would make you think, whether they call that a time and place of our choosing, that we are prepared to respond.
Certainly the message that is being sent to Iran is that the U.S. is bolstering its forces. They're going to protect their bases with additional air defense systems. They're sending more troops. They're sending an extra squadron of F-16 fighter jets. They've already arrived from New Jersey. The buildup certainly suggests a message not only to Iran, but also to its proxy groups. The Pentagon is not hedging. They're saying point blank that these are Iranian proxy groups that are firing at U.S. troops and that they will be held accountable.
Jennifer, I don't want to take a sort of a mindless leap here, but I'm curious, given your connections and contacts within and outside the Pentagon, whether we are, forget about directly responding to Iran, but we would be comfortable if Israel did. In other words, Israel is saying that Iran is responsible for a lot of this or provides the money that helps launch these type of attacks, and we'd be okay with them responding directly to Iran. What do you think?
I don't think so. Based on officials that I've spoken to and years of reporting on the Middle East, the U.S. does not want, and they've stated that they do not want this to spread beyond Israel's borders. They recognize and they want to separate what's happening to U.S. troops by Iranian proxy forces from from Israel's potential incursion into the Gaza Strip, its air attacks on Hamas leaders in Gaza. They do not want those 2 linked. They do not want to be going to war or be seen as going to war with Israel, and they certainly don't want to, but they certainly are sending a signal to Iran that if these proxy fighters continue targeting, or if they were to kill a U.S. Forces on these bases, that Iran is going to be held accountable. What that means, but I don't think it's fair to say that the U.S. would welcome Israeli attacks or strikes against Iran. That is what they don't want to happen right now. They do not want this conflict to spread beyond the borders of Israel.
Even though, to just chase that point, Saudi Arabia has been dealing with for years. In fact, just took out a Houthi rebel missile, that was heading in that neck of the woods. So they have a long history of dealing, not so happily, with Iran and its provocative attacks through its proxies, like the Houthi rebels. Egypt, much the same sentiment. United Arab Emirates, maybe a lesser so. I'm just wondering, would that part of the Arab world, well, hardly publicly endorsing such a strategy, be okay with it?
Certainly, the Arab world has its concerns about Iran. That has been a long theme since the revolution. And what you're seeing in terms of Saudi Arabia against the Houthis in Yemen, or the U.S. forces standing off with Iranian proxy groups, right now, I think the question is, how will Iran itself, Tehran, be held accountable? And there's no indication that I have at this moment that there's any larger coalition, a military coalition between Arab countries and the U.S. Against Iran. But certainly the U.S. military is hoping that Iran gets the message and delivers the message to its proxy groups not to continue firing on U.S. forces because the U.S. is going to respond at a time and place of their choosing, if you listen to what the messaging that's coming from the Pentagon podium on a daily basis now.
Jennifer Griffin, thank you for that. Great reporting as usual. Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. In the meantime, protests continued around the country right now on this growing conflict. We had more protests in favor of Israel this go round. That is a little too late for Larry Hogan, the former Maryland Republican governor, because a lot of these anti-Israel protests that have been going around at the same time prompted him to ditch a Harvard University fellowship after a student letter there blamed Israel for the Hamas terror attack. Governor, very good to have you, and you still strongly feel that way.
Well, look, Neil, this was a difficult decision for me because I was looking forward to doing 2 fellowships at Harvard University, one in the School of Public Health, one of them in the Kennedy School, and I was going to talk about how do we lower the temperature and the angry rhetoric and the divisive politics. So a part of me wanted to go there and try to directly address it, but this was such a strong statement the day of the attacks, where there were 30 different groups at Harvard that came out praising the terrorist who murdered innocent people, the largest death of Jewish citizens since the Holocaust. And it wasn't just about the bigger debate. It was specifically about those attacks, which were grotesque and evil. And I thought it was time for people to stand up and make a strong statement. And, I'm not alone. People have been doing that across the country, not just at Harvard, but at other universities.
Indeed. We're seeing a pro-Palestinian protests going on right now in New York City as you're speaking, Governor. And a lot of very wealthy vendors and those who have either graduated and then supported their alma maters like Harvard and NYU and Columbia have been pulling up their funds and saying that, look, I can't endorse this. Others have gone so far, Bill Ackman and other billionaire investors from a lot of these Ivy League schools who've had enough of this and are saying no more of this. Some have gone so far as to want to see the kids who wrote that letter to make sure they never hire them and get the word out to never hire them. What do you think of that?
Well, I think some of the kids, have since rescinded and taken their names off of this letter, and some of them didn't seem to even know what they were signing. But this was a hateful, anti-Semitic rant right after the attacks. This was not just a political disagreement, and I understand why people feel so strongly about it. A lot of those folks just thought it was beyond the pale, and certainly the students have a right to free speech and to have express their opinions, but they don't have a right to have Harvard University condone the activities of praising terrorists who had just murdered innocent people. And I think that's what a lot of these folks are saying, that enough is enough, and that Harvard should have spoken out strongly and unequivocally right at the beginning, and they didn't. And I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing this happen and spread in other campuses around the country.
So when Harvard's president came out and said she did not endorse the vile sentiment, I believe that's what she called it, that was inherent in some of these protests and some of these letters, this is a country that allows you to do so. What did you think of that?
Well, I thought it was a step in the right direction. I mean, she just put out a letter yesterday after many of the board members and largest donors of Harvard, many of their most prestigious graduates, and after I sent my letter withdrawing from the 2 fellowships. So I'm glad we got her attention. It was 17 or 18 days too late, in my opinion, and not strong enough, certainly not soon enough, but it was a positive step, and I'm glad that we were able to get some kind of reaction out of them.
You know, there still are these Palestinian protests going on, to your point, Governor, and very few, but not all. Some will cite these are protests on behalf of Hamas, and Turkey's president was among those today. Yeah. Keep in mind, a NATO ally, I might add, that referred to Hamas as freedom fighters. What did you think of that?
Well, I think we do have to separate people who support the Palestinian people and who don't want to see any innocent lives lost anywhere, but from the people who are actually praising and supporting the terrorists. We had a situation at George Washington University where they were putting up, praising the martyrs who killed the folks in Israel. That's not something that the university should condone. I think there was a situation in New York today, which I don't have all the details on, but Jewish students were being threatened, and was apparently they're afraid of violence. They had to hide out in the library as masked Hamas supporters were trying to break in through the door, and the librarians told them to hide in the attic, which is reminiscent of Nazis. And so I think peaceful protests and people having differences of opinion is one thing, but Americans praising terrorists as they're threatening American and Israeli lives is just not acceptable, and I don't think we need to put up with it.
Governor, I don't want to weigh into politics here, but of course this is a divisive issue even within your own party, the Republican Party, and the new speaker taking over right now when it comes to support for Israel. By and large, it's there consistently, but he's not a fan at the time being of necessarily tying it to aid for Ukraine. Now, I had your former colleague and friend Chris Christie with me yesterday, Senator Tim Scott, among those saying they might seem to be joined at the hip, but they're not. Among those two gentlemen, Tim Scott was saying go slow on the Ukraine thing, don't tie the aid together. Governor Christie, just like Nikki Haley, says both need our support and our financial help. Where are you on this?
I just think it's really, I'm a Reagan guy, and I believe in peace through strength, and I believe in standing up for our allies and standing up to our enemies, and not being willing to stand up to Putin and letting him roll through Ukraine is a really terrible idea for the U.S. and that next will be Poland. We'll be sucked into that war. I don't understand the strain of folks in our party that think it's okay what Putin is doing to Ukraine. I think we ought to provide support. Obviously, you don't want to give a blank check, and we want to make sure that we're going to make an impact. But they're two separate fights, but they're both really important for America to show some leadership. We're the leader of the free world, and if people no longer trust that we're going to be there for them, and our enemies no longer fear us, and our friends no longer feel supported, it really puts America in a very weak position.
Governor Larry Hogan, very good seeing you again, sir. Thank you. All right, Governor Hogan, on that, Jackie Heinerman at the White House on how it is keeping up with these fast-moving events, including trying to pin the administration on exactly how we handle Iran at this point. Jackie, what have you found out?
Well, Neil, after 21 U.S. service members were injured in Iran-backed proxy attacks last week, the message was sent to Iran, although we don't know much about the manner in which it was sent, repeating the warning, basically, that if they attack our troops, that the U.S. will respond. But what we learned today was that the president hasn't yet made a decision on that.
John, the president said that if Iran or its proxies attacked U.S. troops, that we would respond. So what is he waiting for exactly?
He did say that.
Where's the response?
He said that. And he said that we will.
Repeating the warning is the response?
Jackie, come on now.
It's not a question.
I'm not going to telegraph punches here from the podium. We have responded and retaliated in the past, quite aggressively, in fact, back in March. And as the president said, we will not hesitate to protect our troops and our facilities, but we're going to do it at a time of our choosing and a manner of our choosing. And the decision to do it, if we do it, is his as commander-in-chief and his alone.
So time and manner of our choosing is the language that we're beginning to hear now about this coming response that might happen. Critics obviously have seized on any delay, saying that hesitation projects weakness. You're hearing that from a lot of Republican members criticizing the White House on this. But notable that today Iran's foreign minister was in New York on U.S. soil, issuing a threat to America that if the fighting in Gaza continues, that America will not be spared from that fire. Pretty stark warning. I asked John Kirby why this man was issued a visa to come to New York and say the things that he said, and he said that this is Iran's foreign minister. We are the host of the UN, and there were meetings that were called by the Secretary General. We have to abide by those rules. But John Kirby said he hoped that other countries would take this opportunity to ask tough questions of the foreign minister about what his country is doing here. Neil.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that. Jackie Heiner got the White House. Meantime, there are better than 200 hostages still held by Hamas, and that might still be a conservative figure, maybe upwards of a dozen Americans still. We don't have a firm number on that. What we do know is that families of hostages held by Hamas were pleading for their release on Capitol Hill today. Trace Gallagher following the fallout from all of this in Jerusalem. Trace.
Yeah, we were in Jerusalem, Neil, and while that hearing was going on with the families, we actually went out and we spoke with the family of one of the hostages today here. And you might recall this story. We're talking about Rachel Goldberg and John Poland, their son, Hirsch, 23 years old, Neil. On October 7th, he was down near the Gaza Strip, and he was attacked. He and his friends were attacked by Hamas. They threw a hand grenade at them. His friend was killed. And you might recall the story of Hirsch, who lost part of his right arm, and he used a tourniquet to bandage his right arm. And then there was video from this body cam of Hirsch being loaded into a Hamas truck and taken into Gaza. And the amazing thing about that, Neil, it has been 20 days now, and the Goldberg-Poland family has not heard a single bit of information, not one word at all about their son. The mom, Rachel Goldberg, actually came and spoke at the United Nations in New York this week, and she was compelled to do so because her thing is, if I can just get the word out, as many people as I can, then maybe somebody will have some information about my son. I spoke with them, Neil. We didn't have time to get the soundbite in, but I can tell you I asked them, how do you feel confident that your son is alive? And the mom looked at me and she said, I just have this mantra, and I say, stay strong, survive, stay strong, survived. And sometimes I feel like I'm talking to him, but the truth is I'm talking to him and I'm talking to us. And they persevere 20 days into this war, Neil.
Fox News at Night anchor Trace Gallagher. Yeoman's work, my friend. Be safe. Trace, following all those developments in Jerusalem. Meanwhile, we want to go back after a quick break here to that manhunt going on in Maine. You think they're worried about it in neighboring states like New Hampshire? Well, they are. That state's governor and what he's doing to prepare his residents just in case. Chris Sununu is next.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beats by Human blood pressure support supplements to the test. And the numbers tell the story. We have over 70,000 5-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. We're America's #1 selling beet brand. The only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Get started with a free month supply at freesuperbeats.com. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Lowe's knows same-day delivery means getting what you need, right when you need it. Holiday shopping got easier on affordable decor and more.
Now you can get these all at once, right, Dad?
The holidays got sweeter with same-day delivery. You got this. We got you.
We have a garage door that doesn't lift.
So I went on Angie. It took me just a handful of minutes.
So vendors who were knowledgeable, they did higher quality work.
They wanted us to be happy with the work done as well. It is a beautiful garage, I have to say.
Get started today at Angie.com.
Get loose now.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Tonight, Hannity hits the road. We are on Capitol Hill for an exclusive interview with the brand new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. No questions off limits tonight on Hannity.
Hi, William DeBain here. To let you know, the Medicare annual enrollment period is now. Did you know that Medicare Advantage plans may offer benefits that original Medicare may not cover? In fact, nearly 50% of Medicare-eligible Americans are enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans. Whether you have original Medicare or a Medicare Advantage plan, it's time to review your coverage. Call the number below to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They'll check if a Medicare Advantage plan that may offer additional benefits is available in your area.
I call every year to see what plans are available in my area.
I call every year to check for plan benefits that cover more of my prescriptions, copays, and dental expenses.
Whether you're looking for lower copays or dental coverage, call to see the plans available in your area that may offer additional benefits. The Medicare annual enrollment period has a deadline, so call now.
Call to speak to a licensed insurance agent. Call 1-800-780-7186. Call now.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics. It stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury. I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Well, you know, it has been almost 24 hours since Robert Card went on this rampage that took out 18 precious human beings and injured 13 others. They still haven't found him. He's on the lam, and they're worried in Maine. They're worried in neighboring states as well, including New Hampshire. Authorities there are asking New Hampshire residents to stay vigilant as the suspect in that mass shooting just remains at large, and no one can seem to find it. With us is Governor Chris Sununu of New Hampshire. Governor, you're right next door, and there's obviously a worry among your residents. What do you tell them?
Well, look, first let me just state, you know, New England as a whole is pretty different. We are all, we all come together, whether it's a flood, a fire, something as tragic as a mass shooting. So as soon as I think the Maine State Police realized that this was a mass shooting, not just a singular event, they contacted our emergency management department, our state police, and we mobilized our resources, sent our helicopter with advanced thermal imaging capabilities over last night. We have men and women in our major crime unit. We have individuals from our SWAT teams up there assisting, following up in over 200 different leads that are out there. So there's a lot of information on social media. There's a lot of tips that come in. So it's really just everyone kind of mobilizing together. Now, while New Hampshire doesn't have an imminent threat per se, we don't know where this individual is. So it is an all-hands-deck-on effort, heightened awareness, messaging out to our schools, for example, making sure they're taking the right precautions. We didn't shut our schools down, but taking the right precautions and letting them know, you know, how and when to let us know if they see something, if they're suspicious of anything, to make sure that the authorities are made aware. So it's just an all hands on deck effort. It's just so tragic what happened up there. But right now, every effort is to bring this individual to justice.
You know, Governor, you mentioned that I think most of your schools are still open today. In Maine, it was just the opposite, I believe. Most certainly in the Lewiston area, which would make sense, have been closed and shuttered today. Could remain that way tomorrow. Most are urged to stay locked in their own homes at an abundance of caution. Do you have any rules like that? In other words, residents staying in their homes in New Hampshire?
No, you know, right now we don't have any shelter-in-place orders. We're not shutting down any schools. If there's any information on imminent threats, of course, we would take, you know, appropriate action. We do have a heightened alert for our state police along our eastern border, you know, helping patrol those roads as really part of the apprehension process all up and down our eastern border with Maine. We share a large border. Some are back roads, some are major highways. But in combination with local and state law enforcement, working with the FBI, we're just trying to cut off all points of access there as well. So again, you know, anything that comes in that is credible, anything that comes in that shows an immediate alert, of course, we would take similar action as you saw in Maine.
If I can digress very quickly, sir, into politics here, the White House isn't taking too kindly to reports that Congressman Dean Phillips is going to launch his own Democratic primary bid, but he wants to launch it in New Hampshire. And of course, the president has indicated that he wants to launch his campaign in South Carolina. I believe won't even be on the ballot in New Hampshire. Your reaction?
Well, look, I've always said that if Joe Biden chooses not to be on the ballot here, he's leaving a huge opportunity for someone to come in and run a credible campaign, because you get all the attention, you get all the media and all of that, and you can make a very viable case. Joe Biden has chosen not to be on the ballot here, and newsflash, Joe Biden. Nobody cares. I mean, they really don't. There's not some massive contingency of folks here saying, oh, I wish we could vote for Joe Biden on the ballot in the primary. No, that's how weak he is across the state. So this is a wide open opportunity. We are going first. We are the first in the nation primary state. And this is, frankly, a great opportunity for Mr. Phillips to launch his campaign.
All right, and Governor, I do, under better and more, appropriate times, want to talk to you about the New Hampshire race, certainly among your Republican colleagues. So more of that later, sir. But Governor, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, there's a move afoot right now to make sure that Hamas is eliminated, and there's a bipartisan effort to at least get that going among Senators Graham and Cardin, who are right now leading this bipartisan effort to address that now. Chris Coons, the Democrat of Delaware, just returned from a bipartisan trip to Israel when he had an opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister of Israel. Senator, it's always good to have you, and I'm sorry under these circumstances, but I did want to get your take on that meeting and working with people like Lindsey Graham to isolate Hamas. And maybe I'm overstating that, but maybe you could explain.
Well, Neil, thanks for a chance to be on again. I joined a bipartisan delegation of 10 senators last weekend. We went to Israel, to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia. Our goal was to deter Iran, to send a strong message of support for Israel and its right to defend itself against a terrorist group, Hamas, which carried out horrific, brutal attacks on Saturday, October 7th. Iran funds and trains and supports several different proxies in the region: Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all three of which continue to attack Israel with cruise missiles, with rocket attacks, even up to today. Just an hour ago, Neil, I met with another family of hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. Avihai Broditz, his wife and children were all taken hostage and are currently in Gaza. We met with Prime Minister Netanyahu. We met with Benny Gantz, a former Army Chief of Staff and Deputy Prime Minister, as well as with several other leaders like Youir Lapid and folks who are in leadership in the military. It was a tense and an important time for us to be there, supplementing the visits by our Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, the in-person visit by President Biden. There is a sense throughout Israel of strong support from the United States. And as they plan for and potentially soon carry out a ground assault into Gaza, we were offering them our encouragement and support for their campaign against Hamas, while at the same time urging that we get humanitarian relief into Palestinians. That was one of the topics we discussed in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Israel.
You mentioned Saudi Arabia, Senator, and I know there's an effort afoot to try to cement or forge better Israeli-Saudi ties. The Saudis have not exactly been effusive in their comments on Israel, and when it comes to Hamas, other Arab countries have been essentially pinning this on Israel, that it provided the means and the role for Hamas to do what it did. Turkey's president is essentially saying that, freedom fighters are what you're talking about when you're talking about Hamas. What do you make of that?
Hamas is not a group of freedom fighters or a resistance movement. They are brutal terrorists. Even the Nazis, Neil, concealed their crimes against the Jewish people. Hamas used GoPro cameras on their helmets, body cameras, video cameras to record their heinous acts. While we were in Israel, we were shown just unspeakably brutal videos made by Hamas and posted on social media of the ways in which they attacked innocent civilians, decapitating babies, raping women, taking hostage grandmothers and little children. So for anyone to suggest that Hamas are resistance fighters, I think is a gross misstatement. I do think it's important for us to distinguish between Hamas terrorists and the majority of the Palestinian people. Part of our conversation with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was about that possibility for reconciliation with Israel. The Abraham Accords were a great accomplishment. They allowed for reconciliation and recognition between Israel and the UAE, Morocco, and several other Arab countries, majority Muslim countries. For Saudi Arabia to reconcile with Israel, to really end the Arab-Israeli conflict, would be a great step forward for peace. Right now, the conflict in Gaza is preventing more forward progress on that. But part of what our bipartisan delegation was trying to do was to have conversations with critical regional leaders in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Israel about the prospects for peace on the other side of this very difficult war.
Senator Coons, thank you on a trying day. Thank you for taking the time. Chris Coons of Delaware. In the meantime, here, David Solomon, my special guest tomorrow, Goldman Sachs. The financial impact of all of this on the day stocks were clobbered again.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Janine Pirro, Piers Morgan, Jesse Waters, and Brian Kilmeade. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. Fox News alert, the massive manhunt underway in Maine. Authorities still desperately searching for Robert Card. He's the suspect believed to have shot and killed 18 people in Maine and injuring 13 others. Dozens of FBI agents aiding local and state officials in their ongoing search, and residents continue to shelter in place in multiple counties. Nate Foy live on the scene in Lewiston, Maine. Nate, what is the latest on the search for Card?
Well, Dana, 22 hours into this manhunt, authorities are still spread out across multiple counties trying to find the man who they say is responsible for the worst mass shooting in Maine's history. Right now, there is a scattered presence, but one specific place that we're watching is where Card lives in Bowdoin, Maine. Take a live look at this. This is 25 miles east of where we are in Lewiston, and 25 miles farther east on the coast, Dana, the U.S. Coast Guard confirms that it's following up on a possible sighting in Booth Bay Harbor. They're using aviation units there, and the town over from this camera near Card's home is called Lisbon. Take a look at this. That's where Card's vehicle was found near a boat landing. Where he is right now is anyone's guess. There's no defined search perimeter. There's a shelter-in-place order that stretches across multiple counties. Card is accused, you mentioned, of murdering 18 people at 2 different locations and injuring 13 people. Those 2 locations were a bowling alley and a bar. 3 of the 13 injured are still in critical condition. Now, Card is a trained firearm instructor. He's a member of the Army Reserve, and he has documented mental health issues. All that has people in this area very scared of what he might do next.
I slept on and off for 3 hours. Moving forward, how do we move forward? Feeling as a community, we're numb, we're hurt, we're, you know, like how can you feel safe again? How can we send our kids to school?
Yeah, Dana, right now Lewiston is a ghost town. Pretty much every single business is closed. The only people that you see out are members of the media as well as law enforcement. We do have a press conference coming up with Senator Susan Collins at 6 o'clock, so we'll see what she has to say. But right now, everyone is just hoping for good news. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Nate. And Jesse, you have a lot of ties to Maine. It's a state that you know well and an area that you visited.
Yeah, we have a house right north of Booth Bay Harbor where there was just a sighting, we believe, of this gentleman. Shouldn't call him a gentleman, but this individual. And there's a lot of patriots there, a lot of heavily armed patriots there that are going to be well protected and that are going to call police immediately if they see something suspicious. We now have the Coast Guard involved. But Dana, if you elongate the coast of Maine, it's basically the entire length of the United States. And where this guy is in Livingston, which is a little, I guess, inland, you could say, there are rivers that feed right out into the water. And it's densely forested. And so this terrain is wretched. It's easy to hide in. And he may have had a cabin somewhere. And you know he has an ATV. He probably has a canoe. This guy looks like he planned it. So he could be north, he could be south, he could be stashed away. We don't know where he is. But I'm a little concerned about this. I don't like the fact if someone's involuntarily committed to a mental institution and no one initiates a process to take away his firearms. That is insane to me. And whoever didn't initiate that process to take this guy's firearms away has blood on their hands. And we don't know a lot about what's going on right now, but that right there is your patriotic duty. If you're sending someone to a mental institution for 2 weeks because they're saying they're hearing voices and because they're going to shoot up an army base, they have to make that known to the right authorities so they strip this guy of his weapon so everybody can be safe.
Judge, what about either that law or what do you think the police in terms of the coordination that is going on right now to try to find him?
First of all, this is a guy who is trained to avoid capture, all right? 90% of Maine is forest. So this guy is one step ahead of law enforcement, and there's a huge problem. The drones and infrared technology will be, they'll have a problem because of all of the forestry, the trees, and everything else. So, I mean, the layout of this situation is a bad one to begin with. But what we have here is apparently a process where the U.S. military has no obligation to report to law enforcement that there is a problem, whether it is a mental health issue with a soldier or an Army reservist, as this guy was. So it's not unlike with the priest years ago. They said, well, we handle it within the church. We don't have an obligation to report to civil authorities. Apparently, the Department of Defense does not require the Army or anyone else to report to local law enforcement when there's a problem, and that's where the slip-up. There was a real slip-up here. My understanding, according to a well-placed U.S. Army official, is he was assigned to the Army Reserve Unit, sent for training at West Point this July to support summer training, but there are no records that he participated in the training. Apparently, on the first day of training at West Point, they wouldn't say why, but he was removed, although open source reporting suggests erratic behavior. So then he goes into this mental health part of the hospital. I think it's called the Carter or Keller Army Hospital on the West Point base. And there's very little that's done after that. So there was a slip up there that did not have to happen. There's another piece that I think is important here, and that is that we made a decision in the 70s, and maybe even before that, that we were going to start shutting down these mental health institutions because a lot of them were abusive. There were people there that were mistreated. And instead of upgrading mental health institutions, we literally unloaded people who were mentally unfit onto the streets. And we are now suffering the results of that.
Here's Morgan. You're here with perhaps a view on gun control in the United States, but also you come from a country that doesn't have a lot of gun violence and other kind of violence because violent people will commit these types of things. And one question before you talk about anything you want to talk about. Does Britain allow for the involuntary institutionalization of people if they have mental health problems like this?
I think you can be voluntarily or involuntarily put into a mental institution, absolutely. I mean, what I would say generally, look, first of all, my heart goes out to all these families because once again, you're seeing similar imagery of a shooter with one of these semi-automatic rifles, and a lot of lives have been lost, a lot of people's lives have been ruined, and families are grieving and mourning, and it's heartbreaking. Secondly, as I learned the hard way, over the years, Americans don't really take to my accent or somebody called Piers lecturing them about how to lead their lives or about their culture or about their laws. I get that. But you made a point there that in England we just don't have guns. I mean, hardly anybody has guns, including criminals, right? So I think we've had one mass shooting in like 5 years or something. You've had God knows how many this year alone, and it just goes on. It's kind of Groundhog Day. And there's the old, I don't think actually Einstein ever said this quote about the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But actually, in this case, I would argue, as a friend to Americans, someone that loves the country and loves the people, at some point, you've got to do something more than you're doing. And I wouldn't use the word control. I think that's part of the problem with this whole debate. When Americans hear the word control, they think instinctively federal government control, and it alienates any chance of any compromise. Gun safety is the way this should be debated. How do you make it safer? How do you stop these loopholes, these guys slipping through the net? I mean, it's obviously a catastrophic failure. In Maine, they have yellow flags, not red flags. Why?
Why? Why don't you just have a red flag system all over the country? You have 400 million plus guns in circulation. 1 million new guns are sold every month in America. This problem's going to get worse, not better. And at some point, as your friend, you know, as the great ally, I simply say, you've got to do something more to stop this. You can't keep having the Groundhog Day of these people with these semi-automatic rifles going into civilian areas and gunning people to pieces. Can you?
As your friend.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Of course.
We have these guns because of you. Because of your country.
I know.
Because of your king.
I know.
And we haven't had that problem with the king since then.
I know.
With respect, as your friend.
Respectfully, here's my response. I cannot buy in the United States of America a Kinder Surprise chocolate egg. They're banned. They're banned on safety grounds because the little toys inside them might choke people. A British Prime Minister, I won't say which one, but one in the last few years, told me he was stopped at LAX because he had some for his nieces and they confiscated them because they were a health hazard. Now, I simply say, you're a country of many freedoms and many regulations. How about regulating guns in the way that you do Kinder Surprise chocolate eggs?
Okay. With respect, do forks make people fat?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Well, they do. They do, don't they?
Guns don't kill people.
They do.
People kill people.
Guns also
Forks
kill people.
don't make you fat, Piers.
Guns do kill people.
Forks don't make you fat.
Want to jump in, Brian?
Yeah, a couple of things. Just on this in particular, his family spoke out. They were asking him to surrender. NBC's reporting that there was a note found. They don't know what the note says. They haven't said anything yet. They do know that he has registered a watercraft. So this guy could have planned an escape. He seems very organized. It looks like he's got a personal attachment to both these places. He wasn't just randomly shooting it up. You see pictures of him on Facebook. He's bowling in the past. I look forward to some of these people coming forward. I do see that somebody who served with him 10 of his first 20 years said he was a commander that was always calm, great to be with. They felt like they grew up with each other, so something clearly went wrong. And about our system, this guy's going to get a gun regardless. This guy's a military guy, knows how to get him. And all these experts, and I'm not a gun expert or a rifle expert. I'd never taken anyone down or hunted someone down or took out a deer. But the way he handles the gun, the way he moved, they say he is absolute pro. And turns out he's an instructor. He was going to get a gun anyway. But there was a system in place to stop him. He was institutionalized, just like the same system in place that says after 10 days, you are now cured from your addiction. Well, what happens is your insurance runs out, and all of a sudden they go, okay, you're still an alcoholic, but we only have 10 days for you to stay here because we need your bed. You're out of here. So this guy was stopped. He was hearing voices. He was rounded up. And they did take, the problem is when he got out, they did not take his guns away. There's something with that because with that shooter, that should happen
Brian,
with the red flag.
can I just jump in because there is some breaking news that we have. There is apparently David Spunt, I think, is with us from DOJ. We have Fox Digital is on the ground there. Apparently there's some loud bangs. And David Spunt, are you there? No, you're not there. Okay. So he is saying that there might be some action here, guys. So we are going to keep a close eye on
We know that's where his house is, too, right?
Yes. And so we will try to get David Spunt and more information for you.
But if I can respond to what was just being said, they have a yellow flag law in Maine. The yellow flag law in Maine, different from a red flag law, requires law enforcement to detain the individual, get a medical professional to come in and say he's a danger to himself or others. Now, if the Army doesn't tell law enforcement that there's a problem, law enforcement isn't going to find the medical person to detain him and to find out and to then enter him into a program. 2 weeks is never enough for anything in terms of getting someone better.
Yeah. So, Judge, I would say this. Somebody put him in there. So was it the military that put him in there?
Military put him in there.
Military put him in there.
Army-based hospital.
But the difference between the flag system, as I understand it, is with yellow flags, families can't notify a judge directly, right? And that's in a red flag, they can.
Yeah.
So in this case, his family knew he was severely mentally disturbed. They knew he owned guns. They knew that he had publicly threatened to commit a mass shooting.
Just like Nashville, by the way.
And this is, by the way, all in the last 3 months. right? I mean, I'm not sure how many more flags this guy had to raise, but because the system didn't allow for his family to go directly to a judge, as it would under a red flag system. So I simply say, why not make red flag system mandatory?
The family can go to law enforcement. There is that they have the freedom to do that in every state, as long as law enforcement then gets a medical professional who assesses him and says he's a danger to himself or others.
In a red flag system, it's the judge that makes that calculation.
But the cop has, I was the judge who made that calculation.
I know.
But the cop has to bring me the person. And in order to get that person, you need law enforcement to bring him in.
So, Dana, you're still following what David Spun's saying, right? Which basically he might have heard something, there might have been a bang. And
so what you're seeing right now is new video that is just in. The FBI is, and local police, of course, they are outside the last known address. There is a loud bang. Apparently, the FBI is trying to make contact as they believe that Robert Card may be inside. That is the reporting that we are getting from David Spun. He is our correspondent at the Justice Department. We're trying to get him up with us here in a moment. We have Fox News Digital on the ground there reporting as well. So we're going to keep talking about this here because there's obviously plenty going on.
That would surprise me, knowing what we know about this guy and how well trained he is, that he would go back to his last address after murdering a slew of people in the middle of a manhunt.
Running out of his car with him, leaving his door wide open.
That doesn't seem like something he would do. Either he's a total insane person and he would go back home. Some people go back home after shooting people and put some chicken in the oven. But something tells me this is not him. I could be wrong, but this would be the last place you would go during a manhunt.
Although his family did say, I think it was his sister, said that he was having these episode periods, really bad mental health episodes, and then he would be perfectly normal. And she felt that when he was, if he could get back to a place of normality after this, he would feel so bad at what he'd done.
But that's
he
not
would
enough.
Then do something.
That's not enough. The fact that if he is in his home, that shows that he is not connected to reality. Because anyone who has done that would know that I have to abscond, I have to get away. So whenever, for example, I had an insanity defense as a prosecutor, that's great. He was crazy when he killed a woman, but then he knew to get away, get a gun, get a boat, take a ride. You know, this may show that he's more insane than we think.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
I mean, you're Americans, right? It's your country.
Pretty much.
These are happening on your watch. Out of interest, I mean, how do you feel about this incessant volume of really catastrophic mass shootings? What do you think should be done?
Well, I actually just purchased my first firearms last week. And it was a big moment for me as an American. I'd never done it before. I grew up in Philadelphia. We weren't a family that came from guns. My father grew up in Hartford, Connecticut. It wasn't something that we did, but now we're out in the country. And if you have a young family, Piers, and you're out in the middle of the woods,
I get it.
You can't call 911 and just hope for the best.
I get it.
You have to defend your family. And so everybody thinks that way, especially in a place like Maine. As we said, talk about densely populated, it is more densely forested in Maine than Alaska.
Wow,
so you make a phone call if someone's at your door or on your premises, you're waiting maybe sometimes 15, 20 minutes for police to show up. That is valuable time if you're trying to defend your family, your children, or your property. You need a weapon, and maybe you need an AR-15 because you have to have something semi-automatic and you have to have something accurate that you can handle well in a tight spot.
So my question is, I get that, and I remember Bill Maher arguing the same, that he bought a firearm because he thought he had to be able to defend himself in a country where a lot of people have guns. I get it. We don't have them in England.
Netanyahu just told everyone in Israel to get a gun.
Right. So I completely understand why people in America feel the need to arm themselves to defend themselves and their family. That's not my question. My question is, the volume of these mass shootings is increasing. The volume of guns being sold each month is massively increasing. Mental health problems seem to be increasing. Over-medication seems to be increasing. It's a lethal cocktail that's getting worse, not better. You're smart people. I just wonder, what does America do about this?
What America has to do is we have to start making sure that people who get guns are not mentally unfit to have them. There are HIPAA laws in the United States that prevent a lot of this information from being garnered. But the truth is, Piers, we are so far down the road where in Chicago, every guy's got an illegal gun. Every criminal does, that we have to get guns to protect ourselves.
My son is here. He was at Chicago University last year, and a couple of students were shot while he was there. I mean, Chicago is an absolute bastard.
To build on what you're saying, and to build on what your point is, it's a mental illness issue because we did not have this problem until the last 15, 20 years. Columbine was really the first. We always had guns. We had more guns. We had less regulation than we had right now. I didn't grow up in a gun culture, but I appreciate that it's one of our rights, and I'm not looking to give it away. And what happens is when you crack down on regulation, because we all have the same objective, to never have this happen again. When you crack down on regulation, you just stop the people like us that would buy a gun and abide the laws. We're going to get the permits. We're going to go to the range. We're going to get the training. We will make sure it's in a lockbox. We're not the problem. But more regulations clamp down so we continue to change our lives if the gun is in your culture and your choice, while the reckless lunatics like this guy will continue to shed the laws.
So I get that completely. I completely understand that logic, and it makes perfect sense. Right? I get it. But what do you do then? What can you do to stop this ever-increasing volume of real massacres? Because they are increasing in size, scale, death toll.
But this guy would have been caught had the Army notified law enforcement. You know, it was like 9/11 when what the CIA wasn't talking to the FBI. You know, now they're talking to each other. Now you have to have the Army notify local authorities. All right, that's one legislative change right off the bat. And we've got to make it easier, as you say, to make sure that we can bring people before judges who are a danger to themselves or others. There are a lot of people who are not well. We saw it during the pandemic. They're walking around on the streets, stabbing people, shooting people.
Even though we have a lot of people that are very pro-Second Amendment in this country, over 60 to 70% are concerned about this. As Republicans and Democrats.
Let me grab David Spunt now, who I've been looking for. He's our phone a friend here today. David Spunt has more details about what's happening right now in Maine. Hi, David.
Hi, Dana. Hi, everyone. So we're told right now that they are at a couple of properties that are associated with Robert Card, the suspect. And a source just told me over the phone that these are likely flashbangs. This is standard procedure to try to see if he is inside. To make comment or to make contact, rather, to have him come out and come into custody. I asked whether or not they would have obviously looked at these homes earlier today, because these addresses have been known to law enforcement and actually known to members of the public and members of the media by just doing a simple Google search earlier today. And yes, they have been at the homes earlier, but for some reason now they are using flashbangs. I was told not to read into anything specifically, meaning that he's going to walk out or he's necessarily inside. But it's always been a concern, Dana and everyone, that this man, Robert Card, has had a scanner or several police scanners and is clearly listening potentially to every move that law enforcement is making. So just kind of to wrap it up, this is in Bowdoin, Maine. There are several locations in Bowdoin where properties, rather, that are connected to Robert Card, the suspect, no longer person of interest, the suspect. And we are hearing flashbangs at this point and will continue to update. And this is coming from one of our Fox Digital crews on the scene.
David Spunt, thanks for rushing to the studio for us. We appreciate that. We will continue to monitor breaking details on the manhunt for the Maine shooter. Coming up next, though, tensions boiling over in the Middle East, Iran directly threatening America over a Gaza invasion.
Dustin was always himself and just the best person I've ever known. He loved to play with his kids. He was the fun dad.
On October 12, 2022, Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte and Sergeant Alex Hamzy responded to a domestic violence incident. Upon arrival, they were ambushed and shot and killed in the line of duty.
I'll never forget Dustin. He was always there for you when you needed him. He was very family-oriented, so I would always invite me to family parties. We would always hang out. I remember getting the call about what had happened. And the reality sets in of, oh my God, their families. What are we going to do? We have to help them.
We always thought we would see him until the day when he said goodbye, gave a kiss, and we never got to see him again. Frank, from Tunnel to Towers, reached out to us within a couple of days of everything happening. He just said, "Don't worry, we will take care of you." A few days before Christmas, Frank came over presenting me with a notice that my mortgage was being paid off. Having my mortgage paid off takes away our biggest bill and this huge burden lifted off my shoulders. You know, they say it's a blue family. They have become my family. The Tunnel to Towers community, they offer so much support, and being around people that can relate to you and that you can relate to just means the world. Americans should give to Tunnel to Towers so that families like mine can continue to be helped and so that they can honor men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice like my husband did.
Go to t2t.org.
And Doug.
And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano. Are you replacing me? With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibberty.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look, a bee-boo.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and balance of nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for balance of nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be, like here and here. Not so much here. If you have chronic kidney disease, Farxiga can help you keep living life. And Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in women and men, and low blood sugar. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may lead to death. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
Farxiga can help you keep living life. Ask your doctor for Farxiga for chronic kidney disease. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
The invasion of Gaza getting delayed as Iran ramps up direct threats against America. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raiding northern Gaza overnight as they prepare the battlefield before an expected full-blown ground invasion. Those developments come as Iran plays with fire. The Pentagon revealing Iran-backed proxies attacking U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria 16 times since October 17th. And the radical regime feels bold enough to issue this warning to the United States while at the UN.
I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not welcome to expansion of the war in the region. But I warn, if the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire.
Instead of directly dealing with the Iranian threat, the White House has other priorities. Kamala Harris is following Joe Biden's lead by lecturing Israel on a two-state solution.
We stand for the importance of understanding that we must prioritize humanitarian values, that the rules of war require that there be no intentional attack of civilians, that humanitarian aid be administered, that we do all that we can to ensure that there will not be an escalation, in particular by Iran's proxies in that region of the world. And we have not abandoned, and we still are profoundly committed to a two-state solution.
I won't even ask a question on her. Jesse, the Iranian foreign minister in the United States, in New York, across town, actually comes here and warns the United States will not be spared if the war in Gaza continues. Right here in New York City. And by the way, not drawing a distinction between Israel fighting in Gaza and the United States.
Dana just told me she wants to go to the UN and make a citizen's arrest. I've never seen her this angry before. I mean, the guy is like a war criminal. Defund the UN while we're at it, Janine, and just throw that whole building into the East River. So Biden's being tested by the Iranians. The Iranian proxies keep taking these pot shots at U.S. bases. Now, some of the service members have now sustained critical brain injuries, and the Pentagon was not honest about what happened. We just found out about it. Eventually, Joe Biden and the generals are going to have to respond. You cannot continue to sustain these types of injuries over and over and over again and do nothing. They only understand strength. So, and they're like gang members. They're going to push and push and push and push until the police say enough. And that's what they're doing right now. They're testing us. Biden's in a pickle because of Ukraine, Russia, and because of what we've done with our energy sources here. He's keeping the Iranian oil game in play because he needs to keep oil prices at a certain level. And this is what I would do. I would say screw the Ukraine situation right now. I'd send a missile right into the energy infrastructure of Iran. They have a hub right by the sea where they export everything they own. I would knock it the hell out of there. And then I'd say, all right, guys, you're on your own for the next 3 years until you rebuild. And that'll get them to shut up.
What do you think of that, Brian?
First off, we know exactly where those militias are. We know where they're located. We know Iraq like the back of our hands. We've hit them before. We've hit them often. We know how they started, who finances them. And we're only allowing them to knock the rockets out of the sky, the drones out of the sky. If I am the family of somebody serving right now in Iraq, 2,500, 900 over in Syria, I'm outraged. I'm letting my kids become targets. I signed up for this country, and you're not allowing us to use the $900 billion we put into it. The only thing Iran understands is direct action. And what we're doing is showing weakness. The only thing in that region that's successful is showing muscle. And instead, we allow this guy to come here and threaten us. If we don't knock it off and stop supporting Israel, then they're going to start bombing us. We're going to feel the fire. Is he insane? When is the president going to go get some steel in his spine and start hitting the militia and letting them know it's only going to get worse from there?
Yeah, well, and you know, Piers, Biden as recently as yesterday said don't. It was, I think, like his ninth don't. And they keep doing and doing. And how long does this go on before Iran starts to believe that they shouldn't?
Well, you're already seeing Iran attacking Americans around the world. You're seeing Iran financing Hamas, who've just launched a massive terror attack, not just on Israelis, but also Americans. I'm not sure what more they need to do before America takes action to defend itself. And the fact that this guy can come to New York City and speak with that brazen impunity in that way about the United States. And, you know, you look, let's be honest. I don't want to be ageist, but you look at Joe Biden. Do you really think that the Ayatollahs
is afraid of him
in Iran care what he is saying about don't? And then Kamala Harris, one heartbeat away from being the president of the United States, they're laughing, right? They're laughing at America. And that's not a good place for anybody. It's not a good place for us in the UK if America is being laughed at in this way. So something has to happen, right? And I have believed from the start of this conflict 3 weeks ago that Iran is behind all of this.
Of course.
That they have deliberately financed, as a report in the Wall Street Journal, which said that hundreds of Hamas terrorists had gone to Iran. 500 had been trained in Iran before this terror attack. I think the scale of it was on a scale that could only have been financed by somebody like Iran. So they have already effectively declared a proxy war on America, because a lot of Americans died that day, right? So at some point, America has to show Iran, actually, you can't do this.
Like we did when we look at Soleimani.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Dana, hit it.
So yesterday we talked about how in Beirut, the leaders of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad all got to have a meeting and drink tea and have the press pool come in for coverage. And they're just allowed to go about doing this with the Hezbollah media office. Okay, there's one thing. Second thing, we have to give them a visa to allow him here. And just like we did in September. And what was the day that we gave them the visa in September when they came here? Oh, it was the day that we announced we were doing a prisoner exchange, and $6 billion were going to be unfrozen for the Iranians. And 3, I believe, of the prisoners that were supposed to go back to Iran were like, we'd prefer to stay here in America. And we let them. So here's what I would do. I'd not let them go home. You can also block them from leaving. Make them stay right here at the hotel until all the hostages are released.
One of those migrant hotels.
Absolutely.
Put them up there.
Roosevelt.
Yeah, make them stay at the
Roosevelt.
You can block him from leaving. You gave him the permission to come in.
Yep.
You can block him from
You
leaving.
know what? Make them stay at Piers' hotel. That's punishment.
And what is that hotel, Piers?
I'll tell you what happens at my hotel. We practice egg and spoon races.
You practice that at Win.
As you may have seen on his primetime show last night, the Donald Trump scale whining about the stolen egg and spoon race.
I want to recount.
Before we go, there's a huge interview tonight. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, joins Hannity at 9 p.m. Eastern for an exclusive interview. You don't want to miss it. And up next, Jewish students threatening to sue their college after being terrified by a pro-Hamas mob.
I'm Jordy Crooks, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital needs. Ron John Surf Shop needed a new, fully integrated e-commerce solution that was mobile-friendly and engaging. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We built an e-commerce website for Ron John Surf Shop centered around the customer experience, leveraging powerful marketing, merchandising, and promotional tools. For complete website and digital solutions, come to AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, I'm William Devane. Did you know it took our founders 116 days to debate and draft the U.S. Constitution? Turns out they didn't trust the printing of paper money, but they did trust gold and silver. Article 1, Section 10, gold and silver, good for the founders, good for me, good for you. Roslyn Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Ask yourself, are you safe? Make gold your new standard.
Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
October 7th was one of the deadliest days in Jewish history since the Holocaust. But make no mistake, Israel is shaken, but it is not defeated. Now more than ever, the people of Israel need our support. First responders and medical facilities are overwhelmed. We must boldly act without delay, both in word and deed. This is our time to show love and generosity to a nation suffering one of its darkest hours. Your gift today will directly fund Israeli first responders and hospitals as they ensure those in need receive life-changing supplies and emergency medical care. Go to jhm.org/help Israel to donate today and show your solidarity for the state of Israel and the Jewish people. Let it be known that Israel, you are not alone.
Make your dream car a reality. Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned vehicles are rigorously inspected to live up to the highest of expectations.
This is American infrastructure. Megawatts of power, rails and open road, and essential services of every kind, all running on countless invisible networks, making it a prime target for cyber attacks. But the same AI-powered security that protects all of Google also defends the systems running America's infrastructure for these services, for the 336 million of us living here.
If you have missing teeth, Reset Smile is a life changer.
I used to be afraid to smile, and now I can't stop smiling.
Reset Smile is an affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home at a fraction of the cost of dental implants.
You get an impression kit sent to your home, and you mail it back. No trip to the dentist whatsoever.
They fit my mouth perfectly, the color matched up perfectly. I can eat with Reset Smile just as normally as regular teeth.
The best thing is you get your confidence back.
Reset your smile. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
Jewish students are planning to sue Cooper Union College in New York after a tense scene. Anti-Israel protesters banging on windows and doors while the Jewish students were locked inside in the library just trying to study. Thankfully, no one was injured and no one got arrested, but those Jewish students said they didn't feel safe.
I definitely did feel threatened when there were chants calling for the murder of Jews being chanted at me from my fellow students.
Did you sense before October 7th that there were these sorts of emotions that were underlying?
No, prior to the events on October 7th, I've never felt any of that.
All right, Dana, as someone who's spent a lot of time in the library, your thoughts on this?
Well, this was all breaking last night, and it was like, wait, what is happening? So the campus police were kind of like overmatched. So then this is all happening, and apparently the librarians who were there were like, well, I guess we could lock the door. They locked the door, and then they suggest to these students that maybe they could hide in the attic.
Oh, God.
And I'm sure maybe they thought that was the safest place, but the irony of it all. And the students, the NYPD had to come in and try to help because they're overmatched by the students. Now, the university is like, it was just 20 minutes. It wasn't that big a deal. But look at how dignified that young woman was on Martha's show. Yeah. And you see a lot of these young people who are afraid for their lives. They're maybe wondering about even their future. They're in college for a reason because they want to improve their lives. And now they're wondering if their fellow students want them dead. I think it is really bad. One of the most effective things has been the donors to these schools who have said no more, because money talks in this situation.
Janine, what do you think would happen if it was a bunch of transgender students? They were behind those doors and there was a mob of white guys banging, 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 threatening.
Yep. Well, they'd be in jail.
Right.
First of all, it was unlawful imprisonment. I'm disappointed. Number one, it took the police so long to respond. I think the irony, as Dana said, of hide in the attic. I mean, the Anne Frank. I mean, the vibe is there. You've got people who are not pro-Palestine; they're pro-Hamas. Pro-Hamas equals exterminate the Jews, all right? And that is what kids on campus are now having to confront. And if a college cannot protect the students. I mean, we want kids to learn things in college. We're so worried about what they're teaching them. We should be worried first about whether or not they'll be safe to go on a campus. That's the number one priority. And you know, the irony, the other irony is that these other kids, they needed safe spaces, you know, to prevent the hurt of the microaggressions, and they turn into animals chasing other people because they don't like their ethnicity. This is the United States of America. We are in a pre-World War II moment. This is exactly what happened in Europe.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive. Brian, I don't know. It seems incredibly intimidating. How do you feel?
I just don't understand. Do you think they know the Balfour Declarations? They're chanting for Palestine's freedom and their sovereignty. They even know Palestine exists. It doesn't exist. They even know they're Meta-Palestinians. Since when is this their cause? The only thing more disturbing about these series of protests, and Pierce, we were talking about it was happening in the UK, was the actual massacre itself, October 7th. This totally flips me out. I cannot believe at Cornell. I cannot believe at NYU. I cannot believe at Columbia, at Princeton, and around the country, they all feel this angry and are willing to attack people, and against our government and against our country's second or top friend, they're looking to turn. They have an opportunity. Ambassador Friedman said today he believes it's the Black Lives Matter people fueling this, and he thinks it's organized.
Well, how ironic. because I was thinking watching this, imagine, this is 3 weeks after the worst terror attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. Imagine if this had happened 3 weeks after the murder of George Floyd. Imagine if a bunch of white students had charged around campuses protesting, right, on behalf of that police officer or whatever, and there were a lot of black students trapped in a library.
Great analogy.
No, but here's what isn't an analogy. What would have happened to those students? They'd have all been thrown out.
Absolutely.
Right? There were professors on this protest. Right. Professors. Now, I mentioned this yesterday, but this professor at Cornell, Professor Russell Rickford, the guy who was seen in public boasting about being exhilarated and energized by the terror attacks, he still hasn't been fired.
It's unbelievable.
Right? Now, again, imagine if that had been a white professor, I don't know what his skin color is actually, but a white professor who had said after George Floyd, I was exhilarated and energized by the killing of George Floyd. Would he still be in a job?
And so this was 1400 George
So
Floyd.
why is there such a double standard about the way that a Jewish people atrocity is being treated compared to the way that murder of a single man was treated? I just don't, it's the hypocrisy that stinks here.
Well, it's the hierarchy of the oppressed and the oppressors, Pierce. You need a little map to figure it out, and never give him a compliment again. Okay, he makes an analogy that's good. You just let it go. He's got a big enough ego.
Can I edit this out? Can I edit that out?
Please edit that out. We're on tape, right?
You are not only bad at egg and spoon races, but you're a terrible loser. Yeah, I mean,
what are you talking about? I just saved your ass, Pierce. Trying to help you out here. Up next, the Biden corruption scandal, much worse than we thought. Over 40 confidential FBI sources say there's evidence of criminal activity, but it's being swept under the rug.
Shocking.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion and may cause infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before treatment, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar and may worsen IBD. Tepezza may cause severe hearing problems, which may be permanent.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Upgrade your bra for more confident posture and less pain. Now with a full zipper for easy on and off. Tommy Copper's newest bra is designed to keep your shoulders down, back, and relaxed. This next generation support bra from Tommy Copper will be your new favorite. Switch to the all-new zip-up shoulder support bra and carry strong, confident posture all day. Upgrade your bra today. Go to TommyCopper.com and save 40% site-wide.
This isn't just freight. These aren't just shipments. They're promises. Big promises, small promises, cuddly shaped promises. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be. And the people of Old Dominion never turn away a promise, or overpromise, or make an empty promise. We keep them. A promise is everything to Old Dominion, because it means everything to you.
Tonight, Hannity hits the road. We are on Capitol Hill for an exclusive interview with the brand new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. No questions off limits tonight on Hannity.
Do you need space? You need the General. With our high demand and steel prices going up soon, General Steel is now offering some of its best pricing in its 4-decade history. Waiting will cost you thousands. Save big on popular pre-engineered steel buildings like our 100 by 200 fulfillment center and warehouse, 100 by 100 manufacturing buildings, and 80 by 160 column-free commercial centers. The General even offers personal spaces like this garage or this shop, all tailored to your needs. And don't forget our 50-year warranty is included on all buildings. prices. This shocking low pricing event won't last long, so call now. General Steel buildings are American made, feature pre-cut, pre-welded beams, and 26-gauge steel walls and roof panels. All designed to bolt together easily, saving you construction cost and time, so you can be in the new building you need quickly. With our high demand and steel prices going up soon, waiting will cost you thousands. Call 1-877-47-STEEL to get the building system you need delivered this fall. That's 1-877-47-STEEL.
Dangerous ladders, gutter muck? Ugh, no wonder you hate cleaning your gutters. Good thing there's Leaf Filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. Call 833-LEAF Filter to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends clogs for good.
They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease.
End clogged gutters for good. Call 833-LEAF Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
A Republican lawmaker making perhaps the most explosive allegation yet concerning the Biden family business and possible corruption. Senator Chuck Grassley sending a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying that he's obtained evidence that shows the FBI got criminal information from more than 40 confidential sources relating to the activities of James, Hunter and Joe Biden. And worse, he claims the Bureau is covering it up. Republican Ron Johnson elaborating on that.
They actually had a scheme to downplay, not only downplay, but to denigrate any derogatory information on Hunter Biden, calling it Russian disinformation. The FBI has thwarted, legitimate leads and has prevented its agents from actually investigating Joe Biden's corruption.
All right, Jesse, this, on the face of it, stinks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it stinks. I think they had more FBI informants on the Biden family than they had on the Trump campaign. And they had a lot on the Trump campaign. And they had these informants as way back as when he was vice president. So for the last 15 years, the FBI has had 40 informants feeding them criminal information about Joe Biden, his brother, and his son. And every time it got to headquarters, it got wiped out. And they said, you know what, this is coming from Russia. And it never came from Russia. And then you find out that the stuff we found out that the informant said that there was a bribe from Ukraine for 10 mil. They investigated that, not Russia disinformation, and then they shut that down too. So they've never investigated the guy because, Piers, they don't want to investigate the guy. This guy was just a blocker to make sure Trump couldn't get reelected. That's all he was. So they dragged a corrupt old man across the finish line, and he's just sitting there getting us into World War III just because Trump was a guy that caught them spying on him cold and then fired their director.
Brian, if you substitute the name Trump for Biden in this story, would the media be doing more?
There wouldn't be any commercials.
Right.
They'd be unable to sell pillows on CNN. I sense it would be crazy. They were already interrupting one of the biggest, most impactful wars ever to talk about Trump's civil trial. But things are moving forward. I'm somewhat hopeful. Special Counsel David Weiss is coming in behind closed doors November 7th. Martin Estrada is coming in the next couple of days. They're going to get these people, if they have an ounce of integrity in them, to come out and talk about how they were squelched. And it's so important that Senator Grassley is doing this, not somebody that you can be labeled a firebrand or a extremist.
Dana, if they've actually genuinely suppressed criminal activity, what should happen?
I mean, I guess a temptation would be another special counsel to look into the special counsel that's looking into the special counsel, and it just gets kicked down the road. And by then, it'll be like 2027, and who knows what will happen. This is why people have been led to believe that Biden family membership has its privileges, and it's that you don't get any scrutiny.
You know, Judge, I remember a couple of weeks before the election, I remember the New York Post had that sensational story about Hunter Biden's laptop, which got suppressed by social media, by tech giants, by mainstream media. I've always felt that actually could have swung the election. If they'd done their jobs on what turned out to be a true story, that could have swung the election. And everything since then has been protect the Bidens.
Well, there's no question. And studies show that it would have changed the election, that people were asked, you know, if you knew this, would you have changed your vote? There's no question. But, you know, think of the idea that there were 40 different informants, 40 different people going to law enforcement, and law enforcement has a cabal in the center that says anything related to the Bidens we're going to get rid of. And yet, when it came to Donald Trump, they made something up, and then they went directly to the press to tell the American people that he's a Putin puppet and a Russian asset. Whereas these 40 informants go to law enforcement. Maybe they should have gone to the press in the first place, and we might have heard more about it. But they are as corrupt as the day is long. And there is also, they're talking about getting Joe Biden's bank records, because it won't be complete until they do.
And if you're an FBI informant and you want to come to the press, Jesse Watters Primetime is a great place.
All right, one more thing is up next.
Eloise Asylum was a living hell.
There's something here.
Thousands of patients died.
And not everyone left.
I want to find out exactly what they've experienced.
And try to connect.
That's a voice. We're picking a fight.
Something rushed up behind me.
With something we shouldn't be messing with.
Something's done.
We need to get everybody out of here now.
Secrets of the Asylum, streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com. Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enoughs.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
This is spring semester at over 13,000 U.S. school districts, which have become top targets for ransomware attacks. But there's never been a reported ransomware attack on a Chromebook, which is why thousands of schools, like the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District, switched to Google Tools for Education, so they can focus on teaching, and 22,000 students can focus on learning, knowing that their data is secure.
There's some people shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Visit or call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
My name is Linda, and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch, and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. How's the heart?
Good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With Cardio Mobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardia.com or Amazon.
I love shopping the Real. Gucci,
Louis Vuitton,
Prada,
Hermes,
Dior,
Rolex,
Burberry, Saint Laurent.
Luxury brands up to 90% off retail.
Thousands of new arrivals daily.
The Real.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
This is a very active front. Israeli forces plan to increase in airstrikes in Gaza.
You hear another explosion there. A huge barrage.
The troops massed along the border.
This regional conflict is quickly evolving.
Stay with Fox News for continuing coverage.
It's time now for one more thing, Jesse. What do you got?
A disgraceful thing happened yesterday on this very set. So disgraceful, I'm almost not in... I'm going to play it. I have to do it. We had an egg race with the spoon yesterday. It was a ready, set, go situation.
You lost.
Dana said ready, set, Piers was gone. Here's the tape.
On your marks, get set, go.
Oh, look at it cheating! Okay, just in case you didn't catch it, I want everybody to watch this again and see how egregious this false start was. So egregious, I didn't even move.
Usain Bolt here.
On your marks, get set, go.
Oh, look at it cheating!
Wait a minute, when do you go in London?
What we're going to do here, what we're going to do is we're going to have a fair race. We're going to do it outside. We're going to make sure he can't cheat. We're going to have a little ribbon. Okay, we're going to do it properly. Or do you accept? Do you accept to play by the rules, Piers?
If you want another beating, you just have to ask.
You can beat me fair and square if it's fair and square. Thank you. Tonight, Just Wars Prime Time. We got the manhunt and we got Dog the Bounty Hunter. 8 o'clock.
Do you promise to wait until they say go?
No, in my country, you do what it takes to win.
Oh, come on. Why did you lose the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, but you know why? We had the wrong person in charge.
All right.
If I'd been there, it wouldn't have happened.
And we have France.
You still have a monarchy being left to me.
Yeah.
And we'd have no guns.
Yeah, that would be bad. Okay, a guy goes to a safety deposit box in a vault, and he doesn't get out for 9 hours. Employees in the building close the vault at 8:45. This is like across the street, not knowing the guy was still inside, but once the vault door closes, it operates with a time clock, which means it didn't open until 6:15 a.m.
Oh, my.
So keep your eye on the door when you go in the vault.
Oh, that is terrible. I've got a little one here about this herd of llamas. They caused some drama in England on a pretty busy road. They snuck out in a hole in the fence and really screwed up the commute there, but they were forgiven because they're super cute. A lot of llama drama going on there. Piers, can you do it in 20 seconds?
Okay, the Queen's Range Rover up for auction. Queen Elizabeth II's iconic car did 109,000 miles. She drove it for 20 years. It's expected to get up to $63,000, but don't bother because I'm going to buy it.
Are you?
Yes.
For how much?
I don't care. Look at that. What a piece of memorabilia.
Piers,
The Queen's car.
and then if Jesse wins, you have to give it to Jesse. All right, that's it for us. Have a great night, everyone.
Hey, Dana, there was major controversy on that egg drop spoon thing.
I
think
saw
there
it with
really
my
should
own
be
eyes. Piers is a cheater.
Come on, you're such a
Hey,
loser.
by the way, Dana, does this give you flashbacks right here? Does anything?
I can't see you.
Oh, I'm in front of the Air Force One at Ronald Reagan.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Have a great show.
Sorry, I didn't know you could see me. All right, bye-bye. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. We are coming to you tonight from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum in Simi Valley, California. Breaking tonight, a massive manhunt in Maine. Authorities in Maine are searching for the suspect in a mass shooting in Lewiston that so far has left 18 people dead and 13 injured. A man opened fire at a bowling alley and later at a bar on what was a quiet Wednesday night in small-town Maine. He's considered armed and extremely dangerous, and police are asking residents to use extreme caution tonight. We're awaiting a briefing from authorities. We'll monitor that and bring you that as it becomes available, as they're just getting ready. We'll go quickly to correspondent Nate Foy live in Lewiston with the very latest. Good evening, Nate.
Good evening, Brett. So, yeah, this manhunt about to enter its second day, and just within the past hour, our Fox News colleague actually heard multiple loud bangs outside Card's residence in Bowdoin. He actually owns 2 properties there. Let's take a live look if we can right now. There's no confirmation that he's actually inside, but if he is, these could be flashbangs to try to bring him outside. Also, Brett, 25 miles east of here is Boothbay Harbor, where the U.S. Coast Guard confirms with Fox they're following up on a potential sighting of Card with aviation units. Now, there's concern that he may be on the water after authorities found his white Subaru at a boat landing in Lisbon, Maine. Now, Card is a certified firearms instructor. He's also a member of the Army Reserve, and tonight sources tell Fox News that Card had a mental health episode this past July when he arrived at West Point for training. He also reportedly had an alcohol-related incident that led his company commander to recommend him for treatment. The 40-year-old is accused of murdering 18 people and injuring 13 more at a bowling alley and bar last night in Lewiston. 3 people remain in critical condition tonight. Here's Colonel William Ross with Maine State Police, which is leading this manhunt.
We're in the early stages of this investigation. And I just want to let you know we will have updates. We'll be putting some type of a schedule out later on. But again, early stages of a homicide investigation, we want to be careful that we're doing things correctly. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Brett, a shelter-in-place order spans across multiple counties tonight. Card is described as armed and dangerous. According to law enforcement, it previously made threats to carry out a shooting at a National Guard base in Maine, and he reportedly heard voices. Authorities say if you see him, call police and do not approach him. Right now, this is a ghost town, Brett. You only see members of the media as well as law enforcement. All businesses are closed today as everyone is hoping for good news as this manhunt about to enter a second day. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Nate Foy live in Lewiston, just around the block from where you are. That news conference underway. Senator Susan Collins from Maine speaking now. Let's listen in.
Back and forth. What do you need? And I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, has called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's office.
Okay, we're going to continue to monitor this. Again, Senator Susan Collins talking there. They're asking all of the people in Lewiston to be extremely careful. As you heard from Nate Foy, a lot of them have left that area. We will wait until we hear from authorities if there are any developments. So far, they're saying they haven't seen anything yet. We'll head back with more news. U.S. forces, meantime, in Syria and Iraq, targeted again by multiple rockets. The suspected culprits, Iranian-backed proxy forces. A senior U.S. official saying there were no injuries or damage this time, but that has not always been the case. The Biden administration is refusing to say what, if anything, it will do in response to attacks on U.S. military personnel by Iranian-backed groups. White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has details tonight live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. We've learned President Biden will see Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi tomorrow when he visits the White House. And it comes as the U.S. has been pressuring China to stop Iran from trying to widen the war. But so far, not much progress has been made on that front. Iran's foreign minister granted a visa to attend UN meetings, delivering a threat to America from U.S. soil.
If the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire.
An apparent reply to Biden's message to the Ayatollah to stop proxy attacks on U.S. troops in the region.
There was a direct message relayed. That's as far as I'm going to go.
21 service members were injured last week in Iran-backed proxy attacks, 15 sustaining traumatic brain injuries. But the president has not yet made a decision after vowing the U.S. would respond.
Where's the response? He said that. And he said that we will.
Repeating the warning is the response?
Jackie, come on now.
It's not a question.
I'm not going to telegraph punches here from the podium. We're going to do it at a time of our choosing, in a manner of our choosing. And the decision to do it, if we do it, is his as commander-in-chief and his alone.
Critics say Biden's hesitation projects weakness.
Since when does the President of the United States send a warning to them that we're just going to, hey, the next time you do it, we're going to militarily respond?
On Capitol Hill, families of 220 hostages from 35 countries asking lawmakers to prioritize the safe return of their loved ones, sharing horrors they've endured.
The Hamas terrorists got to my daughter's house and abducted her and set the house on fire. They killed the dog.
No progress on rescue efforts today, despite 12 more aid trucks getting into Gaza overnight. Biden not appearing in public, but meeting with congressional leaders, including new House Speaker Mike Johnson, spotlighting gun control after another mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine.
Now is the time to find common ground. Let's work together to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
Today, the White House does have one thing to celebrate. The economy grew at a higher rate than expected, 4.9% increase in GDP in the last quarter. Many economists predicted that the U.S. would be in a recession right now, but consumer spending has exceeded expectations, Brett.
You know, Jackie, tomorrow, Minnesota Congressman Democrat Dean Phillips is expected to announce a primary challenge against President Biden, filing in New Hampshire. What's the White House saying about that?
Well, nothing officially, but people close to the president have said that Dean Phillips doesn't really represent a threat. Looking at his voting record, he doesn't even have any policy differences with the president. But it is interesting that he's going to be launching this campaign from New Hampshire, where President Biden is not even on the primary ballot there. After the DNC changed its nominating schedule to put South Carolina first in the nation, the president's campaign deciding not to file him on the primary ballot in New Hampshire. However, he is expected to be on the ballot for the general election, Brett.
Okay, Jackie Heinrich live on the North Lawn. Jackie, thanks.
Thanks.
Israel's ambassador to the United Nations saying his country is not at war with humans, but monsters. Ambassador Gilad Erdan made the comment during an emergency meeting of the General Assembly.
I have seen much footage over the past weeks that will be seared into my mind forever. But there is one sight that I keep on seeing when I try to sleep. In the video, one can see a terrible injured civilian, bloodied yet alive, laying on the ground as a Hamas savage screaming, Allahu Akbar, repeatedly pummels the man's neck with a garden hoe. Israel is not at war with human beings. We are at war with monsters.
Meantime, some of the U.S. troops told to get ready are now deploying to the Middle East as U.S. missile defense batteries arrive in Israel to help shoot down Hamas and Hezbollah rockets and missiles. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin is standing by at the Pentagon with the latest from there. Good evening, Jennifer.
Good evening, Brett. About 2,000 U.S. troops were put on prepare-to-deploy orders to the Middle East, and we learned today that 900 of those troops have already deployed from the continental U.S. They are not deploying, however, to Israel. Meanwhile, the uptick in attacks by Iranian-backed proxy forces continues, including at least one more attack today on U.S. forces at Erbil in Iraq.
It was unsuccessful, no casualties, some minor damage to infrastructure. Between October 17 and 26, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 12 separate times in Iraq, 4 separate times in Syria, by a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. We know that these groups are affiliated with Iran.
The Pentagon is also sending to the Mideast to protect U.S. service members at U.S. bases a terminal high-altitude area defense, or THAAD, battery from Fort Bliss, Texas, Patriot missile defense batteries from Fort Sill, Oklahoma, the Patriot and Avenger batteries from Fort Liberty, North Carolina, as well as air defense headquarters elements from Fort Bliss and Fort Calvados, Texas. Will you hold Iran responsible, or are you holding the proxy groups responsible, and what is taking so long to respond?
Look, I'm not going to get into telegraphing whether we are or not going to respond, other than to say we would do so at a time and place of our choosing.
But how are you holding them responsible?
Again, I'm not going to telegraph any potential actions.
Separately, the U.S. is sending both of its Iron Dome missile defense batteries to Israel to help defend against incoming missiles. Significant because these are the only 2 Iron Dome batteries in the U.S. arsenal. The Russian Defense Ministry reported seeing U.S. coalition aircraft, including 8 F-15 and 4 F-16 fighter aircraft, 1 Reaper, and 2 Gray Eagle drones in Syrian airspace 15 times in the last 24 hours, which is notable, Brett, given recent attacks by Iranian proxies on U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq. Brett?
Yeah, indeed. Jennifer Griffin live at the Pentagon. Jennifer, thank you. Israeli troops, meantime, launched what is described as an hour-long ground raid into northern Gaza overnight. It's said to be preparation for a widely expected ground invasion, and officials say that invasion could be imminent. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is again live in southern Israel tonight. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Brett. A key figure in Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet, Benny Gantz, says the invasion of the Gaza Strip is just one component to securing southern Israel, and security could take years. The invasion, however, could come at any time.
Forces killed terrorists and destroyed Hamas infrastructure in the Strip. The incursion is part of our preparations for the next stages of the war.
Israel conducted its largest incursion into Gaza since October 7th with tanks and armored bulldozers. Not the start of the invasion, a lead-up. The IDF says airstrikes hit more than 250 targets over the past 2 days, including a senior Hamas commander. Jets were seen above a Gaza hospital as more injured were rushed inside. With Israeli airstrikes continuing to pulverize structures in the Gaza Strip, hundreds of thousands remain north of the evacuation line. The little fuel that is available is from private stockpiles. Israel insists Hamas is hoarding it.
Hamas prefers to have all of the fuel for its warfighting capabilities, leaving civilians without it.
Gaza residents say people are dying due to the lack of resources.
There is no medicine for efficient treatment, no fuel. The doctors did their best.
On the Israeli side of the border, troops in armor are standing by as residents are traumatized by daily rocket fire. With smoke in the air, some stubbornly refuse to evacuate.
Are you worried about getting hurt?
Of course, it's normal. Everybody, also you, I'm sure everybody stay here can know that any moment crazy men like the Hamas can come in. We are one country, one family, one people. All the people here need to eat.
Hamas continues the rocket fire, today disrupting a news conference in Tel Aviv with family members of hostages who worry about the next stage.
I believe the ground invasion will lower our chances to see the hostages.
A Hamas delegation went to Moscow to discuss the release of hostages. Some of them are Russian. After the meeting, Hamas issued a statement praising Vladimir Putin. Brett, back to you.
Mike Tobin, live in southern Israel. Mike, thanks. We're going to monitor what's happening on the ground in Lewiston, Maine. That news conference is continuing. Susan Collins from Maine, again, speaking, answering some questions. Let's listen in here to see what they're saying.
Yellow flag laws used in this case, you are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry.
The yellow flag laws used in this case.
To Maine, I don't know. That's a very good question.
You said that Maine got it right when it came to yellow flag.
Maine does have a good yellow flag.
But if it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had mental health issues and he was, the police put him forward for evaluation, you got it wrong.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems. Could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if, in fact, the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag.
Okay, and taking questions there about bump stocks, about policy, about yellow flag laws. Nothing specifically about the hunt, the manhunt, the massive manhunt that is going on right now. As we get more information from authorities there, we will take you back there. But so far, we haven't heard any specifics. A lot about the policies that possibly lead to this suspect and his background. Coming up, I'm here at the Reagan Library for an event tonight to speak about my new book, kind of the book tour continuing here as you look at Air Force One, the book to rescue the Constitution, George Washington and the Fragile American Experiment. Thank you for all who ordered the book, and the audiobook has started out at number 4 and still on the bestseller list second week, so thank you. But speaking of the Fragile American Experiment, up next, the new House Speaker talks about the challenges he is facing, plus the Democratic congressman who pulled a Capitol fire alarm appears in court, and we have some new video to show you.
There's a book that tells of prophets and preachers, of kings and carpenters, a book meant for everyone. There's more to the story. Explore the book you thought you knew at Museum of the Bible.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar, because you are greater than your bipolar 1. and you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-704-0017. 800-704-0017.
We had to take out our old gas heating. That was a huge project. I was so overwhelmed, so I started contacting people off of Angie to work with people that knew what they were doing. It was a game changer.
Get started today at Angie.com.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
Tonight, Hannity hits the road. We are on Capitol Hill for an exclusive interview with the brand new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. No questions off limits tonight on Hannity.
Deal-com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to Deal-com and see how much you can save.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine! Come on,
do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Welcome back to the Ronald Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California. You know, Tip O'Neill was the speaker during those years, in the Reagan years. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, up on Capitol Hill, is settling in. He's already dealing with some surprises, though. This comes as Democrats zero in on him for criticism while dealing with divisions in their own caucus on a topic that is front and center right now. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram joins us live from Capitol Hill. The latest on that. Good evening, Chad.
Brett, good evening. New House Speaker Mike Johnson told Fox he did not think his first task on his first full day would involve meeting the Prime Minister of Australia. Yet, there they were.
Congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank
Mr. Speaker, on your election.
Thank you.
But events underscore the whiplash nature of the speakership. Moments later, Johnson addressed the shootings in Maine.
This is a dark time in America. We have a lot of problems, and we're really hopeful and prayerful. Prayer is appropriate at a time like this, that the evil can end.
Democrats are sizing up Johnson, including the lawmaker leading the House Democrats' 2024 election efforts.
We have a new speaker, and it may be a new face, but it is the same extremism, maybe even more extremism. That is kind of the baseline for House Republicans right now.
The biggest hurdle for Johnson, a November 17th government funding deadline. Plus, he must decide how to handle a Republican effort to expel George Santos amid a narrow majority. And there's a GOP plan to censure Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib over her support for a protest against Israel. There are Democratic chasms over the Middle East. Josh Gottheimer called Tlaib and other Democrats who opposed a resolution supporting Israel, quote, despicable. He also slammed Pramila Jayapal for voting present.
Let's have a ceasefire. Let's have a cessation of hostilities. But we cannot continue to just bomb innocent civilians in Gaza and have our military aid be used for that.
Anti-Israeli sentiment is growing among some Democrats, but not enough to tank President Biden's aid package. Brett?
Chat program live on Capitol Hill. Chad, thank you. The Democratic congressman who pulled the fire alarm before a House vote on spending pleaded guilty today to a misdemeanor charge. Congressman Jamal Bowman is getting off with just a fine, which is not fine, with many Republicans as they examine new video of that incident. Congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni is on Capitol Hill with that. Good evening, Aisha.
Good evening to you, Brett. Well, Congressman Jamal Bowman has for a very long time repeatedly claimed that he was in a big rush to get to the votes in the House floor when he pulled that fire alarm and wanted to get through the doors. But new video that Fox News has obtained is really putting that story into question. And now the new House Speaker is weighing into all of this. So take a look at this video for yourself. You can see Bowman here casually walks up into the Cannon Rotunda emergency doors. He then takes down those warning signs on those doors and then pulls the fire alarm and walks away. He does not appear to be in a rush, and this happened, as you'll remember, when Democrats were trying to stall a vote on a GOP bill to fund the government. Well, we caught up with the congressman, and while he's been very chatty before, he did not want to talk to us today.
That's in the past, man. Litigated and resolved. You still talking about this?
It looks like it was.
It's in the past, man. I'm not talking about that anymore. Let's talk about moving forward.
It didn't
Let's
look
talk
like
about serving the American people.
Video.
Come on, man.
Is there any reason why you didn't try to open the door after you pushed the fire alarm?
So this morning, Bowman pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor in D.C. court, and he says he struck a deal that will clear him if he pays a $1,000 fine, writes an apology letter, and stays out of trouble for 3 months. Now, some Republicans are calling foul on this. They say that there's a clear double standard in the justice system. We asked Speaker Mike Johnson if there should be an ethics investigation now with this new video. Here's what he told me.
And what about Jamal Bowman? What was ethics?
We'll deal with that.
We'll deal with that, says the speaker. So we will continue to watch this play out. Brett?
We'll follow it. Aisha Hasni live on the Hill. Aisha, thank you. Up next, the latest on the former president's legal issues and his court appearances. Plus, we'll hear from a former FBI agent about the manhunt underway in Maine and the very latest from there. But as we go to break, nearly 40 years ago to the day, in the wake of 241 U.S. troops, U.S. Marines and soldiers being killed by a suicide bomber in Beirut, President Reagan explained to the nation why peace in the Middle East is vital.
Well, it's true, Lebanon is a small country more than 5,500 miles from our shores on the edge of what we call the Middle East. But every president who has occupied this office in recent years has recognized that peace in the Middle East is of vital concern to our nation and indeed to our allies in Western Europe and Japan. We've been concerned because the Middle East is a powder keg. 4 times in the last 30 years, the Arabs and Israelis have gone to war, and each time the world has teetered near the edge of catastrophe.
After Advil.
Feeling better?
On top of the world!
Before Advil. Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. When pain comes for you, come back fast with Advil liquid gels.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing me? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What you're seeing today is a successful eye surgery. And this, the dedicated hours of virtual training that made it happen. Academic advancements are being achieved every day through collaborative hands-on learning. Upskilling careers, now made possible through immersive environments. These are the ways the metaverse is being used today.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. MLB partners with T-Mobile to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. AAA relies on T-Mobile's network to stay connected nationwide so they can help get their members back on the road. And we're helping Pano AI innovate to stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Before taking Balance of Nature, every single day after I would get home from work, I would knock out on the couch and have to take a nap. Once I started taking Balance of Nature, I noticed a huge difference. My wife and I want to stay as healthy as we can for our baby. We're both just so happy that we found something that gives us more energy to help us live healthier lifestyle.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
It takes special dedication to care for our elderly, especially when they need it most.
At Visiting Angels, we help seniors remain independent and safe in their own home.
And give families that special peace of mind, knowing that their loved ones have the best care possible.
America's seniors need our helping hand. So if you care about caring, come on and join our team.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Best thing I've ever done. That's what Freddie told me.
It was the best thing I've ever done. And
really?
Yes, without a doubt.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
Great people. Different people, that's for sure. And all of them had different reasons for getting a reverse mortgage. But you know what? They all felt the same about 2 things. They all loved their home, and they all wanted to stay in that home.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you could access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-721-5341.
Why don't you call AAG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you?
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-721-5341. 800-721-5341.
He should be considered armed and dangerous. Based on our investigation, we believe this is someone that should not be approached.
We will work day and night alongside our law enforcement partners to get the answers to the questions this community deserves.
Welcome back to Reagan Presidential Library and Museum in Simi Valley, California. Our top story at the bottom of the hour, that manhunt is intensifying in Maine after the murder of at least 18 people in a mass shooting last night. That suspect is considered armed and extremely dangerous. Let's get some perspective tonight from former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan. Stuart, thanks so much for being here. First, I want to deal with something we just heard from our reporter Nate Foy on the ground about flashbangs in some place that they were looking, that there were authorities and police moving in. What could that be, potentially?
Well, flashbangs are typically used as a diversionary measure to try to distract someone if, in fact, they develop some sort of intelligence with respect to Robert Card maybe hunkering down in a location. That would be something that would be utilized and deployed as a way to disorient him, and then obviously give law enforcement an opportunity to then locate and apprehend him. Or it was used to try to detect whether or not there's any sort of booby trap type of devices that may have been left behind. But certainly it's a diversionary tactic.
So as you know what you know about this guy, and we're just learning over the past hours and what authorities are telling us, what do you see about his background, his MO, and how this maybe escape plan is going one way or another?
Well, this is really a very complex situation, Brett, because on one hand, you have a person that seemingly may have suffered from some mental health issues, and that in and of itself is a difficult and daunting issue for law enforcement to deal with respect to the highs and lows. On the other hand, you have an Army reservist, you have someone who certainly is a firearms instructor that has survivalist and proficiency in firearms. And so if, in fact, this was not a mental health issue, meaning it wasn't spontaneous combustion that set him off yesterday, but he actually was laying and waiting and planning and plotting and planned out an escape path to extricate himself from these two locations, that's going to make it that much more difficult for law enforcement to track him down and locate him. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And then, of course, you have the two crime scenes that, have to be preserved, have to be processed. You have a small police department. Certainly, Maine is not a state that sees a lot of violent crime, and so you don't have a lot of these type of law enforcement officers with that type of experience. So that is why you're seeing the federal government, the state coming in to assist them.
And quickly, I mean, obviously you have the FBI, the ATF, you've got the state troopers there, as well as the local law enforcement helping in this search. This is a guy that is proficient, not only in firearms, but also wilderness. Apparently, he feels comfortable in the woods and camping. I was down in the southeast in the hunt as it was happening for Eric Robert Rudolph, the Atlanta Park bomber, and it took 5 years to find him in the mountains of North Carolina. You don't know what's going to happen here, but this guy could be planning an escape and may have done it from the beginning.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's why the intelligence, hopefully, that has been gathered in the last 24 hours is going to assist law enforcement in trying to figure out, hopefully, where his path was to where he may be. 5 years ago, we didn't have the advancement of drone technology. I will tell you that the federal government has really secured a tremendous advancement in utilizing drone technology for these type of search and locate and apprehension. You're going to see that deployed all night long in trying to locate and zero in on him.
Yeah, that's good information. Stuart Kaplan, we appreciate the time.
My pleasure always. Thank you.
The body of the man suspected of killing a Maryland judge last week has now been found. The remains of Pedro Argote were discovered in a wooded area this morning. He was accused of killing Andrew Wilkinson shortly after the judge issued a ruling on Argote's divorce case. Today, a judge reaffirmed former President Donald Trump's fine for violating his gag order. The former president took to social media last night, clearly expressing his displeasure about this whole thing. Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel is here to expound upon that. Good evening, Mike.
Brett, good evening. A New York judge is standing by his decision to fine former President Trump $10,000 for a comment he made outside the courtroom during his civil business fraud trial in New York. Judge Arthur Engoron ruled that Mr. Trump's comments are a violation of a limited gag order restricting trial participants from commenting publicly about the judge's team. The former president calling the judge very partisan with a person who's very partisan sitting alongside him. Engoron agreed to reconsider the fine after one of Trump's attorneys argued that the statement was not directed at his clerk. Mr. Trump expressed his unhappiness on social media late night last night, writing on Truth Social, quote, "The New York State Attorney General's case against me is dead, but the radical left judge refuses to end it. He just can't let it go." There's also the paused limited gag order in the case here in Washington for election interference. Federal prosecutors asked Judge Tanya Chutkan to reinstate the gag order to keep Trump from targeting witnesses, referencing a post Tuesday about his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. The ACLU has jumped in, noting Trump's, quote, patently false statements, but adds Trump retains a First Amendment right to speak, and the rest of us retain a right to hear what he has to say. The former president has used his social media platform to go after prosecutors, judges, and witnesses involved in legal cases against him. Brett?
Mike Emanuel up on Capitol Hill. Mike, thanks. Up next, major progress in the auto workers' strike. We'll explain. We'll have a live report.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
I know you think we can't afford it, but we need life insurance.
You're right.
Life can change quickly. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 term life policy for only $18 a month.
We could help you save 50% or more on life insurance. You need life insurance. You don't need to overpay for it.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
I started experiencing ED. I knew I had to do something about it.
You go online, you answer the medical questions.
The medication is at my house within a couple of days.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
Get started today with RexMD.com.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new Ab EX from Sono Bello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back.
I had this stomach overhang.
Introducing Ab EX from Sonobello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
I got the tummy tuck result without the tummy tuck downtime.
And I finally got the flat stomach I had always wanted.
Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation. Call or go to sonobello.com now.
Tonight, Hannity hits the road. We are on Capitol Hill for an exclusive interview with the brand new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. No questions off limits tonight on Hannity.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah?
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Sofa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice, but...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan.
Oh,
and it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality. And it's half the price of retail stores.
Ronald Reagan's limo's there. Freddie Mac, meantime, saying the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is averaging 7.79%. That's up from 7.63 last week. A year ago, the rate was 7.08. Investors weighing mixed earnings and strong data, sending stocks tumbling. The Dow lost 252 today. The S&P 500 fell 50. The Nasdaq dropped 226 today. The United Auto Workers, UAW, and Ford have reached a tentative agreement to end the 6-week-old strike, but the walkout is still causing major issues at the 2 other big vehicle manufacturers. Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble has the story from Washington tonight. Good evening, Grady.
Good evening, Brett. Some Ford employees are heading back to work for the first time in more than 40 days. The strikes and negotiations continue at General Motors and Stellantis, but the UAW could now use the tentative agreement with Ford as a template for the other 2 automakers. Here is what is in that deal: a 25% pay increase over its 4 years. That's in addition to newly reinstated cost of living adjustments, and the deal speeds up the pathway for workers to reach the top pay level. The UAW is also touting better retirement and pension benefits and the fact members will have the right to strike over future plant closures. Ultimately, the union's rank-and-file members will vote on whether to approve this deal. Some already aren't happy because the pay hikes fall short of the 40% increase the UAW initially demanded. Still, its president is trying to sell the deal.
We told Ford to pony up, and they did. We won things nobody thought was possible. Together, we are turning the tide for the working class in this country.
Ford CEO Jim Farley says we're focused on restarting Kentucky Truck Plant, Michigan Assembly Plant, and Chicago Assembly Plant, calling 20,000 Ford employees back to work and shipping our full lineup to our customers again. There could be some unintended consequences of this deal. Brett, a Bank of America analyst says because of the higher labor costs for the automakers, they'll be more likely to build future plants and facilities outside of the United States. Brett?
All right, Grady, thank you. Former cryptocurrency executive Sam Bankman-Fried took the stand today in his fraud and money laundering trial. He gave his testimony while the jury was not present. Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady is outside the courthouse in New York to tell us why. Good evening, Kelly.
Good evening, Brett. Another curveball in the Sam Bankman-Fried fraud trial today. The former crypto king took the stand, just not in front of a jury. Now, the judge sent them away for a rare mid-trial hearing to determine if SBF can use key examples in his expected testimony tomorrow. For example, one question is whether Bankman-Fried will be allowed to use loose standards in the cryptocurrency industry as a defense. Another is whether Bankman-Fried can cast blame on FTX lawyers for providing incorrect advice. Bankman-Fried claimed numerous times today that Dan Friedberg, FTX in-house counsel, knew and approved of how Alameda was using FTX funds. Further, he alleged lawyers designed the policy around auto-deleting messages. When questioned by the defense, Bankman-Fried was confident and calm in his answers. But when the prosecution started their examination, he began to crumble, taking long pauses and heavily caveating his statements. At one point, Judge Kaplan admonished SBF for being so evasive, saying, quote, "Part of the problem is that the witness has what I'll simply call an interesting way of responding to questions." The judge will rule in the morning on what will be admissible when SBF is expected to appear in front of the jury. The question becomes, does the defense see how their client struggled as a test run for tomorrow, and do they still choose for SBF to take the stand? Legal experts have confirmed SBF can still decide not to take the stand until the very last moment. Brett.
Kelly Grady in New York. Kelly, thanks. Up next, the panel on the latest on the Israeli efforts to take out Hamas and what comes next.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call a guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh! Sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Visit directv.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy.
It looks like nutritious food, and it is.
I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I considered payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Sure Payroll makes running payroll fast and easy, so I can spend extra time with these guys.
Visit surepayroll.com/switch and get up to 6 months free. And find out what makes us different, because small business is our business.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why should I call and check up on my Medicare plan?
Hi, Martha. Plans and benefits can change each and every year. That's why it's important to call to get your free 2024 Medicare benefits checkup.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may be better for you. You can even call to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-454-1178, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan that will better fit your healthcare needs.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, 2024 plans are now available, but you won't get a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan automatically.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 plans are now available, so now's the time to call. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your free Medicare benefits checkup today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits checkup is free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan available in your zip code. Call now and we will see what plans may be best for you.
It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-454-1178. 800-454-1178.
When this crisis is over, there has to be a vision of what comes next. And in our view, it has to be a two-state solution.
That still has to be the goal we're driving to, a state for Palestinians that they can live in peace and security and justice.
The Biden administration's naive approach to terror remain woefully inadequate to meet the growing threat of radical Islamic terrorism.
As Israel gets ready to go into Gaza to take out Hamas after the attacks of October 7th, there's talk of a two-state solution again. Axios writes it this way: Biden's post-war plan, new talks on the Israel-Palestine two-state solution. Reality check: a two-state solution has been an elusive goal for many Middle East diplomats for decades, and it's unclear whether the post-war political situations for Israel, the Palestinian Authority, and neighboring Arab nations will allow any renewed peace process, particularly such an ambitious one. Let's bring in our panel. Byron York, chief political correspondent of the Washington Examiner, Leslie Marshall, Democratic strategist, and Josh Kraushaar, a Fox News radio political analyst. Josh, what do you make of that?
Well, there's a little bit of tone deafness from the Biden administration's response. They've been pretty strong in their support for Israel, and at the same time, they've been urging caution in private. And look, from Israel's perspective, the main goal is to take out Hamas, to engage in what is going to be a very bloody, very, very difficult invasion in all likelihood in the coming days of a very, very difficult territory. And look, there is a need to think about what Gaza is going to look like in the future, and that's certainly been a message from White House leaders and from John Kirby at the briefing today. But I think there's a disconnect between what the United States wants, and some of the Israeli press have called it a bear hug, that they're very closely aligned with Israel in public, but in private they're constraining the Israeli response and maybe offering a lot of caution, when in Israel they want to take out Hamas and deal with the terrorist threat and restrain and come up with some deterrence against a very, very deadly threat on their border.
You know, for years, I had Dr. Charles Krauthammer at my first base on the panel, and we weighed in about Israel and Middle East peace a lot of different times. I just want to play this soundbite. This is from 2014. We like to do this to look back at our late colleague, because he often said things then that still are very prescient now. Take a listen.
The Palestinians, the moderate Palestinians, the Fatah Palestinians, Abbas, have shown again and again that in the end, when it comes to making the final deal to get a peace with Israel, they are not interested. And the reason is this: they will not accept a Jewish state in their midst. And as Netanyahu said, Abbas repeated that again, they will not recognize a Jewish state. And once you make a pact with Hamas, which is openly dedicated, proudly dedicated to destroying Israel and to actually attacking Jews all over the world. That's actually in their charter. You have announced you're not interested in peace. Israel can't possibly conclude a peace with the Palestinian government, half of whom is consisted of people who want to destroy Israel.
It's pretty amazing, Leslie. You could play that today, and it still works today.
First time I was ever on your show, I sat next to him. I was very nervous. I miss him very much. But I would have to say that when we look at what the president is saying, and to Josh's point, and even yours, Brett, I mean, the goal of not just Israel, the goal of the United States and other allies who back Israel, perhaps, you know, one would say the world, even Arab nations, is get rid of Hamas. And then what does it look like for Gaza and for the West Bank? Interestingly enough, most Gazans do want a two-state solution, but to Charles' point, most in the West Bank do not. But I think that's the only way going forward. I really do. This has been something that's been discussed between, you know, about 50 plus years. This is something the entire international community that support Israel and that our allies truly want. And this is a way where the Palestinian people won't feel that Israel are oppressors. They have their freedom, but nothing can be done until Hamas is gone. And obviously, recognizing the state of Israel has to be part of the terms of a two-state solution.
Byron, I want to turn, as this focus obviously is on the war in Israel, Jackie mentioned it in her piece, there is amazing growth happening in the economy for the Biden administration, 4.9%. If you look over the time here, this GDP growth is significant. The Wall Street Journal says that it is very strong, driven by a consumer spree. And you look at what's happened here just in this last quarter. Yet when you look at the president's economic poll numbers, they haven't caught up. 37%, 4.9% may change that dynamic, Byron.
Well, that's because the chart is very impressive, but people haven't really felt it in their lives. First of all, we should say this is a time when a lot of people, including me, thought there would be a recession by now. And instead, not only is there not a recession, but you've had really, really high growth in this previous quarter. So give the Biden administration credit for that. On the other hand, people are feeling that their purchasing power has been greatly diminished, that inflation has cut into their quality of life, that they can't buy a house. We're seeing people withdraw from their retirement funds to make ends meet. So there's still a real sense of hardship out there. So when they see, wow, 4.9% in the preceding quarter, it doesn't really affect them because it's not showing up in their lives.
Yeah, but you still got to give it credit for a GDP at 4.9, which we mentioned in the show, and we wanted to point out here. Panel, thank you. A little shorter tonight. Appreciate it. And finally tonight, today's throwback.
We are the land of the free because we are the home of the brave.
40 years ago today, Ronald Reagan addressed members of a Jewish congregation and community leaders at a temple in New York. The president promoted a revival of American patriotism and stated our country's firm commitment to Israel. President Reagan's remarks included remembering our Judeo-Christian tradition, rejecting anti-Semitism, embracing civil rights, and renewing the American spirit. I head back to the East Coast tonight after my book event here at the Reagan Library. Thanks for inviting us into your home tonight. Fair, balanced, and unafraid. It's always great to be here at the Reagan Library. Thanks for having us again. Leave you with some shots. The Ingram Angle is next.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingram. This is Ingram Angle from Washington on a very busy Thursday night. Today, the Pentagon was finally forced to admit the details about the growing number of attacks on U.S. troops in the Middle East. So far, Iran-affiliated organizations have launched 12 attacks against our troops in Iraq and another 4 in Syria. Now, the news comes as Israel's ramping up its strategic strikes inside Gaza ahead of a full-fledged ground invasion. We're going to have a live report from Jerusalem in moments. But we start tonight in Lewiston, Maine, where police have launched a massive manhunt for the man suspected of killing 18 people at 2 different locations. Last night's surveillance video showed an individual heavily armed at the scene of these shootings. He was later identified as Robert Card, an Army reservist with documented mental health issues. Now, at this hour, the search for the alleged killer continues. Of course, as darkness falls, temperature drops, law enforcement sources tell Fox that there are multiple surveillance aircraft scouring the area that are equipped with heat-sensing technology. Now, what makes this effort more difficult is the training, the military training that Card has. Plus, this detail that we learned late today law enforcement believing that Mr. Card had planned this attack well in advance and actually had several hiding spots selected in order to elude authorities. For more on where things stand at this hour, we go live to the ground where Fox News correspondent Marley Line is standing by in Lewiston. Molly, I know there's a flurry of activity at two properties that are affiliated with Card in the past couple hours. What can you tell us?
Absolutely. Laura, things are pretty noisy over there. They're still looking for Robert Card. This is in essentially what's his hometown. It's about 16 miles from here in Bowdoin, where his family owns a number of properties. There have been some flashbangs heard in that area. It's essentially a law enforcement tactic in an effort to draw him out. The only thing is that he may not be there at all. So essentially, they're looking through that hometown, 16 miles from here, where these two shootings occurred in Lewiston, Maine, at the two different sites, one at a bowling alley, one at a pool hall restaurant. As you mentioned, 18 people killed, many others injured, some still fighting for their lives. To potentially draw Card out tonight, there have been a number of things happening throughout the day. They've been looking in the woods. There have been roads shut down. This is an ongoing effort, but things all began unfolding yesterday at 6:56 p.m. Lewiston police responding to those two incidents. By 8 o'clock, the Maine State Police had announced an active shooter situation. By 10, officials are warning residents to avoid the area until an all clear is given. That did not happen. By 10:25, the Androscoggin County officials issued a countywide shelter-in-place order. People are still being urged to stay in their homes. And at 11 o'clock last night, Lewiston police named Robert Card as a person of interest. Another thing of particular note, the Coast Guard also involved in this search. They're up in the sky over the Boothbay Harbor area earlier this evening. Notably, Card's vehicle, a Subaru, was found in Lisbon. That's about 15 minutes here from Lewiston, the Lisbon area. There's a river that runs through there. This is the thing about Maine. There are rivers, there are woods, there are lakes. This is a very tough area to search. A lot of nooks and crannies, and it gets into what you're talking about the law enforcement communications, internal communications revealing that Card is a firearms instructor in the Army Reserves, and then you mentioned those mental health issues. Those internal information from law enforcement is that he was hearing voices and had actually been committed and received some mental health care for a few weeks over the summer. But he remains armed and dangerous, and as you mentioned, Laura, importantly highlighting his background and the type of skills that he may have as he continues to elude capture at this hour. Back to you.
Molly, thank you so much. Joining me now is Chris Fvck, former FBI Assistant Director, Paul Muro, attorney and former head of intel operations at NYPD. Chris, now, authorities say they reportedly want to take him alive. How difficult is that going to be, given what looks like his planning and his mental state that authorities were aware of? There's a lot about this case that is extremely disturbing in the run-up.
Yeah, Laura, it's a highly lethal combination. The mental illness, a well-trained military from the Army. He's a firearms instructor. He's desperate. He's already killed in a mass shooting innocent people who probably just froze. You know, a lot more, in most cases, you'll see more wounded than you will killed. In this case, it's the reverse. So he knows what he's doing. He's not going to be taken alive.
Well, Paul, as we noted, the suspect has this long list of mental issues, including hearing voices. He allegedly made threats to shoot up the National Guard base in Maine. And according to the AP, he was committed to a mental health facility in July after acting very erratically while he was at West Point, where he was training cadets. One of his unit mates described him as one of the best riflemen that in the entire unit. So this is, again, a former head of NYPD. How did we not have any of these red flags sooner to stop this massacre?
Well, there were a lot of red flags. Just to be clear, Maine has what's known as a yellow flag law. And under the yellow flag laws, the only people that can refer somebody like this guy to a civil court in order to overcome the Second Amendment and take his firearms away from him are law enforcement. Red flag laws, family members can do it, other people who are positioned to see that he's sliding off the deep end and get the guns away from him. It's you need due process, And it's not a simple process. New York has this procedure. Maine, however, had what was believed to be maybe the model for the future in a lot of states, because it was only going to be law enforcement, as in the police or prosecutors. Now, it is coming to light that maybe he did have a brush with law enforcement relative to this mental health issue that he had in the 2-week stay in July in a mental health facility. These are questions that people are going to be looking back on, but the most important thing now is to try to get this guy, and as Chris said, there's a lethal combination between the training he has not only militarily, but his outdoor training. You know, he's an outdoorsman and he knows the terrain up there. He's well equipped. You can see he was wearing combat gear. His pockets were bulging with likely extra magazines. This guy is not going to go easily, and the task force up there has their work cut out for them.
Now, Chris, given the fact that we know he was involved in advanced planning for these horrific murders that took place and also hiding places, how dangerous is it for the authorities searching for him? I mean, someone like him, if he's hearing voices, you could see he would turn himself into a sniper against the police and other law enforcement in search of him.
Yeah, well, first of all, you know, they found the car by the dock, by the river. He either jumped into a switch car and he's hundreds and hundreds of miles away, or he went into the woods. And I think it's highly likely he went into the woods, and law enforcement's going to have to go in and get him. They're going to have to set up a large perimeter, which they already have. And of course, they got aerial assets. But like Eric Rudolph, the Olympic bomber, he knows the area better than the authorities. He hunts in that area. It's likely he prepositioned hideouts throughout the area with ammunition as well, supplies. And law enforcement's going to have to go in and get him. And as you say, he had the advantage. Eric Rudolph later said he would hide in the woods, and law enforcement would come within 10, 15 yards of him, never saw him. So he could pick officers off if they're not careful. It's going to have to be a tactical operation over a huge area, and it may take a long time, which means resources eventually start melting away. So I think I think he's in the woods somewhere. People go like this, go where they're familiar, and I don't see him meandering around the country in a car.
Now, Paul, do you agree with that? I assume, you know, they have dogs on premises. They're drawing down at the various locations where they know he has affiliations with certain properties. Tell us what that means.
So, you know, there's this reporting that some flashbangs were heard. You use the flashbangs to do dynamic entries, generally for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you think you might be walking into some booby traps. So they may have been concerned about that. You also do it to flush out the suspect. Another reason is to stun any animals, usually a dog. It doesn't hurt the dog. The idea is to do this humanely. The dog is stunned, and then you can corral him in a humane way. So they're hitting his locations. Apparently, the family has a number of properties. They want to make sure he's not in there. My understanding is that they're drawing down from there up in Maine right now. So it looks like that might have been an empty well. So I think I would have to agree, if we had to make a call right now, I think he's going to go to what's familiar. We know he's an outdoorsman. We know he'd become increasingly paranoid. The reporting is that he's been losing his hearing, and that he's been hearing these voices more or less at the same time, contemporaneous with losing his hearing. And some of the reporting now that's coming out is that the voices he was hearing, he was contending to relatives, were people at the two locations that he went shooting at. He heard in his head people talking about him. So I think you get somebody here, you're starting to see an image of somebody who's increasingly isolated, somebody who's hearing things that nobody else is hearing. He's got an edge against the world. This doesn't strike me as somebody that's very sophisticated, that's going to start going all over the country. You know, they'd be tracking his credit cards. Obviously, if his phone goes on, they're going to hit that. I think he's likely in the woods, places that he's familiar with, and that turns this thing almost into a military operation.
Well, he might have a police scanner. We'll learn about this as the night, and let's hope it's quick, the time goes on. Chris and Paul, thank you. All right, liberals, of course, prefer to dwell on shootings that occur every weekend in places like Chicago or Oakland or Baltimore. No, of course they don't. Well, places with tough gun laws have huge crime problems in the United States. But of course, if there's a horrible shooting committed by a crazed lunatic in small-town America, as we have now, they're going to jump on the opportunity to try to take guns out of the hands of law-abiding citizens.
We must continue to speak truth about the moment we are in. Gun violence has terrorized and traumatized so many of our communities in this country. And let us be clear, it does not have to be this way, as our friends in Australia have demonstrated.
Now, let's take a look at what Australia has actually done. In 1996, the country launched a huge crackdown on gun ownership, outlawing automatic and semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. They also launched a mandatory nationwide gun buyback. More than 640,000 guns were destroyed that year. In order to own a gun in Australia, you need to have a, quote, genuine reason for having one. And to go even further, they are right now trying to create a national gun registry. Joining me now is Youir, Second Amendment advocate and attorney. Kotel, is Kamala signaling a gun grab? As their dream is a gun grab in the United States. Is that not true?
No, that's absolutely true. She was even asked one time during an interview if she believed in a mandatory buyback, which is basically a euphemism for a confiscation. And she basically said, yes, that's exactly what I want to do. But they like to use these euphemisms to fool a lot of people in the masses so they don't realize that a gun buyback, a mandatory gun buyback, is literally a gun confiscation, which is exactly what they did in Australia. They call it a buyback, but it was mandatory, which is a confiscation.
So it's just the semantic game that they're playing. What was interesting, Kotel, today, and looking through the coverage of what was happening, these horrific killings in Maine, is individuals who were barricaded in their homes would come out and talk to police and come out and talk to the media. And so many of them were saying, you know, thank you for being here to the police. I wish I owned a firearm. I saw that 3 or 4 times today. And I think when people feel vulnerable, they wish they could defend themselves.
Yeah, see, the irony is Maine is considered, the second most safest state in the country. And they also are considered one of the most pro-gun states in the country. The thing is, though, when you live in a very safe environment, sometimes we get lulled into complacency. And we think that we're safe because we feel safe, which doesn't necessarily mean you are safe. And then when you start to realize that, you know, maybe I should have a firearm, it usually happens when it's too late. And so that's why you have individuals now saying, well, now there's a manhunt going on and the police don't know where he is. And now you're at home, you don't have a firearm and you have no means to protect yourself, and neither can the police because they're too busy looking for the guy. So that's the one thing that I've always tried to hammer on to people with respect to the Second Amendment. It's there to give you the ability to protect you and your family. And I just wish that people would understand that. But because of the semantics and the games that the left likes to play with respect to the Second Amendment, they fall into this belief system that nobody needs a firearm until you do. And then at that point, it's too late.
Yeah, or you have to you have to go to the government to justify your exercising your inalienable rights, which is not the way the founders understood it. Kotel, thank you so much. Now, Israel conducts its largest ground incursion to date into Gaza. A live report on that in moments. Plus, my commentary on why the activism on the left right now could produce a fatal schism for the Democrats. Stay there.
This feels like something you do not want to be alone in.
I have a feeling it's going to be a long night.
Don't be scared.
No problem.
It looks like you may have a visitor tonight.
What? What was that? I gotta get out of here. I can't do this alone.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
I have a tremendous love for Israel and the Jewish people. This is why I'm partnering with the Fellowship. It gives me a way to authentically bless Jewish people in need around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
Tonight, Hannity hits the road. We are on Capitol Hill for an exclusive interview with the brand new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. No questions off limits tonight on Hannity.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine!
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics. It stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury. I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not welcome to expansion of the war in the region. But I warn, if the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire.
That was the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon ratcheting up the rhetoric against the United States. Yeah, he was threatening us as troops, of course, are preparing a full-scale invasion into Gaza, Israeli troops. Joining me now from the latest from Jerusalem, Fox chief breaking news correspondent and host of Fox News at Night, Trace Gallagher. Trace, are the Israelis deterred at all by these threats from Iran?
Yeah, I mean, the Israelis and the United States both taking a very big focus on this, Laura, because you have to keep in mind in just the past 8 days, there have been 16 attacks against Middle Eastern U.S. military facilities, including 12 in Iraq and 4 in Syria. In those attacks, we're talking about 21 military personnel that have been injured, including some of them with temporary brain injuries. We didn't know about any of these attacks until just a few days ago, and now you have the Pentagon moving missile defense systems this way, as well as military personnel. President Biden keeps telling Iran, don't, and yet Iran, they do, and they keep doing. The incursion that happened today in Israel was the biggest ground movement since day one of the war. We're talking about a significant number of Israeli defense forces along with tanks going into Gaza for specific purposes of targeting certain terror targets. This is all in preparation for the impending ground war. The question is, when will that stop? I talked to a family today whose son is being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas, and they say they're not political, but they would really like this ground delay to hang on for a while, to give them time, for one, to bring some weapons in, defense systems in, and two, to bring the hostages out. But meantime, Laura, when you look at the overall picture, it's not like you just have IDF forces sitting there on the border with Gaza waiting to go in, because IDF forces have been highly successful. In just the past 4 days, there have been 800 strikes on terror targets, and they have killed more than a dozen top Hamas leaders, including one of those leaders who helped plan the October 7th attacks. Will the ground war happen? Israel says yes. Everybody agrees it will happen. The question here is when. Laura.
Trace, now what does this all mean for the Americans who are still in the region and the hostages?
Well, for the hostages, it's one of those things where nobody knows any information. The family I talked to today, Laura, I mean, this is a family who's lived in Israel for 16 years. They're from California. I talked to them, and their son has been missing now for 20 days. They have not gotten any information at all. It's the same with all of the hostage families. They have got zero information. As far as the Americans just living in the Middle East, in Israel, we're talking about hundreds of thousands. And, of course, the administration had a worst-case scenario plan to evacuate those people from the Middle East should this war explode. They hope it doesn't come to that, but we are kind of inching closer to conflicts from all sides, and that's a big concern going ahead with this ground invasion.
Trace, there was an issue today with the Pentagon kind of slow-walking some of the details about these attacks on American troops in Iraq and in Syria. People are asking questions about the traumatic brain injuries, then the report that the troops were returned to their bases after these injuries. What can you tell us about that?
And we've been asking for 3 days now, why did it take so long? Why is it that just a couple of days ago we started getting information about these attacks? And first, when we got the information about the number of attacks, they had people injured, and you got breaking news, Laura. We'll get back to more details after that.
All right, Trace, thank you so much. We have a Fox News alert. In the last hour, law enforcement sources have been increasingly focused on the home that's connected to Robert Card at the address 941 Meadow Drive in Bowdoin, Maine. Now, we've just gotten word that activity has picked up in a big way there, with reports of authorities yelling, "Come out with your hands up." Molly, that should tell us a lot. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's essentially exactly right, Laura. We just saw moments ago here from Lewiston a significant amount of law enforcement with the lights flaring and blaring, rushing out of here. I would say probably about 10 cars. And then a few minutes after that, in that community, as you mentioned, this is his hometown. This is the family area, the residents. They're near that Meadow Road area. The officers there on site are asking someone, they're saying, you know, obviously looking for Robert Card, anyone inside the residence, we can guarantee your safety if you walk out outside the house, put your hands on the truck in the driveway. We want to talk to you. We need you to come outside with nothing in your hands, put your hands in the air and walk to the truck in the driveway. They're not saying specifically Robert, they're just saying anyone inside the building, come out with your hands up. We can guarantee your safety. Come out now. Now, we don't have confirmation that there's actually someone in that building, or if they're doing something similar to what they were doing earlier in the evening with those flashbangs, where law enforcement were saying it's not necessarily that someone is inside, but this is precautionary, and if someone is inside, we would want to give them the opportunity to come out or to flush them out and to try and come to some sort of safe conclusion if the suspect in this case if Robert Card is inside. But right now we're still waiting on confirmation, but that's unfolding as we speak there in that area, and that is the family residence not far from here, and it is about 16 miles away in the distance, and they've been very active there, zeroed in on that area in these recent hours. Laura.
And Molly, there's no sense at all that this is anything but one individual, correct? There's no sense that there could be others assisting him on the ground, anyone assisting him?
Yeah, we hadn't gotten that kind of indication at all from law enforcement. They have focused in on this one individual, given us one name. The photographs that they've put out over the course of this investigation also showing one individual. The information we've received is all about this individual, and we haven't gotten any indication that there's something specific beyond that. Other family members have been cooperative in talking with law enforcement, sharing information that they have with law enforcement, and these property searches there. Apparently the family has sort of a collective of family properties.
Well, Molly, stand by. We're going to stay on this. Paul Muro is still with us with Chris Zwecker. Paul, you're listening to this report that police are saying, come out with your hands up. We're not getting any other information now, Robert Card, but they just said his name, Robert. Sorry, I'm getting information in my ear as I'm talking. Sorry about that. So what do you make of this, Paul, given what we're hearing now?
Well, hopefully this is him and this is it. It begs a couple of questions that come to me right away, which is, his car was abandoned about 7.5 miles from this location. So you have to say to yourself, how did he get from the car to home? And I'm surprised the dogs wouldn't have picked that up. So it was one of the reasons why, a lot of us thought, well, one of the first places they likely looked was the family compound, as it's been described. Supposedly there's a series of buildings and a series of properties. But you know what? This is the kind of thing where maybe he's got nooks and crannies. Maybe he's got, a cellar. Maybe, again, I go back to the booby trap idea. This is, he's got this military training. He may be hunkered down in something. As we said in the earlier segment, he's going to default to what he's comfortable with. And maybe this was an area that he felt like, he could retreat from the world. He's comfortable, and they've managed to flush him out. And maybe it was the dogs. Raises a few questions, but who cares about the questions? I hope it's him. I hope they get him.
Well, Chris, that is an interesting point, though, because if he's known to be increasingly paranoid, this individual, then he could be living out some sick fantasy here of, okay, they have me. I mean, these people steep themselves in online nonsense and in old movies and so forth, and who knows where he was hiding, if indeed he's in this building, and what is next for the authorities trying to apprehend him.
Well, Laura, they were there for two reasons. Law enforcement was. One, they were going to try to arrest him if he's inside. If he is mentally ill, and he could have just retreated back to his house, as Paul said, a place that he knows. But the other part of it is these tactical people, they're not going to go, if they find a locked door, they're there to search the residence as well if he's not there. They have a search warrant. They've been holding their peace and watching the place, see if he came back. If they find a locked door, they're going to back out a little bit and hold their positions and see if somebody actually is in there. Unless there's a hostage, there is no reason to enter and put an officer's life in danger. And I know that from being a SWATer in Miami for 8 years. It is, they'll eventually get around to that, but that's not going to be the first thing they're going to do. They're going to back off and see. It could be somebody else. It could be a family member. These are people in Maine who probably don't have love for the federal government, and they're mistrustful. So, it all remains to be seen. It's going to unfold here over the next couple of hours, but I'm not convinced he's in there.
And I just want to update the Fox News audience on exactly what we're hearing from our sources and our folks on the ground. Now, this comes courtesy of Fox News Digital. They did say his name, Robert, as I mentioned a moment ago, and they also heard, come out with nothing in your hands, as well as follow instructions and no one will get hurt. We want to do this safely for you and everyone else. Paul, it seems they're pretty confident it's he.
Right. Well, I mean, it certainly sounds that way. And, you know, they may just be defaulting to that because they heard something in there. They heard somebody in there. They may have some indication from talking to the families that, well, you know, there's this place on the property that he tends to hang out. Could be something like that. But you know what? What's going to happen now, especially if he's barricaded in there, this becomes a barricaded EDP job, for lack of a better term, emotionally disturbed person. And here's the credo for that. We take all the time necessary. There's no reason to rush it. There's no reason to force this thing to an unhappy conclusion. If he is indeed alone, and they know that he's in there, they have some indication that it's definitely him, they're going to go very far to try to talk him out first before anybody starts doing anything, you know, violent or kinetic, as the sanitary term goes. The MacGuffin in this, the thing that you can't really count on, is him. We know he's got the scope. It may be a night scope. That's not clear. And very clearly, he likes to shoot. And he also seems to be, you know, all in on this thing. This feels like somebody who's not going to go easily. So this could get a lot worse before it gets better. Let's hope for the best.
Well, Chris, and people watching this tonight don't sometimes focus on the difference between state law enforcement and federal law enforcement. And there are a lot of great people in state police and do an incredible job. But the feds have more technology, do they not? But this is not a federal case. This is being handled at the state level, Chris.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right now, there's no indication of terrorism, so it's likely that it's the highway patrol or state police with the tactical units supported by the FBI and FBI negotiators. But we really don't know. I mean, there are egos involved in these situations too, and I can't see the state police deferring to the feds when it's their primary jurisdiction. So I suspect the FBI is in a support role, ATF in a support role right now. I may be wrong about that, but I don't think so.
Well, also, we have learned through various reports throughout the day, Paul, that there was a note found at one of these residences that apparently is from him. I'm not going to call it a manifesto. We don't know anything about it yet. But this is part of a pattern as well in some of these shootings. They want to be famous. They want to be known for whatever deranged views they happen to have. What is the significance, perhaps, of that?
Well, as you said, we don't know the content of the note, and you know, it gets us into very dicey area because you don't want to glamorize this, God knows. And also, if the person is alive, it's evidence. One of the things that's going to go to that's very important, and you just alluded to it, Laura, is the motive. And if the motive takes you into a federal situation, now you have a different sort of case. If the manifesto, if we're going to call it that, is indicative of a political or an ideological motive, you may have a terrorism charge, you could have a hate crime charge. That gives you federal jurisdiction, and the whole thing could turn. But one of the things I would say is, and as Chris said, you know, you get egos and everything else, but in a situation like this, generally cooler heads prevail, the mature heads prevail. And I don't know who's got the tech now. I think that they're using the FLIR, you know, that's the heat sensor. That might be how they know that he's in the building. They might see movement of something that they didn't expect. And federal, state, whoever it is, there's a task force set up there. Somebody's making the call. I think they're going to do the right thing if it's him. But we just don't know. And the note could change the dynamic here significantly if it did, you know, present something like that.
Chris, in a situation like this, where he obviously has lots of family in the area, do authorities use family members, it doesn't sound good to say it that way, but you know what I mean, use them in their effort to reach out to him if indeed he's in that house? Is that part of the process here to get him to give himself up?
Well, it's certainly a tool in the tool bag. I mean, we don't know what kind of relationship he has with these family members. You know, if he is in fact in there, then that's a tactic that they can use, of course, and they won't hesitate to use it. I think right now they're trying to determine if anybody's actually in that house. So this is, you know, again, this is Maine, and this is a compound, and I will tell you, my mother grew up in Maine, and they're very suspicious of law enforcement in general, but especially feds. So this could be a regular family member, or it could be, you know, if there are family members nearby, they may not want to cooperate. They're being protected, by the way, by law enforcement in general, because there have been domestic abuse. There's been domestic abuse and restraining orders. We don't know by who. But he's a wild card.
And Paul, there were reports yesterday that he had access to watercraft, particularly and jet ski. Now, why wouldn't he have? I mean, it's kind of odd. Like you could use that to get away, and you decide to perhaps just go into your home or your family's property and hide in some trap door or whatever the heck he's doing. But talk about that for a moment.
So there are a couple of counterfactuals embedded in that narrative. The car is abandoned about 7.5 miles from the shooting location, Lewiston, in an area called Lisbon, which is an even smaller town than Lewiston. And it was abandoned very close to a boat ramp near the river that runs through there. And the river is very long. It runs into other states. And he does have a boat that appears to be registered to him. Some of the reporting says 2. I haven't seen a confirmation of his ownership of the jet ski. The counterfactual, however, is that according to the reporting, the location that the boat ramp is saying, the owners of the boat ramp are saying that there was no activity at that location. So I don't know if that means there was a camera there and they didn't see him on the camera or what it is, but you know, it's a pretty simple, 2 + 2 = 4. The car is there, it's abandoned, it's near the river. We know he's got a boat, there's a boat ramp there. He's on the river. And when you look at his social media, he's got all kinds of shots of him on a river, not lakes, river. He's fishing on rivers. So it was a pretty good supposition to say this guy's on the water. He sunk the boat, ditched the boat someplace, who knows? Maybe he had another car stashed downriver and he's in the wind. But that is starting to sound to me and feel to me as we learn more about his mental state as maybe a little too fanciful. And I think that it may be more likely than not he's still in the area. I'm hopeful. We just don't know. We don't have enough facts. We're speculating. But it sounds like he was really living a slipping down life. There's reporting that he lost his job recently. I don't know that he had just the composure to manage to pull off something like that. And I think he may be in the area, either in the woods or hopefully in this location where they have him isolated.
All right, Paul, Chris, stay with us, please. I also want to bring in Ted Williams, former D.C. homicide detective. Ted, I know you've been following all the details. Authorities were reportedly at Card's home earlier today. So you would think they go to the home, that's cleared, but they could have drawn them back.
You know, it could have been quite a few things that could have drawn them back. And it may very well have been a phone pinging at that home that could have led to them coming back. They may have also gotten information from someone at the home who may very well be trying to assist them. But it is rather strange because, as we know, it was last night that this guy ditched his automobile there, and that was within about a 13-mile radius of his home there in Bowen. And no one certainly expected him to go back in that direction. There have been thoughts about maybe he was going to be out on his jet ski, or he took a jet ski along one of those riverways. Nobody knew, but I know that the Coast Guard certainly was following up on that. But then, as you remember, earlier this afternoon, we heard the loud bangs allegedly in the area of his residence. I would have to believe that the authorities believe something, and that they know a great deal more, of course. And I think Paul, who's there with you, can tell you they do, and Chris. And as a result of that, the information that they have, they may be trying to get him out of that home if he's there. They believe, and I'm sure they have it in a sense set up in a barricade-like manner.
All right, gentlemen, stay there. I want to go back to Molly Line, who has new information on what's happening outside of Card's house at this moment. Molly, what can you tell us?
Yeah, just a little more information that they are appealing directly to Robert and anyone else in the house, continuing to urge them to come out of the house if they are inside. You know, it's also worth noting that throughout the day we've seen police in tactical gear, particularly over in those areas in the Lisbon area and beyond down south, down in the area of where that family compound, as it's been described, as is located. Multiple structures there in this area, but they seem to be focused in on one particular home there on the property. Again, a megaphone directly appealing to Robert, to anyone else in the house, and they continue to urge someone to come out essentially peacefully to draw to a safe conclusion. And that's where we're just waiting to hear more now, and wondering how much more. I'm trying to keep an idea of if assets are beginning to grow greater in that area, and I'll keep you posted on that, Laura.
All right, Molly, thank you. Let's go back to Chris Swecker. Chris, his mental state has been described by multiple people as severely deteriorating over the last, 4 or 5 months. I mean, fast. Given that fact, do you believe that this yellow flag law in Maine should have been in play, that there was an opportunity to remove firearms from his home, given the fact that he was in the hospital, mental hospital for 2 weeks, and other threats that he was making?
I absolutely do. I think this, Paul talked about the yellow flag law. Well, the only difference between that and a red flag law is that only a law enforcement authority can file a complaint. Well, they can get information from other sources and go get the restraining order or the gun repossession order, whatever it's called. So I think this case, when we dissect it later, it's going to be a booming example of a systemic failure, and there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on the military here. They have their own systems. I know that. I've done consulting for the military at Fort Hood for various crimes that were committed there and suicides, and mental health was a big issue. The military has a system in place to either hospitalize or render somebody like that, or do an intervention, if you will. So they're not off the hook simply because they can't use civilian authorities. And then those civilians that knew about his deterioration really should have said something. That's almost always the case with these mass shootings.
Yeah, well, the one group doesn't talk to the next, and
right.
then the dots aren't connected. Chris, thank you. All right, let's go back to Paul Morrow. Paul, there was reporting earlier today about the massive problem with mental health in our military, in our society at large, after COVID, and obviously the economy difficult for a lot of Americans right now. This may be just one more opportunity for all of us, and including the U.S. military, to take a real serious look about what we're doing for our men and women in uniform and how we can better serve them and protect the public at the same time.
So I would agree, and I think that this case imports a great number of those issues. I don't know what COVID what effect that had on Card. I suspect we're going to hear some narrative about him being isolated, et cetera, but he did have access to the federal government. Now, look, one of the things that I always try to remind myself of in situations like this is let's remember who the good guys are here. And were there things missed? We may discover that in retrospect. But let's hope that people were trying to do the right thing. Unfortunately, the systems are never perfect. The yellow flag law is in place for a reason. It was considered to be almost a model for other states because it seemed to be working so well. But obviously, something here seems to have gone sideways, especially if he was making threats himself, because that, by definition, is a law enforcement issue. And so it should have been surfaced. But to your point, you're absolutely right. I saw it on the NYPD. I was there through the COVID years, as we call them. And there was a great focus on the fact, look, we had to come to work, and we all did.
Right.
But what happened was people got COVID. They couldn't leave their homes, and people were quarantined and things like that. I will say that the PD made a pretty good effort to try to make sure that people were kept an eye on. The police department has come a long way regarding suicide prevention. They have all these procedures in place that are non-pejorative. People don't get embarrassed. There's a quiet way to take the guns, things like that. You'd like to see more of that maybe in the military, but the bottom line is we have a Second Amendment. And right. In Maine and New England, it tends to go blue, but they're very libertarian. And the Second Amendment is very strong up there. You have a frontier culture, you have an outdoors culture, so it's an unusual place. And a lot of these issues come together in that area, and I think we're going to see a lot of that examined in this case.
We're going to get to possible toxicology issues in a moment, but Ted, I want to talk to you about his sister, who has made a comment that we can't confirm, that he perhaps was looking for his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend at this bowling alley. Does that sound like something that might have some validity to it, given his, reported state of mind?
Laura, it may very well have some validity, but I've studied these shootings overnight and into the day here, and I have been wondering if we have a spree killer on our hand rather than a mass shooter. There's a dichotomy. A mass shooter normally will go into one location and shoot that place up. A spree shooter will go into multiple locations, shoot the place up, escape, and at later time cool off, should we say, and later go and try to kill again. And as a result of that, with the fact that this man, Robert Card, went to 2 different locations, it could very well be that we have a spree shooter on our hand. And it may not be that he went to a bowling alley looking for his ex-girlfriend, because remember what we know. We know that he shot up the bar and grill, and then he left there and he went to the bowling alley and he shot up that place. Then he goes down the highway in his car and ditches his car in Lisbon, Maine there, and that is the last that is seen of him. So I think the authorities have been deeply concerned about the fact that he may act again. And that's part of their investigation, I'm sure, Laura.
Well, Paul, I brought the issue up of what kind of medication he may have been on, illegal drugs, legal medication for depression, anxiety. We've been asking for the Uvalde shooter's toxicology report for years now, still haven't gotten that. Would that perhaps be relevant here? And again, we're moving forward into this after he's taken. How concerned are you about that?
I think certainly, look, he did a pretty long stint under observation. 2 weeks is a long time. I can tell you, here in the city, we would get people who were hearing voices, maybe not taking their meds. You would take them to the facility, hospital, usually give them some fluids, make them take their meds, cut them loose. They're not there very long at all. The resources just aren't there. 2 weeks, long time. I suspect that the military was probably involved. He probably accessed that insurance. And I wouldn't be shocked at all. In fact, I would almost expect that we're going to hear he had meds, he didn't take them, or he had stopped taking them because he didn't like the side effects. You always see that. And, it's just an anecdotal observation I'm going to make now because you have the image up on the screen. But if you notice, he's a lot thinner in the stills, the video stills, from when he enters the bowling alley than he looks in that driver's license photo. One of the gripes that the mentally ill always have about the meds is that it makes them gain weight. And if he's very, very slim, again, it's just speculation, but if he's down 20, 30 pounds for some reason, it could be that he's off his meds. So I think that's very common. The problem is, once again, it becomes very hard to enforce this. There's a law in New York, Kendra's law, that came out of the fact that somebody who wasn't taking their meds pushed somebody in front of a subway car. It's just tough to enforce. It's a real rigmarole. It gets very legalistic. People lawyer up. They don't like it. And everybody's trying to do the right thing. But the bottom line is we really don't have the levers.
Well, our photographer, gentlemen, actually just got footage of the authorities making this announcement moments ago. Let's listen very carefully. Well, it's kind of difficult to hear it there, but you get the gist. Come out with nothing in your hands. Ted, the grievance that seems to always be intertwined with mental illness in these types of mass shootings. One of the common characteristics of mass shooters, the LA Times has an interesting piece about this today, is that there is an embedded sense of grievance. They lost their job, they lost their girlfriend, and they're acting out of some type of grievance or early childhood trauma sometimes. How likely do you think, given all the things you've covered over the years, how likely is it that that's part of what's going on here?
Well, that certainly is going to be part of the investigation. But I think we have to go with what we actually know at this time. And what we know at this time is that this guy, Card, spent at least 2 weeks in a mental institution, that he wanted to shoot up a base, that he had what I defined as a persecution complex, and that is he believed that everybody was against him. And when you look at that fact, and the fact that he was a firearms instructor and that he had access to guns, that in and of itself, Laura, is a very dangerous concoction. But here it was, and this is what law enforcement is faced with there at that door right now. At some stage or another, after talking for so long, they're going to find a way to breach and to go in there. They're not going to just let it remain a barricade. And so we just have to watch what law enforcement is doing on that scene. But I have to believe that they know a lot more about what is going on and perhaps his location than they're letting on to the public at this immediate time.
All right, I'm going to go back to Molly Lyon, who has new information on the activity at Card's house. Molly.
Yeah, just a little tidbit. There is a chopper there. It is circling fairly low. It's been described as coming down in lower altitude than it had been before. And there's one additional police vehicle that arrived shortly. They've apparently stopped yelling in the loudspeaker in the direction of this home and in the direction of this property. But they're clearly keeping an eye on it. And once again, there's no indication specifically that they know for certain that Robert Card is in this house or in this building. But it just appears that from a cautionary, they're asking if this individual is in there or if anyone is in there to come out and trying to make reassurances. But once again, that conversation part of it had stopped about 10 minutes ago, and now the chopper has come down and is there and circling in the area, keeping an eye on things. So we're waiting to see if this turns into something more, but right now they're keeping an eye on that property for sure. Laura?
All right, Molly, thank you. Bring us more as you get it. Now, I want to bring in Randy Sutton, retired Las Vegas police lieutenant. Randy, you've been watching all of this. Now, the chopper circling after, again, they returned to this property after they already had visited it earlier today. What is this signaling?
Well, that means they must have some additional information that makes them want to come back. Now, the curiosity that I have is, do they have a search warrant yet? Because that would be the next step. There are certain things that would go into the surveillance of this house. Having the air unit there, of course, is very, very important. The officers on the perimeter. Now, the personnel that is around this house right now, are they patrol people? Are they the SWAT teams? Remember that there's a lot of resources being thrown at this, including probably the FBI hostage rescue team has probably been offered. I don't know if they've taken that, or SWAT teams from the state police. Now, if that's the case, then they have a lot of technology at their disposal to try and determine if this individual is in there, and if so, what part of the house is he? Remember that when making an entry into a property like this, into any house, is exceedingly dangerous for law enforcement. You know, the doors and the windows are the fatal funnels, is what they're called, because they, of course, you know, in order to breach the house, they have to go in at some point of entry. And it's usually a door, and it's usually there's a stack of
Randy, hold on. Randy, hold that thought for 1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Molly has some information on the point you just raised on the search warrant. Molly, what can you tell us?
Very wise. Randy just about called it here. This is from the public information there at the Department of Public Safety. Law enforcement officials are currently there at that Meadow Road location in the town of Bowdoin to execute several search warrants. The announcements that are being heard over the loudspeaker, they're describing them as about safety being involved, that it is unknown whether Robert Card is actually in any of the homes that law enforcement are looking to search, but law enforcement officials are simply doing their due diligence. They're tracking down every lead in an effort to locate and apprehend Card. The announcements being heard are standard search warrant announcements when executing a search warrant. aiming to ensure that safety is involved for everyone. So there you go. Randy called it. They've got their search warrants, and they're trying to get some work done over there in that area along Meadow Road where those family properties are.
I just couldn't imagine they didn't have a search warrant already, Randy. I mean, this is a fast-moving situation, but did you learn anything new about this situation, given the fact that this was an exigent public health and public security situation developing, so that gives them the authority to go in?
Well, yeah, exactly. And but the fact that they do have the search warrant, that gives them the legal ability to do it without having to, if you go in just on exigent circumstances, then the burden of proof, should they take him into custody, the burden of proof is on the state. If there's a search warrant, the burden of proof changes. So because the search warrants, so if they're building a case against this individual, having the search warrant is critical for a possible prosecution later on down the road. But let's get to the meat and potatoes of making an entry into a property like this. That's why I'm curious as to the personnel that are in place. It is generally, especially when you're talking about the possibility of an armed suspect, they're not going to be, road troopers or road deputies that are going in unless they're really seriously exigent circumstances. It would be a specifically trained SWAT team that is equipped with the proper equipment in order to make an entry that is higher level ballistic vests, higher level shields, so that the safety of the officers.
Yeah. We just found out, Randy, the Maine authorities said it is not clear whether he is present in any of the properties that they're currently at and surveilling. Hold on, let's go back to Ted. Ted, so you heard that they don't know where he is. I mean, it seems like so far, at least right at this moment, this is a guessing game, and maybe some good guesses here, but they don't know.
It's like a needle in the haystack, but one of the things that all of our guests know, that when you have a barricade situation like this, Laura, you have dogs or you have robots, you can send those a dog in there first before you even gain entrance in there. So it's kind of confusing for them to be hollering, come out, come out. That's understandable. But at some stage or another, with the search warrant, they're going to send either dogs or animals or a robot in there before they themselves go in, if they believe he's there. But this is like a needle in a haystack. This guy could be anywhere, and he may not even be in the area there. And he could very well now be outside the perimeter that they have set up, meaning law enforcement.
Paul, at what point, we'll go back to Paul Muro for a moment. Paul, at what point would they go in if they believe that he was going to kill himself, as many of these mass shooters do at the end?
Well, quite frankly, I don't think that they're going to risk a life and limb on the part of law enforcement if they think he's going to kill himself, because it's going to be very, very hard to tell that. And, if he's holding a gun to his head or something like that, they see that, he can obviously change his mind. Generally, the mindset in something like this, when you don't have hostages, he's in there by himself, he's isolated, he's contained, and the area is controlled. And that's a key point here, because we know we have the helicopter up top. And that's there to make sure, again, they don't know this compound. They got a search warrant. I assume it's for the whole location. They may have a consensual as well from the family. That's not clear. He was apparently living with relatives, so they would be in a position to give the consensual. But the bottom line is that it's better to wait them out if you can. Now, that can get very resource intensive. It can get very tiresome, and that's where you get the hostage negotiation people in place. A hostage negotiator doesn't necessarily have to be deployed just if there's a hostage. You can get somebody who's going to try to sweet talk them out of there. So generally, you're going to take all the time you need to try to get to a peaceful resolution.
Yeah, and at some point they know he is going to have to sleep, and that will play into to all this as well. Paul, Ted, Randy, thank you all for being with us. That's it for us tonight. Stay with Fox all night long for the breaking coverage. Jesse takes it from here.
A massive manhunt's underway for a man who massacred over a dozen people in the state of Maine.
Robert Card, 40 years old, is the primary suspect in a mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, that left 18 people dead, 13 injured. At this moment, authorities, including FBI SWAT teams, using robots and drones, have surrounded his home in Bowdoin, Maine. They're serving a search warrant. Police helicopters are up above. Loud bangs were reported from the house. We believe they may have been flash grenades deployed by law enforcement. Police on bullhorns have been heard saying, "Walk out with your hands up." The police do not know if the suspect is inside the house. They have not made contact with anybody inside yet. The suspect is believed to be armed and dangerous and has been on the loose for the last 24 hours. Last night, around 7 o'clock, gunfire rang out at a bowling alley. One eyewitness had to hide behind the bowling pins.
Out of nowhere, he just came in and there was a loud pop. Thought it was a balloon. I had my back turned to the door. And as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, he was holding a weapon, I just booked it down the lane, and I slid basically into where the pins are and climbed up in the machine and was on top of the machines for about 10 minutes until the cops got there.
20 minutes later, shots were fired at a bar and grill, just 4 miles south. Police believe the attack was premeditated. Now, police don't have a motive, but the suspect's sister says he may have gone looking for an ex-girlfriend. Robert Card is well-trained. He's an Army reservist. He's extremely proficient in the use of firearms. He's an expert marksman, also an avid hunter and fisherman. It's reported that he had a new hearing aid, which caused him to hear voices in his head. He was picking up more audio in his hearing aid and apparently heard people talking trash about him. His brother-in-law says Card would get mad when people didn't believe him. His family thought he was losing it. The shooter also threatened to shoot up his own military base. Base commanders sent him to a psychiatric facility for 2 weeks for an evaluation. The facility was in West Point, New York. And despite being involuntarily committed to a mental health institution, he still had access to firearms. Roughly 4 hours after the shooting, his Subaru hatchback was found 15 miles away, parked by a dock. His boat is missing. Records show the suspect owned a jet ski and a motorcycle. Police have yet to establish a clear perimeter. Maine is the most heavily forested state in the nation. And with a man of Robert's background, he could have disappeared in the dark and dense terrain. Joining me now, Chris Baker, a regional SWAT commander who responded to the Boston bombing. What does your first instinct here tell you?
Well, Jesse, first, thanks for having me on, and I'd just like to offer my thoughts and prayers to all the folks up there in Maine with this horrible tragedy that's taken place. But, you know, it seems to me like it was probably pretty well planned. I think about that initial response of the officers being in their cruisers and being sent to the shots fired call, and all the chaos and stress that they must have been going through when they showed up on scene there. Initially, just like those heroes down in Nashville, they're going to come in and immediately try to stop the threat as quickly as they can. But now you have a different dynamic when the shooting stops and you can't identify who the suspect is, and you have all of these people that need immediate emergency medical care. So you have to be able to, I know here in Massachusetts, we're starting to unveil a new rescue task force where the police are working in tandem with the fire department to offer that medical aid to anybody who's injured and get them out to the hospitals as quickly as possible. As at the same time, the police have to provide a safety cordon around all of the EMS and fire personnel and protect everyone. So that must have been a very, very difficult situation to respond to. I know a few people that were there last night. They assured me they did a tremendous job, which I'm sure they all did. Then it progresses into a prolonged situation, which I can tell you is definitely extremely draining on all the resources. There's no doubt you have police officers that do not want to go home, that have been there for over 24 hours. with their sole intention of trying to capture this suspect and bring him to jail. And there's no doubt you have bosses that are ordering people to go home, to get a couple of hours sleep, to come back in. You have a prolonged situation like this, it takes the toll on everyone.
I bet it does. It's an absolutely chaotic scene. Right now they have one of his properties surrounded, and they have not yet made contact with anybody inside the house. What's the protocol there?
Well, that would be, as I listen to that, they probably secured the search warrants. They're going to execute the search warrants on the various properties where they might have found him. Certainly, they would be in no rush to go into the home, especially if they thought he was by himself and barricaded. I know that our team down here, the Metro SWAT team, that would be our last resort to go in and put our folks in harm's way or put him in harm's way.
So tell me what the step-by-step process is there right now. So if you're serving a search warrant, you haven't made any contact yet with anybody inside the home. You got the place surrounded and it's dark. How do you inch forward step by step and gain entry? What are the steps?
Right. The first thing you would do is, I assume they have portable lighting. So they would put portable lighting all around the house, and at one point they would tell all the different sides of the house where the SWAT operators are to hit the lights and illuminate the house. So that way now the officers are behind the light and they wouldn't be backlit. The next step would be to get on the bullhorn and to say, the police are here, we have a search warrant, we want you to come out. After a period of time where if that dialogue looks like it's fruitless, you might take some sort of less lethal munition, potentially break out a window to try to get his attention, to try to create some sort of dialogue. And of course, I'm speeding this up. This is going to be over the course of probably several hours. Eventually, they would more than likely breach the front door. I would assume they could send a robot, a drone, eventually a canine, and if the canine goes in, there would have to be a team that would be associated with that. But, I mean, we're talking that they could be 3 hours away from actually making entry into a home because that would be the safest manner to do that.
Got it. Chris, thank you so much, and thanks so much for your patriotism.
All right, great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, let's now bring in Callahan Walsh. He's the co-host of In Pursuit. Do you agree with that assessment?
We are going to see this play out over the course of a few hours. If law enforcement has that house surrounded, they're not going to rush in because that is the most dangerous part of the job, is going through a doorway. We've seen way too many law enforcement officers lose their life in the line of duty knocking down a door. And so they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that nobody on the law enforcement side is harmed. And so it is likely that this is going to take some time. If they truly believe he's in there, they're going to do everything that they can to bring him out safely, especially for those law enforcement officers that are there on scene.
So is this diverting attention? Do they have enough manpower if you got everybody descending on this one property and you got a large area here? I mean, they're going to have to deploy pretty much every resource possible. Does that put anything else at risk?
You know, my understanding is that local law enforcement, that jurisdiction is only 17 members strong.
Oh, God.
However, they've brought in a ton of other agencies, from the U.S. Marshals to the FBI to the Homeland Security. You know, they have a lot of resources now to bear. So I'm sure that there's a good amount of resources pointed towards that home right now, but they're not ruling anything out. The search for that boat is still top priority for them. The Coast Guards are on the search for that boat as well. So while they have, you know, a few cards to play looking at this house, they're not ruling anything out at this point.
So we have the boat. The boat is not there. The car was found by the boat. And our sources are telling us when you go downriver, there's a dam. So you're not going to be able to make it all the way out to the Atlantic. He had to have known that. Do you think the boat's a decoy?
It could be, and again, this is just a 15-foot lake boat.
Right.
You know, if he's headed out south, out to the ocean, that is not a seaworthy vessel you want to be on.
Right.
And now it's not getting too cold there tonight. It's going to get down into the 50s. But you know, when you're out on a boat, you're exposed to all the elements. It's not a place that you want to be, and so it absolutely could be the decoy that he was trying to throw law enforcement off by putting his vehicle there, possibly ditching the boat somewhere else. It's not been accounted for, and that's why they're not ruling it out. But again, at the same time, they don't have any information that he's taken that boat, you know, downstream or upriver.
Yeah, see, we're looking at live shots now that look like they have an armored vehicle approaching the house. this would be maybe carrying SWAT team members, maybe some of the robots that they're going to use to deploy inside. What kind of vehicle do you think that is?
Yeah, so that's going to be a heavily armored vehicle. Again, they want to make sure that nobody on the law enforcement side is injured in this. They're bringing every resource to bear. Again, I mentioned all the federal agencies that are there. They're going to bring all their resources, all their toys to make sure that they take this guy down and that nobody is injured. That's the last. He's already inflicted enough tragedy already with these these senseless murders, and so we want to make sure that justice is served for those victims and that no one else is harmed.
Callahan, take me back to the boat. Do we even know he was riding this vehicle that they found next to the dock with the boat missing? How do we know that wasn't staged? And if it wasn't staged, how do we know he didn't have another vehicle next to the dock?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, we talk about how he's been going through this mental health episode and he was hearing voices. That doesn't preclude him from creating a pretty clever plan when it comes to eluding law enforcement. So he could absolutely have all of this built up in his head, planning, who knows how long he's been planning this for. So these could absolutely be those red herrings that law enforcement is worried about, that he's planning his vehicle. It's the white Subaru that was known to be his vehicle that was found there. They do know that he had a boat and a jet ski as well. So this could be that red herring. That could be the wild goose chase that he wants law enforcement to go down while he takes a completely different path.
Yeah, and they found a handgun in the car. Callahan, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, here now, James Gagliano. He's a retired FBI supervisory special agent. So they're bringing in the armored car, and we don't know if the boat deal was a ruse. What's going through your mind?
I think, Jesse, the number one thing that concerns me, and it concerns all of law enforcement, you always want to reduce the variable count when you're looking at tactical resolution. This incident here has the biggest case of variables there are, and you spoke to him. The fact that there is a vehicle that possibly he could have been in, the fact that there's a boat that's missing that he could possibly be in. You see, the things you want to reduce on the variable count. Number one, you want to locate the suspect. We have a suspected mass murderer, so we're not guessing, hey, does he have a propensity to commit violence? He's done that. He's killed people, murdered them in cold blood. Number two, you've got a rolling crisis site, meaning you don't know where law enforcement are going to come upon him. Is he going to be secreted in the house? Is he going to be in a vehicle? Is he on public transportation? And then the worst piece of this is, could he possibly take hostages? That changes the dynamic, Jesse, every time we're doing this. If he's barricaded, we can stop, take a deep breath, come up with a good, deliberate plan. If he takes hostages, and we know he has a propensity, he's already killed people, then it changes the dynamic.
That's good analysis, and let's not forget he's owner of a motorcycle, too. So you're just going to add another variable to the mix. The fact that you have a hunter, someone who fishes, obviously can survive in the wilderness, familiar with this wilderness. What happens if he gets west? Or what happens if he gets north? And almost impossible at night in dense forests. He could be making major headway outside of any perimeter the police have set up.
Yeah, great point. The speed and alacrity with which he committed this heinous crime, I think killed 18 people. There's probably a dozen or so that are still wounded in critical condition, and then got away. He could be on the other side of the country by now. He could be on public transportation. He could be in a vehicle. He could be on foot. And Jesse, you know Maine. Maine is not exactly a state that you would say is full of urban areas. There's a lot of rural areas there. So you got to look at it from shutting roadways down, checkpoints. Then you got to worry about, hey, is he somewhere in some type of urban hide, or is he out in the woods? You remember Eric Rudolph, back the 1996 Atlanta bomber.
Yeah.
I mean, he hid out in the forest for years. So there's again, it's the variables here, and that's what's got everybody on edge, and that's what's going to make this so difficult to shut down.
Yeah, so he's like an hour or so, maybe more outside of Portland, Maine, and then you got the coastline right there. And you got Boston south, New Hampshire south. He could go north to Canada. Or, as you said, he could just stay in the woods in Maine for as long as possible. What would you, if you're, put yourself in the mind of this guy, what's the safest route?
Well, you know, over 55% of all these mass shootings, Jesse, there is thinking that goes into them before. These people are grievance collectors. There's something that bothers them, it eats at them. And then you add in the mental health and the mental instability component to that. Again, more variables. Look, this guy was not a dumb guy. 40 years old, Army reservist, had never been deployed. He trained, I think, in Wisconsin, Georgia, New York. He was just in Camp Smith in Peekskill, New York, just in July when they had him committed for a couple weeks to have a mental health evaluation. Look, I'm sure this guy gave it some thought, and then with typical grievance collectors, something happens that triggers it. And when you open the show, you talked about it, the possibility that he heard something in the bowling alley, something that irritated him, piqued him, and that's what caused him to go on this rampage. So, look, he's a petroleum supply specialist in the Army Reserves. I'm not suggesting he's a Navy SEAL or an Army Ranger, but he knows how to kill people. He's done it. He's an expert marksman, knows his way around firearms. Again, this guy is going to be a tough guy to hunt down, but he will be captured. He will be found if he has not killed himself already somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to be a tough hunt. And as you said, he will kill again if that's what it takes. Thank you so much. Excellent analysis.
Thanks.
Here now, former U.S. Army Special Forces and America Matters Executive Director Jim Hansen. So this guy has a grievance. We believe it was triggered from chatter or for an ex-girlfriend situation. Went in there, mowed down 18 people, boom, disappeared.
Yeah, exactly. And the question dangerous situation for all of us, for everybody on the response teams and for anyone inside the house, is if it's a hostage situation. If it's not, the available options for the response teams, for the operators going in, increases dramatically. And I think that is the situation we're hoping for. If he's in the house, they want him to be alone, because then they don't have to worry about anyone else potentially becoming, a victim.
So we heard about the protocol that they use to go in. It's maybe 3 hours. Why does it take that long if you're going to go in first with the bullhorn? Then you do the thing where it lights up the house. Then maybe a canine, maybe a drone. Why does it take 3 hours?
I think in every one of those situations, the goal is to take him alive and, give him over to the justice system. And for a lot of us, that doesn't make sense. That's kind of hard to swallow. If you've got the opportunity and the guy walks by a window, most of us look at that and say, have the sniper drop him at that moment. And I think that's an understandable sentiment. But that's not how our justice system works. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that may be a military response, but that's not what we're doing right now. So they're going to do everything they can if there's no indication that there are no other civilians, at risk currently, to resolve this without having to go to kinetic action. But if they do, they, like I said, can go in a lot different ways. They don't have to go through a door or a window. They can go through any number of different entry techniques. And then they're not looking to rescue a hostage. They're looking to take down a killer.
That's a great point. They're trying to apprehend this guy. So they have lights on the house now, and the property looks like there's a little bit of a grade going down. It's not flat land. It doesn't look like a big property. It doesn't look like it's multiple stories. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm making out a chimney, possibly. But how many entrances? It's got to be maybe 2 entrances max. They probably have the place surrounded. I would send in a dog, but what do I know? Why does the dog come last?
I think because they want him to walk out the door. That's the ideal situation, is they wear him down. He decides, okay, I did what I was going to do. And he either blows his own head off, or he walks out the door to do suicide by cop, or he walks out the door and surrenders. So any of those other techniques are designed to mentally degrade him so that he'll end this himself. And I'm fine with any of those ways. But Jim, if they have to go in, it's not just entrances.
Yeah,
okay.
But Jim, do you think this man killed this many people and then went home? I mean, he's either then a total sociopath who plans nothing, or he wants to kill himself. What do you think's going on here?
almost every one of these situations resolves itself with a dead perpetrator. You know, it's a rare thing when they're captured alive. So I think odds are he's looking to go out in a blaze of glory, and unfortunately will likely get that. And then we won't have the opportunity to put him on trial. I understand a lot of the public, and myself included, I could care less if he goes on trial. I want him to assume room temperature and never threaten another person. So, you know, as far as that goes, whatever they can do to get him out, I think they're obligated to try. But I think most of the public and a lot of common sense folks don't really care whether he ever sees the inside of a courtroom. I want him to see the underside of a tombstone.
Here, here. Jim, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Jesse.
All right, we got Dog the Bounty Hunter joining us now. Dog, you think this guy's in the house?
Boy, I don't know. You know, on the way to the studio, I just heard that he's in there. What a nut. I mean, he's mentally incompetent. Voices are talking to him. You never know when these guys get like that. Highly, highly trained. One of probably the most dangerous guys in a decade. Who knows what this guy's thinking? But I agree with everyone else that's been saying the first thing, I think the Coast Guard showed up, so they're probably in charge, along with the federal marshals. Their goal is to catch him alive. I know they probably got a negotiator there, somebody that's also military, trying to talk him out. If this guy went back home, he's more mentally off than I thought.
Yeah.
I thought he was, you know, my goodness. So, yeah, he went out, shot it all up, and then drives home.
Yeah.
Dear God, this guy wants to die.
Right. So, he's either a suicidal murderer who's maybe looking at his last couple minutes on Earth, or he's in the woods, Dog. And we looked at the map. I mean, if you get west an hour, you are in the middle of nowhere. How does that scare you?
Well, like I said, this is probably the most dangerous guy they've had in over a decade. And this guy is military trained. He's an alleged survivor, you know, for the woods. I don't know if that means because he's a fisherman. But I think if he's in a cabin somewhere, he planned this. He's got a place that's probably booby-trapped. He's a good sniper. He's just waiting on them to come. I guess he got on a jet ski, then got on his boat. All this, even though he's mental, this was all planned. The whole idea, all these guys, school shooters, killers like that, it seems like 98% of them hear voices. So I chased a guy one time and I asked the parents, will he, you know, use the gun that he's got? And the dad said, Dog, it all depends on what the drugs tell him to do. So in this time, will this guy shoot it out, brother? I don't know. It all depends what the voices tell him to do.
Yeah, and we don't even know what kind of drugs that he was given, or if he was even given drugs when he was involuntarily committed to the psychiatric institution. You said he could be in a cabin. He could be in the woods. Could have been booby-trapped.
Yes.
He's got a sniper position set up. What do you mean when you say he's got the cabin booby-trapped? And can't they throw a helicopter up there with the thermal sensory to see what's cooking?
Well, they can throw a sensory up there, but if they got a helicopter up there still, like he's probably booby-trapped it for people to walk up, where he's got things, who knows, some kind of something where he knows when someone's coming. And I've chased a lot of these guys, these mental guys, and before they're released from these mental hospitals, nowadays, brother, they give them a bunch of pills. Okay, you're fixed. Take 3 of these a day and keep on trucking. If you need us, call us. Especially these military guys from the VA, they drug them up. There's nothing else they could do, and they kick them out. So it could be drugs, but again, the voices. That's what scares me. The voices tell him what to do. This is like impossible, where he shoots it out, she kills all these people, and then goes home.
Right.
Well, I've never heard of that. Even Charlie Manson had more brains.
Right.
So I think he's, of course, if he's not there, you know, they're seeing ghosts, and he's in the woods somewhere, but wherever he's at, he's booby-trapped and ready.
So they're probably setting up checkpoints all over the place. And Maine is just a bunch of dark roads. Once you get inland a little bit, there's no lighting. There's no street lamps. There's absolutely nothing. So we don't even know what kind of
Yes,
vehicle he has. He has, as you said, a jet ski. We know he has a motorcycle license to his name, and now he has this Subaru that's sitting there empty with a handgun in it. Could he have commandeered another vehicle?
Well, the Subaru, the doors were open, is what it looked like to me. So that means he left in a hurry. Brother, when you stay out in the woods, I've tracked these guys in the dark. The first night, you can't see. The second night, your mind, whatever it's called, you can see. The second night of being there, you can see, not like you got a flashlight, but you can see. So you never know what he's using. Usually they lay down at night and, you know, they wait and then lay down in the day and at night make their moves. It's going to take a day or so to figure out his patterns. But again, this is offbeat for him to go shoot it out and then go home.
Yeah.
What sounds more like military is he's got, you know, a place booby-trapped. He's ready. And I think, again, that he may do it again. Like we all say, killers kill. Once they kill once, they get excited. Two guys tried to take him down. Did you hear that? And he fought them off and killed them. I shot them both. I don't know if he killed them. So this guy is a maniac. So who knows? Only time will tell. But this is very scary. The Coast Guard's in there. The feds are in there. It takes a lot of a man to walk up on these guys when you know they're out to kill you. This is where you separate the men from the boys, brother. These cops, they got the bravest men in America after this guy.
God bless. Doug the Bounty Hunter, stick around for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Here now, Chad Ayers. He's a former SWAT assistant team leader and co-founder of Proactive Response Group. All right, Chad, you heard what the dog said. I would be looking at some of his hunting buddies. This guy hunts in the area, knows the wilderness. He could have a cabin. He could have a little perch. I'd start there.
Absolutely, Jesse. And I tell you, there's always early warning signs in these types of shooters. With his background, with his expertise, with his knowledge of the land, it actually sets him up for an advantage for these tactical units. If he is out there in the woods, he definitely has the advantage over them right now.
So he knows the wilderness better than the law enforcement knows the wilderness. Even though they have all the technology, he knows the grooves, he knows the contours, he knows where each foot is going. How long could this possibly take if he's not in the house?
Well, that's the thing. I know we're talking a lot about the house, and look, I hope he is in there and we bring this thing to an end quickly. But again, we keep talking about Eric Rudolph. That was right above me in North Carolina. We know how long Eric Rudolph was on the run. Someone with the background that he has, a survivalist, someone that's an avid outdoorsman. This could go on forever. This could go on for many years. But all it takes is one slip up, one screw up. He's got to look over his shoulder every single day and hope to not get caught. I've just got to get lucky once.
So when you do these active shooter responses, that has to be incredibly complex and incredibly dangerous. You're bringing in every asset you have radio communications. What kind of things could go wrong?
Well, communication probably is the biggest thing. Having communication with everyone, making sure the right resources are in play. I'll be honest, I like that it's nighttime for me, using technology like the FLIRs, helicopters, things like that, utilizing our dogs. He's going to get tired at some point. He's going to screw up at some point, and they're going to be able to slide in. But again, without going into a lot of detail, there is a lot of advanced technology out there, Jesse, and I promise you that the entire, federal law enforcement, state and local are utilizing all those
Chad,
resources.
you can't tease me like that and tells me there's new tech that law enforcement has that we don't know about that's so good you can't tell me. You can't give me a little hint?
Well, let's just be, a lot of it's out there, right? Especially the FLIR. The FLIR device hooked to a helicopter, picking up heat signatures. I would just say there is technology out there that we can lock in on him and be within feet of him before he even knows it.
Could the heat thermometer go through a house?
100%.
So
They're
they know if he's
thermal
in there or not
devices out
right
there.
now, right?
I would have I would agree that there is a strong likelihood that they have a pretty good idea if he is in that house or not. Again, some of these heat signature devices, you have to be pretty close to the residence. I'm not sure, again, with the helicopter and the FLIR, how much heat signatures you're going to be able to get. Firemen use it all the time in fire. So, again, I don't know that standoff distance on that, but I can tell you that there is technology out there to be able to see if there's heat signatures and movement within that residence.
He might have to know that, though. He's well-trained. He's Army Reserve. He must know all the assets that could be deployed against him.
Jesse, I'll be honest. I just like Dog just said, look, I teach active shooter response for a living. This is what we do. The people who commit these attacks, they're mentally unstable, but with his background, he knows that. I just don't see him being in this residence. I honestly think that he is either out in the woods or he has crossed into the Canadian border.
You think he made it to Canada that fast?
I really do. I think someone that is that hyped up and is that crazy to go commit mass murder the way he did, he hit the road, whatever means he has, but I just don't see him being in that residence.
Do you think he's safer in Canada than he is in the middle of nowhere in the woods of Maine?
No, but again, they're criminals. They're not, I get it, he's got an extensive military background, but they're still not smart. All right, they still screw up from time to time. So I just think he's smart enough not to stay in that residence, knowing that you've got the entire Northeast law enforcement hunting you. He's planned this attack. The majority of these people that commit these attacks, they do plan their attacks. There's early warning signs in the majority of these shooters. The people that commit these attacks, there are a lot of early warning signs that we see. So he has planned this attack. And honestly, let's be honest, he parked the car there at the boat dock to throw law enforcement off. But again, you've got some of the most talented and seasoned officers up there searching for him. I think it comes to an end within the next 12 hours, honestly.
Okay. Even if he made it to Canada, that's pretty optimistic. And we're just hearing reports from people on the ground. They're saying they heard someone over the loudspeaker, clear the road, clear the road. And we saw a couple of vehicles leave the property. We don't know what that means, but we'll just bring that to your attention. If he gets to Canada, obviously this is an international fugitive. We have the Canadian Mounties. They're going to help us out. Would he be trying to stay in Canada, trying to fly out? What's the next step when you make it across an international border?
My thoughts are, with his background, wilderness. I don't see him trying to flee. Again, I haven't heard a lot of reports on the resources that he may have, financial resources or things like that. But someone, with his background in the wilderness, there's so much forest and woods up in that area right over the border that, again, just like Eric Rudolph, he could hide out for an extended period of time. But again, Eric Rudolph was caught because he got comfortable. He gets caught at a dumpster diving for food. He's going to run out of ammo sooner or later. You can only hunt and kill so many deer or whatever you're going to eat. You're going to run out of ammo. Sure, you can break into houses, but again, that exposes you, and you leave traces of DNA behind and other things like that. So living in the woods is very, very tough.
You sure are right about that. And remember, he can fish, too. So who knows how long he could last out there. Very good point, though. Law enforcement definitely has the clock on their side. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, Chad Ladd, now let's bring in Dana Lash. She's a nationally syndicated radio host. So, Dana, you've heard all about this guy's military background, what type of weapons he has. What does your instinct tell you what happened here?
Well, my first instinct, Jesse, and I hate that we have another atrocity like this, and I also feel like this is somebody that may have fallen through the cracks. And my first instinct is to think, I don't think that well, obviously we don't know everything. I mean, there are so many questions that still remain out there, the timeline of when he was committed. And I want to point something out for everybody, because everybody's been very, very careful in their wording on this. They're saying that this killer, just over the summer, just a few months ago, July of 23, that he was committed to a mental health institution. They didn't say that he was admitted. They said committed, which indicates that maybe, perhaps, and I know that law enforcement right now, their first priority is to capture this very dangerous monster. But at some point, this information will need to come out. If he was involuntarily committed, that makes him a prohibited possessor, and that opens up a whole bunch of other questions, Jesse. Like, for instance, I mean, this took place in New York. New York SAFE Act requires that mental health professionals who are treating someone, if they're involuntarily committed, they have to tell the Division of Criminal Justice Services. They have to look and see if this guy has a permit. Then you get into confiscation. Then, of course, his residence is in Maine. Did New York alert Maine? Was Maine aware? Maine has yellow flag laws. New York has red flag laws. At what point was there, if there was involuntary commitment, was there any intervention from authorities or by family? Because they have different processes in each state. So there's a lot of questions that come up, including whether or not he even legally obtained this firearm. There are a lot of unconfirmed narratives that are circulating on social media. But I do know one thing, Jesse, we don't know enough right now to claim that it was an inanimate object or it was the responsibility of law-abiding gun owners all across the country who see things like this unfold on television, and they're thanking God that they have a Second Amendment.
Right. So if, of course, especially with this, and you add the Hamas deal, obviously, what does it tell you if the family said this guy was bonkers, and the boss said the guy was bonkers, and the army base said the guy was bonkers? They wanted him committed. So you have like 3 individual people saying this guy was bonkers, and he still has guns. What happened?
Yeah, well, the family had said, they told the press that his mental taken a hit, that it was really deteriorating in the past year. And of course, in that past year, that's when he was talking about shooting up his base in New York. That's when apparently, his superiors decided that he was dangerous. They spoke to police. They had him, looks like, again, I'm going to use the phrase that's been reported, he was committed, and it doesn't sound like it was voluntary. So at what point, I mean, what were the terms of his release? Because it didn't sound like, Jesse, it doesn't sound like it was just a quick emergency hold for a quick evaluation. I mean, he was in there for 2 weeks. That's a significant period of time for something like this. So what were the terms of his release? I mean, for instance, Virginia Tech, the killer in Virginia Tech, the terms of his release and his treatment was that he had ongoing, he had to see a psychiatrist, he had to see a mental health professional. He didn't keep up with it, fell through the cracks, and then nobody saw when he got very bad. Was this similar? Is this a similar situation? What were the terms of his release? Did he have to go on treatment? Was he taking, serious medications for mental health impairment? And at any point, was he adjudicated? That's the other thing. If you're in there for 2 weeks, was he adjudicated, and the legal term is mentally defective, was he adjudicated in that process? And then at that point, was he a prohibited possessor? Was that reported to the National Crime Information Center? You'll remember with Sutherland Springs, this the horrible atrocity that took place in Texas, the individual in that case, his domestic violence convictions were not reported to the National Crime Information Center, which allowed him then to legally purchase a firearm.
Yeah, there's so much we don't know.
So we go back to the things that we don't know.
Yeah, there's just so much it's so early right now. We're not going to be able to make sense of it for probably another 3 to 4 days. Dana, you're already hearing, I believe it was Kamala Harris, say something like, oh, well, what they do in Australia, why can't they? Australia, I think they took away everybody's weapon.
And then ownership is back at the pre-confiscation levels, which completely undermines her point. And also, this is in Australia. And if we're going to talk about the criminal usage of firearms against innocents, then it's unfair for us to omit the defensive gun usages that take place every single year that far outpace criminal usage. In fact, Jesse, it's so blatant that the CDC was colluding with gun control groups. There are emailed receipts of this. This was one of the biggest stories of last year, colluding with gun control groups to actually remove those defensive gun usage numbers, not just from their website, but also from any surveys that they were releasing, because according to what the gun control lobby said in their emails to CDC officials, it undermined, Jesse, their narrative for confiscation and pushing further gun control restrictions at the state and national level.
That's crazy.
That's pretty significant. Yes, incredibly significant.
That is really dirty. That is incredibly dirty. We're going to do a report on that. I had not seen that. Dana, thank you as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
Well, we've had varying degrees of action outside Card's home. Police were outside, then some left. Then apparently investigators detected someone or something inside the house, which prompted police to return. They don't know what or who or what that is. Here now, Jonathan Gilliam, he's a former FBI agent and U.S. Navy SEAL. So there's a little confusion now. What do you think's happening tactically?
Well, I think it's hurry up and pause is what you will see right here at this point, is that because darkness is there, darkness is their friend now, and also the extent of time that's passed since the actual attack occurred yesterday. This individual, if he is in that house, he could have food in there, which gives him food, but he's not going to be able to rest. And so they have time on their hands if he is in the house. But earlier, as you all were talking about, it's important for them not to solely focus on this house, because that's how individuals end up getting away. But Jesse, can I just say one thing about what Dana was saying there that's very, very important, is that every day in this country, people they interact with law enforcement on a violent scale, but not violent enough to where they are arrested. Law enforcement will allow them to go. And who they are and what they have done and their behavior that is displayed is never charted. And a lot of these individuals are repeat offenders at that level over and over and over again. When you take that type of an individual that is not charted, you throw in their mental health, and people don't take the mental health seriously, what you're seeing is, in all of these people who do mass shootings, this is a characteristic that is over and over and over again displayed to law enforcement, but none of that information is ever collected. And what I would like to see is a database that when police officers interact with people, just like you would do on your phone when you get a little questionnaire, and you just put in there the basic behaviors of this individual, if there's mental issues.
Yeah, you
if there
got to
was violence.
start tabulating some of this intelligence on these people, because you can't just let it fly by. It looks like we're seeing a lot of the vehicles depart the residence. I saw about a dozen vehicles, some armored, some regular squad cars, leaving this guy's residence. That tells me there is no one there. Maybe the search is over. Maybe they went in, we didn't see it. Again, that's right on top of the hill, so it's very hard to tell exactly what went down on the property. But again, these are a lot of vehicles leaving the house that is owned by this suspect.
So they may have made entry and there's nothing there. There's also during the initial sound that goes out or call that goes out that there may be someone in the house, you're going to see a tremendous amount of law enforcement come to that location. But after a period of time, that is wasted manpower that could be out searching. So it could be a combination of either one of those things.
Yeah, because we heard, I think before, is one of these towns only has 17 officers. And this is a very, very low-density state. I mean, it's very, very low population, and the population is all along the coast. And once you get north, once you get west, it's all woods.
Right, and one of the things that nobody's talking about is how long it took to get the law enforcement presence going. I mean, there was a lot of time between the initial attack, the second attack, and then when the call went out to the locals to shelter in place. We're talking about over an hour. So that shows you the size of law enforcement in that area. It's not big. So when they responded, I don't know how many officers they had there. They may not have had enough to go to both places. And once they get tied into that investigation, it gives that individual more time to flee. But one thing I do want to say about this type of individual is that almost 100% of the time, there's only two outcomes. They're either psychopathic and they want to be caught because they want the fame, or they are a suicidal person or some kind of psychopath that wants to die. And so they end up killing themselves. Chances are this individual could be dead somewhere, and we don't know that. But again, they can't act on that. They have to act on the fact that he's still a threat.
Wow, he could be dead somewhere. I never even considered that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We got to run.
Ahead.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
You got it, Jesse.
Now, police seem to be leaving the suspect's house, which indicates to me he could be anywhere. My next guest is a local gun store owner who says he's been fielding calls from residents all day who want to arm up to protect their families. Trevor Brooks joins me now. So, Trevor, what's the mood like in the area?
Still a lot of on edge feelings. Still a lot of people who are nervous and trying to follow the news, different social media platforms best they can to update themselves and each other. It's still pretty hairy for the most part.
Is this a heavily armed community?
I think Maine in general is a pretty heavy armed community. It's a big hunting state. A lot of veterans, a lot of military folks up here. So yes, it is. And out here in the Sabattis, Bowdoin, Lisbon area, a little more rural, I'd say even more so than the town.
So you've been told to stay inside. No one's going outside at all.
For the most part, yeah. There's been a few folks out and about, but we're on lockdown pretty well here.
What's the word on this guy? Is anybody talking about him? What's his reputation?
Yeah, you know, we're within the gun community here, the firearms owners, or the firearms store owners, I should say. There's been some talk about, has he been a regular? Do we know him? Has he been in the store? Was he in the store the day of trying to buy anything for the strategy? I guess, fortunately, no one that I've spoken with directly seems to have any ties to this guy, which is, you know, I guess in terms of getting him caught, that's not so great. But, you know, morally, we feel good that we weren't part of this in that regard.
I can understand that for sure. When people call your store, what do they say?
Oh, man. Calls, emails, a lot of messages on social media. And a lot of it is, hey, I've been holding off for XYZ reason. I haven't been confident. I haven't had the money. I haven't felt like I really needed it. Whatever that sentiment is, and saying, hey, look, you know, what do you have for me? What can you get me into? Do you offer training? Will you spend some time with me? What's the best route for protection for me to, you know, protect myself and my family out in the street or in our home? What do you got for me?
And what weapon is the best for home defense?
Yeah, it's a pretty hot debate within this the gun world here. A lot of folks prefer a handgun of some sort, usually with a weapon light or some sort of optic. It's great. It's easy to move around. It's very mobile and easy to control. There's a big push for people who like shotguns. They like the audible sound of the shotgun. You don't have to have quite the experience. It's not such a precision weapon, if you will. Great for close range in the home. And then again, there's a whole other world of people who like you know, the AR and the AK-47 style weapons. If I guess we're referring it to the assault weapons as we're.
And when you saw the surveillance footage and the images of this guy, he definitely looks like he's well trained.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly better than the average Joe, for sure. He looks like he's moving with the right body language in terms of being lethal.
Yeah, too lethal. Thank you so much, Trevor.
Sure. My pleasure.
Joining me now, we have former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker. All right, so Nicole, it looks like they've left the residence. That search warrant was served, we believe. And now it's a manhunt in the woods or wherever. What comes next?
Right. I mean, this has been an ongoing search from the moment that this individual escaped. But I think it's important to focus on that search warrant and why there was so much activity around that house. I mean, this is an individual that has just killed 18 individuals, injured 13 others. The standard procedure for law enforcement to deal with someone like this is what we do. It's called a surrounded call out. So when you go to execute a search warrant at a home or at any location, you're going to go towards the premise, and you obviously will have SWAT there, you know, highly trained individuals with equipment, and that is why you heard them calling out. That is standard. To call them out, even if they did not know that he was in the home, they assume that there is someone in there. They do a surrounded call out, and they have to clear anything before they execute a search warrant. And so that is what we saw likely, and the Maine State Police said that they were simply doing their standard due diligence, and that is what you do. At this point, you know, all hands on deck across various law enforcement agencies. I know that the FBI has offered multiple resources, including their hostage, you know, negotiators, hostage rescue team, their victim assistance coordinators, you know, their evidence response team. Jesse, this is a very, very difficult and complex situation because not only are they continuing to process two different crime scenes, it's an active manhunt. And as we saw with the Cavalcante case a few weeks ago out of Pennsylvania, that was all hands on deck. And that was an individual who had not just killed 22 people. So this ratchets it up quite a bit. And this is nighttime. As we know, nighttime is not law enforcement's best friend, but they have special technology. There's air surveillance and other things that they can use, that this search will continue 24/7 until this individual is apprehended. And I think it's important, again, the residents, it's scary. I mean, to have to be in your home now for over 24 hours and being told, shelter in place is difficult. But again, the safety of the community is number one. This individual, we don't know what his capacity is. We don't know where he is. We don't know if he took a watercraft. There are so many unknowns, but I can tell you that law enforcement, they always know more than what they're telling the public. And as we know that there were, speakings that he might be following police scanners and things like that.
So we had a source tell us, Nicole, that this guy likes to hunt up north. There were about 3 towns north of where he ditched his car, maybe a little 40 minutes north of Bowdoin where the residence is, 3 locations. How would all of these law enforcement agencies, we're talking federal, state, and local, work together to kind of squeeze that area in an efficient way?
That's a very good question. And as we know, this terrain here is, difficult to search. It's heavily wooded. I understand that you're very familiar with the area of Maine. Each law enforcement agency is probably tasked with a different area and assignment. There are people that are going to be doing the actual searching for the individual in the manhunt. There are others that are going to be executing search warrants at the home. There are others that are going to be doing analysis on who this person is. And I guarantee you that the family members have been contacted, and I know that they are likely trying to get into contact with him and pleading with him to turn himself in. What we hope is that I want him to be captured. I want him to be alive. I want justice to be served. I want him to face the legal system here, and he deserves everything that he gets. I do not want a hostage situation. We do not want anyone to be hurt. And the citizens just continue to obey law enforcement, seek shelter, and let's hope that law enforcement can track this individual down very quickly.
All right, we're all praying for no more blood. Nicole, thank you.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Eloise Asylum was a living hell.
There's something here.
Thousands of patients died.
And not everyone left.
I want to find out exactly what they've experienced.
And try to connect.
That's a police. We're picking a fight.
Something rushed up behind me.
With something we shouldn't be messing with.
Something's done.
We need to get everybody out of here now.
Secrets of the Asylum, streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
With Fast Signs, create custom graphics that get tails and tongues wagging. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain, until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
So give Relief Factor a try and enjoy our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. It doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Call or go online today and give Relief Factor a try. You've got nothing to lose with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee.
Tommy Copper's Zip Up Full Back Support Shirt is redefining compression.
If you do this or this, sometimes
Relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Parents, is this what your kids are learning about President Trump? There's a reason he's leading the presidential race, and Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids why with the Kids Guide to President Trump. Get it for free at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Nothing gives away your age like thinning skin. For me, it's on the backs of my hands and chest. Now you can help restore and rejuvenate thinning fragile skin with Dermen Fragile Skin Daily Moisturizing Formula. Get Dermen now in the first aid aisle.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
They're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I weather-checked the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
We decided to put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it.
Get started today at Angie.com.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
This is a very active front. Israeli forces plan to increase airstrikes in Gaza.
You can hear another explosion there. A huge barrage.
The troops massed along the border.
This regional conflict is quickly evolving.
Stay with Fox News for continuing coverage.
All right, we're back with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog, this guy, mass shooter, still at large. I mean, this is extremely rare.
Absolutely. Listen, Jesse, let's rob this train, Jesse. My blood is boiling. Here's what I would do. I like all your guests tonight. You got some of the greatest experts in the world. If I was in charge of this, when you have a guy that's trained like this more than police officers, he's got more training than any cop. Cops don't go training like this. He's got more training than probably the Coast Guard. You know what I'd do, brother?
What?
I'd go out and get me 300 Marines. It takes a Marine to catch a Marine. I'd take those 300 Marines like Zulu warriors looking for a lion, and I'd comb that in there, and I guarantee you, it takes a Marine to catch a Marine. They would catch him.
I love it. Are you allowed to deploy active duty Marines in manhunts in the United States?
Well, I don't know. I sure would try it.
I'd try anything at this point.
Why they'd say no.
I would try National Guard or whatever. But yeah, I agree with the Marines. Let me ask you this, though. Petroleum services, that's what his expertise was. To me, I think this guy knows about logistics. This guy knows about transportation. This is a smart cookie.
Yes, how to make bombs. You saw when I first saw the picture before I read anything, I saw how he was holding the rifle, and I told my son, whoa, this guy's a professional killer, a trained killer. So, you know what the Marines' favorite story is? Kill them all and let God decide. I'd get 300 Marines, and I'd take this guy out.
Well, I think Susan Collins, the senator, might have to make a phone call to the White House to rally the troops, because we're going to need a lot of help with this guy. We just saw a lot of vehicles leave the residence. We believe the search warrant was executed. They're probably processing the computers, processing the evidence. Where does this thing now go?
Well, he's at. They know where he's at. I mean, they don't know exactly, but they've got an area. Again, like she said, they're not telling you exactly. They know an area where he could probably be. So they'll concentrate in there. I don't think you got to go to the White House to get permission for anything. What's he going to do? I think you just ask, you know.
You know what?
And
Call
I don't
the
mean
base.
to be disrespectful.
Call the base commander.
Yes.
See what we can do. See what
sir.
resources we can bring to bear on this guy, because this guy is a stone-cold killer, and he'll do it again. Dog, we got to run.
Yes.
Great ideas.
Aloha, brother.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hannity's up next.
And welcome to Hannity, and we are broadcasting live tonight from the heart of the Washington swamp right here on Capitol Hill, where in mere moments we will be joined by the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, for his very first TV interview since becoming Speaker. Now, the Louisiana native now is third in line to be president. He has vowed to secure our southern border, decentralize our federal government, reform the weaponized and politicized DOJ and FBI, and bring the Republican caucus together with the thin majority. And predictably, this was not hard to predict, the left has launched a full-scale attack on the new speaker, led, of course, by the DNC, calling him a MAGA extremist and much more, and advising him not to get comfortable in his new position. Now, coming up, we're going to ask him how he plans to deal with his political adversaries, what are his top agenda items, how will he keep this caucus together. Plus, we'll check in on Israel's looming ground invasion in Gaza. There was a short incursion last night, the first of what we expect to be a major ground war in the days and weeks ahead. But first, we start with breaking news out of Maine tonight, where we are tracking a developing situation near the home of Robert Card. He's the suspected mass shooter responsible for at least 18 murders, 13 injured. Here now at the very latest, she is on the ground. She's in Maine for us tonight. Molly Line has the latest on this. Molly, thanks for being with us.
Sean, thanks for having me tonight. As you mentioned, the manhunt continues. There's a significant amount of activity in the suspect's hometown of Bowdoin. They've really focused in on a group of properties on Meadows Road. And in the last couple hours, we've seen choppers overhead in that road and a search warrant being executed there at that property. Law enforcement on a megaphone yelling for quite some time, calling for Robert or anyone in that home to come on out, to come out peacefully. Per Maine State Police, those announcements that were heard over that loudspeaker megaphone are just standard search warrant announcements when they're executing a search warrant to ensure the safety of everyone involved. It's unknown whether Robert Card is in any of the homes that law enforcement is looking to search over there. Law enforcement officials simply doing their due diligence, tracking down every lead, and those properties are associated with this suspect, so they're doing everything they can to find out what sort of clues they might be able to draw from that area. They did also use a series of flashbangs earlier in the evening. Once again, another tactic, an intention to draw out the suspect if he is there, not necessarily any proof that he actually was. Things unfolded yesterday just a little bit before 7 o'clock. Lewiston police responding to those two mass shooting incidents, one in a bowling alley, another at a bar and billiard hall. By 10:25 in the evening, Androscoggin County officials had called a countywide shelter-in-place order. Even now, authorities are still asking people to stay in their homes. And Lewiston police originally calling Robert Card a person of interest. He is now clearly a suspect in this homicide mass murder case. The Coast Guard, worth noting, also involved now. They were up in the sky earlier today over Booth Bay Harbor. That's notably because the Subaru, the vehicle that is associated with this suspect, was found in a community called Lisbon, not so far from here, about a 10-minute drive from Lewiston. And there's a river there. And this suspect is known to have some familiarity with boats and also with weapons as well. An internal law enforcement communication revealing that this individual is a firearms instructor, a member of the Army Reserves, and that over the summer had been suffering an escalating mental health crisis, essentially, ended up being committed for a series of weeks and getting treatment. So that speaks to potentially how dangerous this individual really may be. Law enforcement officials are warning the public that he is armed and dangerous, and right now they're still running down every lead. A lot of different agencies involved in this. Sean?
All right, Molly Line, thank you for that report. Stay with us. We'll be back to you throughout the hour tonight as news breaks. And my exclusive interview with the House Speaker, the new Speaker, Mike Johnson, in just moments. First, let's get quick reaction to what is going on the ground in Maine with national law enforcement and counterterrorism analyst, former Israeli op vet Aaron Cohn is back with us, and former D.C. police detective, Fox News contributor Ted Williams. Aaron, let's get your take. I mean, very predictably, people are already talking about here in the nation's capital about new gun laws. Maine does have some of the more lenient laws on the books for a state in the country. No background check on the purchaser. And they have what they don't have their so-called yellow paper, red flag laws. They're under A lot of controversy tonight. Concealed carry without a permit is limited to people who are 21 or older. However, when you look at the background, what do we see? Somebody recently fired, somebody that clearly had some mental issues, if in fact they have him surrounded tonight. Should this be a gun debate at this time? And what is your take on what law enforcement is doing right now? And why have they not entered that home that they have surrounded since this afternoon?
I don't think it's the time right now, Sean, to turn inwards and start debating. I don't think this is political. We don't need to be politicizing this right now. We can have those conversations down the road, specifically when it comes to mental health. That, to me, is the big flag. When someone does get committed and someone has had a breakdown, that's definitely something I'd be looking at. But I don't have a problem with guns, Sean. You don't have a problem with guns as long as you're safe and you're trained with them. I'm all for it. They're great force multipliers, and given the state of the world right now, it's not a bad thing to be able to defend yourself. Moving to the situation right now with that house that's being surrounded. Law enforcement is going to exercise every lead right now. This is an intelligence hunt. They want to know where the suspect is. I'll take you back to 2012. Chris Dorner went on a rampage, started killing cops, ended up booting 2.5 hours up to Big Bear. Multiple SWAT teams were on him. Took a long time to get that information, but it's going to move a lot quicker now. We've got cell phones. I've got the photo of the suspect out. He is obviously the main person of interest at this point. So intelligence, number one, making sure that we get every lead. Number two, if in fact he is in that structure right now, now it's time to slow it down. And when I'm training SWAT teams, this is what we call slow and deliberate. If there's no hostages inside, we go slow. We want to peel that can open nice and tender. But the first thing is, if he's barricaded, and this would be a barricaded subject, if there is no hostages, let's tire him out. Let's start communicating with him. Let's get a throw phone in there, and let's start getting some dialogue going and see if we can get him out alive. And we want to obviously take the suspect into custody alive. Putting on my U.S. law enforcement hat here. We're not dealing with terrorism that we know. And you know me, Sean, I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to things happening freakishly at the same time while we're in this monster conflict in Israel. But let's try and talk him out. Let's tire him down. There's no hostages. Let's try and end it peacefully and get him out so we can put some cuffs on him and then make an arrest without anybody else getting killed. If there are hostages, it becomes a different situation. If there's federal laws that were violated here, FBI, HR, National, our hostage rescue team would be on scene. But the good news is that a lot of these agencies, Sean, they've gotten a lot better over the years. Even these smaller agencies, I've been running around training them for close to 20 years. They've got the gear now, they've got the weaponry, they've got the tactics, their mindset's gotten better. Everyone's in better shape now. It's just the tone has changed. So we just got to let these guys do what they're going to do. And they're going to go in there and they're going to make entry if they have to. And if they do, and there's no hostages, it'll be very slow. It'll be very deliberate. But I'm leaning towards they're going to try and get him to come out.
Aaron, good advice. Ted Williams, let's get your take. I would assume law enforcement obviously would have night vision, something that would be able to probably they would be able to sense where a human body would be through heat sensing of some kind. Do you agree with Aaron? Anything else you want to add to that?
Well, I agree with what you've just said about heat sensing equipment that would tell you perhaps if he's in that house. Now, the thing about it is they're only going to wait for so long. Normally, they would do an activity of this nature during the daytime because the daytime is the most friendliest time for law enforcement and to law enforcement. So since they waited here at night, I think a SWAT team, I understand there's an armored vehicle on the scene there, and there's a good possibility that they've already gone in. And one of the things that they would normally do with a SWAT team coming on the scene like that, Sean, would be to send the dogs in. And so I don't know if they've done that, but I just got word that there were law enforcement agencies leaving that home. And so if that is true and can be corroborated, it's more likely than not that they have eliminated that property. And that is what law enforcement officers are trying to do. They're going through what we would define as a process of elimination, simply meaning they'll eliminate that house. Now, what makes me believe that is more likely than not that he's not in that house is that after this carnage last night, law enforcement immediately was at those homes. So they had those homes under surveillance. And so it's a part, Sean, of a process of elimination. But this guy could be anywhere. We know that he ditched his car in Lesbian, Maine. We know that he had jet skis. We know that there was a waterway. We know that the Coast Guard is now looking down those waterways. He may not even be in the state of Maine at the immediate time.
All right, Ted Williams, we'll see law enforcement still surrounding the house, so there's still got to be some interest there. We'll have more on this throughout the hour tonight. Thank you both. We appreciate it, Aaron and Ted. All right, now to the big news out of Capitol Hill, where Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson, he was just elected Speaker of the House. Now, notably, Johnson is not a creature of the swamp, a son of a fireman from Louisiana. He was first elected to Congress in 2017, but quickly earned a reputation of someone who could communicate well and get things done without making enemies. Pretty hard in this town unless you're friends with dogs and cats. That's about the only friend you usually get in Washington. As a prior member of the Judiciary Committee, that's Jim Jordan's committee, the Armed Services Committee, and a stint as the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, well, Johnson has been very busy. He has consistently supported lower taxes, law and order, and Second Amendment protections, and a secure border. He has also fought against Biden's weaponization at our Department of Justice and the FBI and whether they've been politicized. Also, he is against the woke far-left propaganda now indoctrinating our kids. As Speaker, his first measure was a resolution in support of Israel's right to self-defense after the Hamas terrorist attacks. And his first major bill will, in fact, be saying bye-bye to Joe Biden's Green New Deal radical socialism. Johnson also has a plan to keep the government open while getting our spending in check without chaos, infighting, or drama. That is the goal. No easy task, to say the least, especially when you have such a slim majority. So, how will he get it done? Joining us now with more, America's brand new Speaker of the House, his first interview. Mr. Speaker, good to see you, sir.
Thanks, Sean. Welcome to Capitol Hill.
All right, 2 weeks ago, did you think, have you gotten used to the word Speaker yet?
I haven't, Sean. I've been in the job about 48 hours now, and it's kind of surreal, to be honest. I just want to say at the outset here, God be with the law enforcement officers that are handling that situation in Maine. Our prayers have been with the families of that tragedy. Everyone here in the House was dialed in on that all day, and it's really something. So just address that at the front end. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention it.
Already, though, you're immersed in Democrats, and this happens with almost every shooting incident. The immediate call by the left in this country, we need more gun laws, we need more legislation. Yeah. What's your answer to that?
At the end of the day, the problem is the human heart. It's not guns, it's not the weapons. At the end of the day, we have to protect the right of the citizens to protect themselves, and that's the Second Amendment. And that's why our party stands so strongly for that. I agree with the comments of your guests there. This is not the time to be talking about legislation. We're in the middle of that crisis right now. But I just want you to know, and I want the American people to know, that all the members of the House here are deeply concerned about the families involved and everyone. And we pray for the law enforcement officers that are doing that hard job tonight that most people do not have the bravery to do.
You talk about the human heart. If somebody really wants to kill innocent people, there's a lot of ways they can do it beyond using a gun.
Yeah.
I'm sure this will become a bigger issue throughout the days moving forward. Is there any specific gun law that you would look at, or any new legislation you would look at?
Well, been on the job for 48 hours. We'll see. I mean, there'll be lots of discussion, as there are after these heartbreaking tragedies. But your point is well taken. I mean, you know, in Europe and in other places, they use vehicles to mow down crowds at parades, where they've done that here in the United States. It's not the weapon, it's the underlying problem. I believe we have to address the root problems of these things, and mental health, obviously, as in this case, is a big issue, and we've got to seriously address that as a society and as a government, and there's lots of measures pending on that as well.
You got a very warm welcome from the DNC. They said you were an anti-abortion, MAGA extremist, Mike Johnson. That was their first words. Welcome you. Well,
oh yeah, welcome
to your new job. Then they went on to say that you were the co-sponsor of to institute an extreme abortion ban. We'll get into detail nationwide. You want to cut Social Security and Medicare. And here's some free advice from Mike Johnson, and that is, don't get comfortable. We've been here before. This is the same exact MAGA extremism that the American people have already rejected, and they will do it again. I thought that was the warmest welcome you could ever want from the Democratic Party.
How about that? Yeah, welcome to the job. Look, they don't know me. A lot of these people don't know me, and I think if they would talk to some of my colleagues here, even on the other side of the aisle that have worked with me for the 7 years that I've been on Capitol Hill, they would tell them that those things are not true. Give me a chance. Let me have a chance to lead here, and you'll see what I'm really about.
Let me ask you, because a lot of people don't know you, and before I get to some really heavy-duty questions, issues of great national importance, what do you want people to know about you? There were things about you that I learned in the lead-up to this interview. I didn't know, you didn't legally adopt a young 14-year-old, but you basically adopted him. It would have taken 4 years to finalize it. And he happened to be African-American, and he was your first son. And now you have 4 other children. And you have, one of them, well, this son was named Michael. Your other 14-year-old is Jack. And you said some pretty deep, profound things that you think it is harder for your African-American son than your biological son in life. Are you saying that's institutional racism in the country? What were you referring to?
No, it's a reality, though, having raised 2 14-year-old boys in America, in the state of Louisiana. They had different experiences, and I'm not so sure it was all about skin color, but it is about culture and society. Michael, our first, came from a really troubled background and had a lot of challenges. Jack, on the other hand, was raised in our household from the time he was born. And it just struck me, Sean, that it's a reality that, you know, there are different paths in life, and people have lots of things they have to overcome. And so it gives you a lot of empathy. It allows you to see into the heart of people and really try to understand them better. And that comes in handy in this arena, because we're really expected to hate our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and beat them all the time as enemies, politically speaking. But you have to recognize that this is a system that was built upon disagreement. I mean, what the founders intended here in this legislative context is that we're going to come to the table with very different philosophical ideas and core principles, and we have to arm wrestle over that and reach consensus to move the ball forward for the American people. That's what the system is built upon, and right now people are going to their corners and they're refusing to talk. We've got to get over that.
I don't know how we reconcile a lot of these issues. You either believe in climate alarmism or energy independence. How do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile defund, dismantle versus funding law enforcement, and no bail laws versus bail laws? Right. How do you reconcile secure borders or sanctuary states or cities? Very controversial issues, yes. And I don't know where the middle ground is. Do you see it?
There is less and less middle ground. Over the decades, the parties have grown very far apart. There's a wide chasm now. You know, if you rewound back 40 or 50 years, there wasn't really a lot of difference between the Republican and Democrat parties. If you compared their platforms, there were nuances about policy, but they believed in the same things. They were trying to do what's right for the country. You know, the allegation here about some of our colleagues is that's not really their agenda. And some of them really would like to trade what we have for a European-style socialist form of government. We know that that is a terrible idea, so we stand for our foundational principles. What you have to do is get down to those core principles and argue, debate with your colleagues, and use the facts. You know, show them the reality. Socialism is a dead end. Communism and Marxism are terrible things. It's been responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of innocent people over the 20th century alone, right? That is not the path we want to go down. America is different, and we are exceptional because we stand on certain foundational principles. I said in my speech the other night that, was that last night? All my hours are running together now.
I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday, I talked about the core principles of American conservatism, and that's individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. And under each of those, there would be subcategories. But that's what we stand for. I call them the core principles of American conservatism, but it's really the core principles of America itself. We're different. We're exceptional. The reason we're the freest, most powerful, most successful nation in the history of the world is because that's what we stand for. And those values and those principles are under assault right now, and we have to defend them here every day with everything we have.
Let me ask you, you had a bipartisan briefing with President Biden. Hakeem Jeffries was there. Other leaders were there. You got a phone call from President Biden. Tell us about it. How'd it go?
Well, I actually had a visit with the president at the White House today for about 15 or 20 minutes. The other parties were running late, so it was he and I sitting there together. It was a meet and greet. I'd only met him once before. It was cordial and pleasant. I have no problem with President Biden as an individual, right? You respect the office. It's a biblical admonition that you give honor where honor is due, and that's the respect that we have for the office. But he and I disagree on almost no policy. So we didn't get into that too much today, Sean, but there'll be time for that in the days ahead.
Is there any one thing you can think of, policy, that you would say he's done a really good job on this or that?
I can't. I think it's been a failed presidency, and all the problems, some of those that you've articulated already at the outset of the program here, were caused by policy choices. And that's the problem I have with him. It's philosophical.
Look, I'm sure if you've ever seen my show, and I don't know, I didn't ask you if you've ever watched it, the president, in my view, has been struggling cognitively. It's a significant decline that I see. I'm not sure if you saw the tape, the interview that he gave, a gaggle on Air Force One when he was flying back from Israel. After, by the way, a lot of allied nations did not want to meet with him. Leaders did not want to meet with him, which I found to be a pretty big snub. I don't know if you saw that tape. Do you see in Joe Biden a cognitive decline? And if so, is that a danger to the country?
I do. I think most of us do. That's reality. This is not a personal slight to him. It has to do with age and acumen, and everyone's different. Everyone ages differently. Clearly, if you look at a tape of Joe Biden making an argument in the Senate Judiciary Committee a few years ago, and you see a speech that he delivers now, there's a difference. Again, I mean, it's not a personal insult to him. It's just reality. And this is what's concerning to us, is that we cannot project weakness of any kind on the world stage right now. This is a dangerous time for all the things going on around the world. The world is a tinderbox. A strong America is good for the whole world, and we have to project strength. I mean, Reagan used to remind us all the time, it's peace through strength. If America shows weakness, it invites aggression by our adversaries, and that's what you're seeing around the world. So I think that's a really important thing to remember. And also, Sean, remember, I've been watching your show since as long as I can remember. I don't know, 25 years almost?
I love when people tell me, I've been watching you since I've been in first grade. I mean, I remember when, feel really good.
I remember when your hair was darker than mine.
It was a lot darker. By the way, as Speaker, I think you're going to catch up pretty quick.
It's already happening.
Especially with the smaller majority.
Yeah.
Already, the press, the left have come at you and come at you hard. Specifically, I'll give you two big issues. One on the issue, you once worked for the Alliance Defense Fund, a Christian advocacy group, and comments you had made both in writing and advocacy for this group about homosexuality, calling it sinful, destructive, and not supporting gay marriage. Quote, no clear right to sodomy in the Constitution. You have been getting hammered on this.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you about it. I want to know exactly, where you stand. Some of these comments were 15 years ago.
I don't even remember some of them. I was a litigator that was called upon to defend the state marriage amendments. If you remember back in the early 2000s, I think it was over 35 states, somewhere in that number, that the people went to the ballot in their respective states and they amended their state constitutions to say marriage is one man, one woman. Well, I was a religious liberty defense lawyer and I was called to go in and defend those cases in the courts. Let me state this very clearly, and there's been questions about this. Let me say where I am. Anybody that knows me will tell you this is true. I am a rule of law guy. I made a career defending the rule of law. I respect the rule of law. When the Supreme Court issued the Obergefell opinion, that became the law of the land, okay? I respect the rule of law, but I also genuinely love all people, regardless of their lifestyle choices. This is not about the people themselves. I am a Bible-believing Christian. Someone asked me today in the media, they said, it's curious, people are curious, what does Mike Johnson think about any issue under the sun? I said, well, go pick up a Bible off your shelf and read it. That's my worldview. That's what I believe. And so
that's
I make
your
no
personal worldview.
It's my personal worldview. But here's the thing. Everybody comes to the House of Representatives with deep personal convictions. But all of our personal convictions are not going to become law. This is a big body of people. There's 435 members in the House. You have to argue and find consensus and all of that. So I have no agenda other than what's best for the American people and to defend the rule of law, and that's what we're doing.
Well, then let me ask you on the issue of abortion, where you've been very pro-life. Yeah. Obviously, that comes from your issue as faith. You had argued against Roe, bad law.
Yes.
Dobbs happened.
Yes.
That issue now has been sent back to the states. On either one of these issues, gay marriage, abortion, in the next 14 months, as you're going to be the Speaker of the House, assuming the motion to vacate never comes up, which I think is awful, shouldn't be there.
I think we're going to change.
Or have a higher bar, certainly, 25 people instead of just any one member. But on those two issues where they've come at you so hard, and you're explaining your personal view and you're kind of bifurcating it or away from your political view, do you see any scenario where either one of those issues would be an agenda item for you and the Republicans for the next 14 months or at any point down the line?
Well, first of all, on the marriage issue, no one has discussed that for as long as I can remember. This has been settled by the Supreme Court in the Obergefell opinion in 2015. So that's the decision. Now, they changed the definition of marriage that had been regarded by basically every human society for 5,000 years, but when 5 justices on the Supreme Court changed it, that became the law of the land. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I respect that, and we move forward. The abortion issue is different. The table was just reset with Dobbs' opinion overturned Roe, which I thought was one of the worst, probably the worst, Supreme Court opinion.
Roe v. Wade.
Roe v. Wade, yes, the most erroneous court opinion that had been
So
issued.
you like it back, you like the states to decide?
We argued my entire career for 25 years that the states should have the right to do this. There's no national consensus among the people on what to do with that issue on a federal level, for certain. We have such big priorities in this moment right now, Sean. We have Israel being attacked. We have unrest. We have the Ukraine situation we've got to deal with. We have China being aggressive. We have Iran with all the meddling, and China, Russia, and Iran working together. This is a dangerous time. The economy is in the tank. The border's overrun. People are dying from fentanyl poisoning. All of these issues. These are the frontline matters that have our attention right now, and the rest of these things they're just using for political attacks.
So basically you're saying these issues will not be coming up, and you're going to focus on the agenda items that you have laid out already and the ones you just mentioned, which we will go into some detail with. Let me ask you one other question on this, and this has come up as, well, controversial. You had authored legislation called the Stop the Sexualization of Children Act of 2022. Okay, now, I looked deeply into this act. Your critics have said, or dubbed it, it's a federal, don't say gay measure. By the way, the word gay was never in the Florida legislation, in fairness to Governor DeSantis. And yet, this, when you look at exactly what this is, it would prohibit the use of federal funds to develop, implement, facilitate, or fund any sexually oriented program, event, literature for children under the age of 10. Now, a lot of our kids in a lot of school districts around the country, they can't read, write, do math, science. They're not learning history, and they certainly need to learn computers. So to the age of 10, very specifically. But you're not talking about anything beyond that.
No, and if you poll this anywhere in the country, almost any state, any community, they're going to say moms and dads should be the ones responsible for talking about these sensitive issues with their children, not the public school system. I mean, I'll take that debate anywhere, at Main Street, in any town hall, in any city in America. I would love for them to challenge us on that, because that's what the American people believe, and that's what I believe.
Let me ask, I have a lot of questions. As you point out, there is a lot going on in the world right now. Let me throw some numbers at you, because I think they're very important. We've got war in Europe, we've got Ukraine, and we got Russia. And it seems very precarious there. Already, Joe Biden has given $76.8 billion to Ukraine. He wants $61 billion more. He wants $14 billion to go to Israel. And I think and then he wants to put money on the border, probably to satisfy conservatives in the House and get their support on Ukraine, for example, which seems to be his top priority. A big disparity in the amount of money. I have some criticisms about the issue of Ukraine. Number one, if you're going to fight a war, you should fight it to win it. I thought the president made a horrible mistake by denying MiGs that were offered by Poland. I think the president made a horrible mistake trying to put handcuffs on the Ukrainian army, led by Zelensky, on the issue of how they will fight and what weapons they can and cannot use, like cluster bombs. I don't like the fact that Europe doesn't pay their fair share. So they've got 78 billion. He wants another 61 billion. How will you deal with the issues that he wants to tie all of these issues together, which now gets into the budgetary process? Will you go issue by issue?
I told the staff at the White House today that our consensus among House Republicans is that we need to bifurcate those issues. I agree with your assessment in Ukraine, and that's why the American people are demanding some real accountability for the use of those dollars. Now, we can't allow Vladimir Putin to prevail in Ukraine because I don't believe it would stop there, and it would probably encourage and empower China to perhaps make a move on Taiwan. We have these concerns. We're not going to abandon them, but we have a responsibility, a stewardship responsibility over the precious treasure of the American people. And we have to make sure that the White House is providing the people with some accountability for the dollars. And we want to know what the objective there is. What is the end game in Ukraine? The White House has not provided that. I was at the White House for a couple of hours today, and I told the staff there that this is where we are. This is where the House Republicans are. So we're going to look at Israel separately.
With that kind of money, is it America having a proxy war with Putin and Russia?
It's a great concern. We've got a group of our colleagues here in the House, led by Mike Garcia out of California, a brilliant legislator and a Top Gun pilot. And some of our veterans have gotten together. Dan Crenshaw is involved in this and others. They came up with a document that presents 12 critical questions for the White House to answer as a condition of our supplying the additional support. These are not hard questions, Sean. These are things the White House should be forthcoming about. I delivered that myself.
Oh, you did deliver it to the president?
I delivered it myself today, and to the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan.
Did you read it?
He says he's studied.
He's going to study it tonight during the show.
Yes. So we want to be cooperative. We need to work together on this, but we owe it to the people to know what the plan is, where the money is going to be spent, and we need some auditing for the dollars that we've already sent over there. These are not tough questions, right? Mm-hmm. Israel is a separate matter. We're going to bring forward a standalone Israel funding measure over $14 billion.
Is $14 billion enough?
Well, Israel's requested a little less than that, actually. The White House did, by way of Israel, and $14.5 billion specifically is what we're looking at. It's a very specific number tied to very specific measures. But here's the important thing that distinguishes House Republicans from the other team. We're going to find pay-fors in the budget. We're not just printing money to send it overseas. We're going to find the cuts elsewhere to do that.
Let me ask you this. In Israel, it's very complicated. I mean, Syria is now firing missiles into Israel. The Houthi rebels, which I don't know why Joe Biden, they were once designated a terrorist group. He's taken away that designation. Why, I don't know. They tried to fire missiles into Israel. In the north, you have Hezbollah and you have Lebanon. In the south, where Gaza killed 1,400, including 30 Americans, and Americans are being held hostage. Beyond the money part, is there any involvement you see or any reason for any military involvement by the United States? Would Congress support that? Because it seems like with the maneuverings of our Navy and other indications, special forces, maybe to rescue American hostages, any movement that you would support that you can think of now?
It's a very delicate situation. It changes by the hour. We're watching it very closely. One thing that House Republicans are resolved on is that we must stand with our most important ally in the Middle East, and that's Israel. We certainly hope that it doesn't come to boots on the ground. If it comes to that, and we communicated this to the White House staff as well today, that we have the Article 1 power in the legislative branch of government, and they have Article 2. They have very limited authority on what they can do to respond without coming to Congress to seek consent. And even my Democrat colleagues, Sean, that are in committees of jurisdiction understand this, in the Foreign Affairs Committee. There's a purpose for that. The reason the framers put that into the Constitution is that they wanted a multitude of wise counsel to decide upon military intervention matters, on a declaration of war. They wanted the duly elected representatives of the people to make that decision collectively, and not one commander-in-chief sitting in an office.
Here's my worst fear, worst case scenario for the Middle East. Okay, Israel will be fighting a two-front war.
Yeah.
Gaza, Hamas in the south.
Yes.
As soon as the ground incursion, which can happen any minute, begins, I would expect more rockets to be fired from the north, from Lebanon, Hezbollah. They both have something in common, that they're getting military strategy, weaponry, money support from Iran.
Yes.
That's the head of the snake. Now we have another problem. Syria has involved itself in this conflict. Another problem, the Houthis seem to be wanting to involve themselves, and you've had comments made by the leaders of Iran that they themselves may get involved in a conflict. If that happens, correct me if you think I'm wrong, I would say all bets are off in the Middle East. We could have a full-out war in the Middle East, Israel at the center of it, and at that point, if Israel's existence is put in jeopardy, I don't think Prime Minister Netanyahu, who I've known for almost 30 years, I don't think there's anything he won't do to preserve and protect his country from people that have committed their lives to destroy it.
He has to do that, and around here, people throw around the phrase existential threat. They have an existential threat every day. I mean, their neighbors want to eliminate them and wipe them off the map. So Prime Minister Netanyahu is resolved. I've spent time with him personally. I know him as well. I think he's a strong leader at this important time, and I think he's going to do what is necessary. And America will back him up. I mean, they tell us when we're in Israel, and you've been there, they say the reason that we are able to sustain ourselves and survive is because everyone knows that our big ally is America. And that's an important role that we have in the world. We're not the world's policemen, but a strong America, as I said, is good for the whole world because it's the perception that we would be there to defend freedom. And that's been our role. That's the Reagan doctrine. A lot of our friends in our party are becoming more isolationist and understand the concerns. We can't be dropping money out of helicopters all around the world because we also have a $33.5 trillion federal debt of our own.
I saw a sign on the way in, it said 33.6.
Did we go to 6? Great.
Probably from this afternoon.
Exactly. It goes so fast you can't track it. And that's the concern. You know, we deeply care and are concerned about all nations of free people around the world, but we have to take care of our own house first. And so that's also part of this delicate calculation and the decision.
I've been to Israel during a flare-up in, I believe it was 2014, and at that point I got to see up front and go inside the terror tunnels that are built by Hamas. By the way, all of the money and resources that was given to the Palestinian people for infrastructure, for schools and hospitals. But they have this massive network of terror tunnels. And when you go inside, it just is mind-numbing that this is how they're spending their time because they want to kill Israelis or take them hostage. But it taught me a lot about, and being in border cities, one border city in particular, that wrote, 10,000 rockets they've been hit with in 10 years. And these kids play indoors in bunker playgrounds. My question to you is simple. Joe Biden wants to give $100 million to the Palestinians for humanitarian relief. Sounds great on paper. I have zero confidence one penny will make it to the Palestinian people because Hamas has been forcing people to stay and pointing guns and shooting at the Palestinians that want to leave.
Right. They use the Palestinians as shields. They don't even provide the people with clean drinking water. We're supposed to believe they're going to use U.S. aid for humanitarian purposes. Count me as a skeptic, okay? We've got to be very careful about what we're doing there. You do not want to further empower the terrorist groups. Our heart goes out to the innocent Palestinian people, of course, as we do to anyone who's in a terrible situation like that. But we have to be very discerning in our policy and in our approach to this. And so that's why we're demanding, House Republicans are demanding more information from the White House so that we can help and make these critical decisions. Look, we're going to stand by Israel, but we have to be careful in how it's done.
What about the $100 million for humanitarian relief for the Palestinians?
I think it's a tough issue. I mean, we're going to have to see what that is tied to. And I'll tell you, the House Democrats, of course, are very resolute on that. And they try to portray us as being uncaring. Look, we care about that as well. But we have to be very careful that we're not further funding terrorist organizations that are trying to wipe Israel off the map.
Can you explain why then President Obama, Vice President Biden did this billion-dollar deal with Iran? Can you explain why Joe Biden made a deal with the Iranians for $6 billion to be freed up in money that was held that they had no access to?
We're in fits over that. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand most of their foreign policy, and I think it's gotten us in the shape that we're in. We have big disagreements with them. We're asking for and demanding accountability on that as well. And we have to, the White House has to improve how they're messaging this and how they're explaining it to people. Because we all have to understand that we have a right to. This is the precious treasure of the American people, and if you're sending Iran money, we know that Iran is directly tied to all this. These are Hamas and Hezbollah are proxies of Iran, and they're tied in now with Russia and China. I mean, it is a new axis of evil. That's how we see it, and so it has to be addressed accordingly.
Would you say if Israel, with all the funding of terror and all these terror organizations, are they within their right to fight back and go directly at Iran?
Of course, that was the first, as you noted, the first act of my speakership is that we passed that resolution to articulate that and make it very clear where we stand. The House is back in business, and we're going to stand with Israel.
Let's ask, I call it the new axis of evil, China, Russia, Iran. Yeah. How big a threat?
It's huge. It's the biggest threat. Since World War II, we have been the big kid on the block, right? We're the last real superpower. And after the USSR fell, we've been unrivaled. Now, China is a near peer-to-peer adversary to us now. And of course, their goal is to rebuild the empire. And so we're doing everything we can to ensure that we maintain our military superiority. We're the only nation that has the ability to project power and force like that around the globe right now, but China is doing its best to encroach upon that power. And you see they're even putting outposts around us. They're buying up farmland in states here in the U.S. All of these things have to be addressed at the federal level, at the state level, with the legislatures, and even in some of these localities. We have Chinese CCP-owned companies that are coming in and open shop on Main Street in some towns, in our small towns.
They're buying our farmland.
Yes.
They're buying our ranch land, and they're buying land near military installations.
Yes.
Would we be allowed to buy it there?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Of course not. And they allowed a Chinese spy balloon to float unimpeded across the country for 8 days. We scratch our heads a lot around here about these Biden decisions, and I don't know, it may be tied in some way to, I don't know, some of the money they receive from some of these folks.
Well, you are on the House Judiciary Committee. Yes. We've been watching the House Oversight Committee with James Comer. Yeah. Let me ask you, there's issues involving two congressmen in particular, a Democrat and a Republican. George Santos, the Republican, many charges have been filed against him. And then the issue of Congresswoman Tlaib and others, and this talk of censure and talk of removal. Do you support either?
We're working through those issues. I'll tell you, I talked to the authors of some of these resolutions today that want to deal with that. Here's the reality, Sean. We have a 4-seat majority in the House. It is possible that that number may be reduced even more in the coming weeks and months, and so we'll have what may be the most razor-thin majority in the history of the Congress. We have no margin for error, and so George Santos is due process, right? He is, my understanding is, I think he's appearing in a federal court tomorrow, and we have to allow due process to play itself out. That's what our system of justice is for.
He's not convicted, he's charged.
Not convicted, he's charged. And so if we're going to expel people from Congress just because they're charged with a crime, then, or accused, that's a problem.
Joe Biden has allowed over 7.5 million people into this country illegally. It'll be probably over 8 million. Even people on terror watch lists, even people from countries like Iran and Syria. How do you get the border secure? And what is your assessment of Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas? Should he be impeached?
Listen, you know that my duties here have included Judiciary and the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. In my assessment, almost every federal agency under the Biden administration has been weaponized. The very agencies that were designed to protect and serve the people are now being used against them, and we have many examples of that, and you've talked about all of it on your show before. Look, Mayorkas has been an abject failure in his position. I believe he has committed impeachable offenses, and I've been on record saying that for a long, long time. In fact, he appeared in an oversight hearing in our House Judiciary Committee. We have jurisdiction over his department. Less than 4 months into office, and I saw where this was headed, and I told him in a clip that went viral, Mr. Mayorkas, you need to get your resume prepared, because I thought he was headed towards a dead end on this. Look, the investigations are going forward. Jamie Comer and the Oversight Committee are doing an exceptional job. Jim Jordan, who's the chairman of Judiciary, has helped lead on that. We've gotten a lot of information on all these issues.
Well, you're on the Judiciary Committee. Let me ask you, do you believe that Joe Biden's Department of Justice, do you believe our FBI has been politicized? Do you believe it's been weaponized? Do we have a dual justice system?
Absolutely. We have a two-tiered system of justice, and that erodes the people's faith in our system of justice itself. And this is what I reminded Merrick Garland when he was in front of us, the Attorney General, Christopher Wray at the FBI. The greatest threat here is not these individual issues. It's that the people are losing their faith in our system of justice. And Sean, you cannot maintain a constitutional republic, a government of, by, and for the people, if the people doubt that the system is fair. If they believe there's two tiers of justice, then the system doesn't work at all. And so I think Garland's been a great threat. I think he's the worst Attorney General in the history of the United States.
Joe Biden swore to the American people, both as a candidate and as president. Not one time did he ever speak to his son, his brother, or anybody for that matter about their foreign business dealings. We know that is a flat-out lie. We've learned from James Comer and his investigation that we are talking about tens of millions of dollars taken in from a lot of adversarial countries, some of our top geopolitical foes like China, Russia, Ukraine, Romania, Mexico, other countries, tens of millions. They've discovered all of these shell corporations. They've discovered 9 particular Biden family members have been paid. And then you have the issue of Joe on tape admitting that he used our money, taxpayer money, to leverage $1 billion in loan guarantees, which was Obama administration policy to fire a prosecutor investigating his son. Well, one of the benefits of that, his son continued to get paid for a job he admits he had no experience in at a time where he was dealing with a drug problem. What does that sound like to you?
That's a pretty good recitation of the facts. And as John Adams said, facts are stubborn things. They're hard to ignore. I believe the documents are proving all that. As my good brother Jamie Comer often says, the bank records don't lie. So we have the receipts on so much of this now. It's a real problem. That's the reason that we shifted into the impeachment inquiry stage on the president himself. Because if in fact all the evidence leads to where we believe it will, that's very likely impeachable offenses. You know, that's listed as a cause for impeachment in the Constitution. You know, bribery and other high crimes and misdemeanors. Bribery is listed there, and it looks and smells a lot like that. And I think the evidence, we're going to follow the truth where it leads. We're going to engage in due process because, again, we're the rule of law party. I know people are getting anxious and they're getting restless and they just want somebody to be impeached, but that's not. We don't do that like the other team. We have to base it upon the evidence, and the evidence is coming together. We'll see where it leads.
Let me go back to the budget, if I may, for a second. This whole issue of regular order. We have 4 of the 12 appropriations bills that have already been dealt with. My understanding is that's about 70% of the budget. So you have 8 more to go. You've talked about a short-term CR that you would be willing to maybe have until January or maybe even to April. Would there be, we talk about a clean CR. Would you have conditions? For example, Chip Roy and Byron Donalds had a plan. Okay, well, we'll give you a CR, but it's not going to be clean. We're going to cut government spending by 8%, and we're going to secure the border and protect our military and veterans. Would you have conditions to a CR?
I think we have to, if indeed we do that. November 17th, of course, is the deadline that was extended.
You've got about
it's coming quickly.
21 days.
And we're speeding it up as quickly as possible. That was my commitment to my colleagues when they named me Speaker of the House, and that work began today. In fact, we passed one of the approach bills just a couple of hours ago before you arrived here. We got it off the House floor, the Energy and Water bill. That was a big box that we had to check, and we did that. And so we're going forward. Chip and Byron are at the table with others. We're working through this with the ideas and trying to ensure that if another stopgap measure is required, that we do it with certain conditions. And I think there will be conditions the American people can live with and consensus that we can build around here in the House.
Let me ask you this. We have 2/3 of this country now are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yes.
Many of those people can't afford bare necessities. I know Biden's been crowing about Bidenomics. I know they got good numbers today. However, a lot of economists I spoke to earlier today, this doesn't look good at all. They think we're in a bubble that is about to burst, and it's going to be even worse, especially in the housing market. It's new home construction is stopping, sale of pre-existing homes, a disaster. How bad is this economy? How long can we sustain another, $2 trillion in debt that Joe Biden took on last year? And how do we get inflation down once and for all? I have friends of mine just 3 years ago. They were getting interest rates at a 30-year fixed rate mortgage at 30%. Now it averages 8%. Nobody's going to sell their home and buy another home at that because it's thousands of dollars more for the same type of home.
It grinds the economy to a halt. It's a disaster. That's the word you use, and that's the appropriate word. These are policy choices that got us in this situation. If you remember, if you rewind in your mind back to right before the pandemic began, in the Trump administration, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And it wasn't by happenstance. It's because we cut taxes, cut regulations. We focused on American energy dominance. We were doing and following all the policies that led to economic success and growth for all Americans, everyone in every demographic. All boats were rising. We can achieve that again, but you have to do almost exactly the opposite of what the Biden administration is pursuing and doing. This is not rocket science, but we're so far down the road now around, that we have to make these changes quickly. And we're trying to urge our Democrat colleagues to take a look, again, at the basic facts. I mean, interest rates are so high now. They're going to continue to rise, apparently.
Double digit, I could see it coming. All right, let me ask maybe the question this way, because you do have such a small majority, and obviously that didn't help Kevin McCarthy. I think you should get rid of the motion to vacate and raise the bar dramatically, 20, 25 people at least. My question is specifically on the economy. If you pass your budgets in the House, you're going to send it over to the Senate. They're going to rip it up line by line. You'll go into conference. But the only way you can succeed is if you, as Speaker, are able to hold your slim majority.
Yes.
That's going to be a Herculean task. How do you plan on doing that?
With truth and transparency and relationships. You know, this is a business that's based on that. And my colleagues trust me. I'm grateful for that. It's earned. And I'm going to do well by them, or we're going to govern well. We're going to show the American people we can. You know, when you get into the negotiations in the conference committee, the Speaker of the House and the leader of our party has to have a strong hand. And so if we can keep the team together, keep rowing in the same direction. Look, everybody's got to give up on some of their preferences. None of us are going to get everything we want. I'll never ask any of my colleagues to compromise core principles, because I share those principles with them, right? But Ronald Reagan used to teach us, I'd rather get 80% of what I want than go over the cliff with a flag waving. I still believe in that idea. And I'm very optimistic. I am bullish on the future of America. I am bullish on our chances to change the way Washington works, Sean. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here. That's the vision I've cast to my colleagues. I believe it to my core. We're going to take this day by day, decision by decision, but keep everybody together and move the ball forward for the American people. I genuinely believe that we can get this done.
One of the things that I have said over and over again to anybody that will listen, although I can look in this camera and say, honestly, nobody ever listens to me.
Not true, not true.
But I try. It's my strong belief that all Republicans, you're either going to win together or you're going to be, in the eyes of the American people, you're going to win on your agenda or you're going to lose. And I don't see any way of winning if you don't all stick together. I know you have this disparate group of egos, if you will. I hope everybody will maybe hear your admonition and work together as a team and go forward, you know, fix our border. Can we become energy dominant and maybe start paying down our debt? Can we come up with sound foreign policy to help out our allies in a time of, you know, a dire time for them? I mean, these challenges run deep, and then you have the issue of law and order, safety, security, open borders, pretty scary times. Do you think this country's in decline?
I think right now we're in very desperate times. I think the hour is late and the crisis is great, but here's why I'm encouraged. In previous generations of Americans, from the framers, the founders of this country all the way through, at times the Revolutionary period, the Civil War, the Great Depression, the other world wars, when the leaders here got in trouble that was beyond the scope of what they could solve themselves, individually or collectively, you know what they did? They sought divine guidance for it. We have In God We Trust right above the rostrum there, and I pointed that out in my speech.
Is this the Ben Franklin moment?
It is a Ben Franklin moment.
Constitutional Convention.
Exactly right. It's the same thing, and we're calling one another to humble ourselves and recognize that the challenges are so great, but that's where a real opportunity is presented. I believe that God is not done with America yet, okay? I still believe in that motto. It's not just a quaint saying to me. It's what the nation was founded upon, this belief. It's what distinguishes us from all these other communist, Marxist, socialist countries around the world. It's the key to our greatness, and we ought to appeal to that. And I believe if we do, that God is going to give us his favor, and I believe we're going to solve these problems.
I did ask you before the show, and I'll make this the last question, and I said, because I believe that if you take this majority and you can somehow pull these disparate groups together, I do believe it would be good for the country, because you know, I'm very clear about my conservatism. I believe those policies are best for our country, and I want the best for our country. This country, I've had a life, frankly, that's undeserved. And I just really, so I asked you, I said, would it be okay if it came back when you get settled? You've had less than 48 hours. We appreciate you doing the interview. And bring the disparate groups in a room and do it for an hour and see what issues that we can find full agreement on. I would like to know what those issues are and where the disagreements are. Would you be willing to have us back?
Of course, we're working on that, and that's a great admonition. Look, this place is filled with people of good faith, of deep conviction, and they understand the necessity of working together.
There's some big egos, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, well, but Washington has that sometimes. We're going to work through it. I'm optimistic.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Godspeed. Thank you for being with us.
Yes, sir.
All right, and by the way, also breaking tonight, we have other breaking news and major updates to bring you from the Biden corruption probes. Now, according to Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, the FBI is now sitting on criminal allegations involving Joe, Hunter, and James Biden from over 40 separate confidential human sources. Meanwhile, earlier this week, Scott Brady, the former U.S. attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania, told the House Judiciary Committee in a closed-door interview that the FBI literally hindered the Hunter Biden probe, and that special counsel David Weiss actually skipped a briefing on the Biden bribery allegations. Also breaking tonight, House Oversight Chairman James Comer is now demanding that the White House provide records proving that the $200,000 payment to Joe from his brother was in fact a loan. I guess that paperwork would be easy to produce. Here's when we lent the $200. Here's the proof that it was lent. There you go. Anyway, fellow House Judiciary Committee member Jim Jordan is with us. Well, you just heard from your new speaker. Are you glad it's not you?
Well, I think your audience heard, Sean, what a good man Mike Johnson is, and I'm proud to have him as our Speaker of the House. He's worked on our committee. He's a man of just solid character, as you can see, a Christian man who cares about this great nation, and I think he's going to work his tail off. Plus, he's just, as you can see, just a sharp guy who's argued cases in front of the Supreme Court. He's the kind of guy we need at this particular point in American history. I'm proud to count him as a friend and proud that he's the Speaker of the House.
Let me ask you, Jim, as the head of this powerful judiciary, you were looking into the weaponization, whether our Department of Justice and our FBI have been weaponized. We have all this new information coming out every day. We have 3 committees really doing independent investigations, though they really do correlate and function as one big one. On the issue of what we found out about these 40, people that real sources to the FBI, and you read the story about how it was not brought to the attention, how the FBI and the DOJ seemed to do nothing about it. This is where the first 1023 form came, isn't it?
Right, and all that finding that Mr. Grassley talked about, Senator Grassley talked about, was buttressed by what we learned in the deposition with U.S. Attorney Scott Brady earlier this week. Because Mr. Brady was tasked by the Attorney General of the United States on January 3rd, 2020, Sean, to be the clearinghouse for all information related to Hunter Biden and the investigation and Ukraine. And so he goes to the FBI, Mr. Brady does, and says, give me that information. I want to take a look at it. We'll get it to the proper U.S. attorney who's handling the investigative work. And the FBI didn't tell him about the confidential human source for 6 months.
Congressman,
6 months.
Congressman, I got to stop you. Apparently, airstrikes have taken place. Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon right now. Jennifer, this sounds like huge news.
Sean, we can report, based on senior military sources, that U.S. warplanes have carried out airstrikes tonight inside Syria against Iranian proxy forces. We don't know the number of strikes. We were told earlier today to expect that perhaps F-15s and F-16s would be involved in the airstrikes, but we don't have confirmation yet about how many warplanes. But those strikes have been carried out. I'm told it is in response to the more than dozen strikes against U.S. bases. The message is a clear message designed to Iran and its proxy forces to stop carrying out these drone and rocket attacks against U.S. bases. But I'm told that the planes have safely left the area and that the airstrikes are complete at this time. They were targeting multiple locations inside Syria and Iranian proxy forces, Sean.
It's so important, Jennifer. Thank you for that breaking news, especially in light of the fact that American forces have been attacked by both Iraq and by Syria. We appreciate that news. We continue, though, with Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan. I want you to respond to that. And in the less than 2 minutes we have left, tell us about this interview that you did in your committee and what you learned.
Well, with Scott Brady, we also learned that I asked Mr. Brady in that interview, Sean, when did you learn about the laptop? And he got a smile on his face and he said, when the story went public in the New York Post on October 14th. So they didn't even tell Scott Brady about the laptop and the pertinent information on that laptop about Ukraine and Hunter Biden's dealings with Ukraine. That shows you what Speaker Johnson talked about, how these agencies have been turned against the American people when they won't share that information with the individual tasked by the Attorney General of the United States to look into this and filter it out the way it's supposed to be. That tells you how bad it is. And then you have what Senator Grassley has added to that here in the last couple days with these 40 individuals. That's how serious the situation is and why we're proceeding in our impeachment inquiry phase of our oversight work.
Real quick, Jim, you know, the fact that Syria and Iraq have been American soldiers have been attacked in both Syria and Iraq recently. My initial instinct is to be glad that they fought back. They fired back. Yep. I'm happy at that news. Your reaction, quick.
No, the same here. I want to give the details, but you know, when someone attacks United States servicemen and women, but we have to respond back. So I want to see what's happening here. But it just shows you how serious this overall situation is and why we need strength projected from the Oval Office.
All right, Jim Jordan, thank you as always. That's all the time we have left this evening. Stand by, though, continuing coverage on all the breaking news tonight. The manhunt, what's happened with these strikes. Trace Gallagher takes over from here. Thank you for...
Good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 o'clock in Los Angeles, and 5 a.m. here in Jerusalem. And this is a breaking news edition of America's Late News, Fox News at Night. And there is word right now coming in to Fox News at Night that the United States has conducted airstrikes in Syria. Let's get to our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin. She's live for us at the Pentagon with more on this. Jen, what do we know?
Trace, we broke the news moments ago that U.S. warplanes had carried out airstrikes inside Syria against Iranian proxy forces, those same forces that had been firing on U.S. bases more than a dozen times in the past week. We now have a statement from the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirming those strikes. They were on what are being described as Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups inside Syria. These were precision self-defense strikes they're being described as on 2 locations in eastern Syria. I was told by senior military sources that this is very similar to the kind of strike that we saw back in the March 23rd timeframe when the U.S. had to respond to multiple strikes by Iranian proxy forces. And so tonight we know that F-15s, F-16s were involved in the strikes over Syria. The statement from the Department of Defense reads that the United States does not seek conflict and has no intention nor desire to engage in further hostilities, but these Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. forces are unacceptable and must stop. That's a quote from the Defense Secretary tonight. Trace, I also learned earlier today that the president took the decision earlier this week to carry out these strikes. There were a number of reasons that tonight was the night that the warplanes, the U.S. warplanes, decided to strike those targets. But the Pentagon has been in discussions with the White House all week since this constant ramping up of almost daily attacks by Iranian proxy will follow. Trace?
Jennifer, what's your takeaway from this? I know you've covered the Pentagon for a very long time. In these types of situations, will we see a robust security measures put in place at some of our military installations in the Middle East? I know that when you talk about these strikes that have happened over the past 8 days or so, we've had some 16 strikes, 10 in Iraq, 4 in Syria. Do you see a robust security presence being put in place in the wake of these strikes in Syria?
Trace, I think what we've been seeing in recent days, and perhaps one of the reasons for delays up until this moment, has been to put into place those security measures. All of those bases in the Middle East, and there are numerous ones. Remember, we have 900 U.S. troops inside Syria with 2,500 U.S. troops, as well as a large embassy inside Iraq. And all of those bases have air defense systems. They have multiple ways to protect the forces there. But what we have seen is there have been additional air defense systems, including the THAAD high altitude defense system, which deals with medium range missiles and rockets. Those have been sent along with a number of Patriot missile batteries to the region to bolster those defenses. You've also seen other Navy vessels move into position. We've seen that the USS Thomas Hudner has been put down in the Red Sea area. We also understand that the USS Bataan has moved into position in the Red Sea. All of these are for defensive purposes as well as to send a message to Iran. You have the USS Eisenhower that's on its way to the Persian Gulf. You have the USS Ford, the carrier strike group, a very, very advanced carrier strike group off in the Eastern Mediterranean, all within striking distance of those Iranian proxies, as well as Iran itself. We're told that it was U.S. warplanes that carried out these strikes on 2 different facilities in eastern Syria tonight. But it's not to say that in the coming days there won't be more strikes, particularly if the Iranian proxy groups strike back at U.S. bases.
Yeah, the question was asked tonight, and I'm wondering today, Jennifer, I saw you at the Pentagon briefing, and Brigadier General Ryder, you were talking to him. There were briefings all day long. The State Department briefed, and then you had John Kirby briefing, and then you had the Brigadier General briefing. Were they indicating that maybe this was about to get underway, Jennifer, or is this a total surprise?
No. I know from my sources that there have been meetings at the White House for days now as to how to respond, and there were plans in place. The president signed off on those plans earlier this week, but certain conditions had to be right, and you also have to take into account the geopolitical environment right now in the Middle East. It's extremely complicated with what's happening in Israel and in the Gaza Strip. The U.S. does not want these strikes to be linked in any way to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. This is separate. This is about the attacks by Iranian proxy forces on U.S. bases, and should not be viewed as part and parcel of the Israeli-Hamas conflict right now. The problem is that in the Middle East it could get linked, and the statements from Iranian leaders in New York visiting the United Nations, including the foreign minister, is ramping up the rhetoric. And right now, the U.S. is hoping that Iran gets the message that they're serious. They will continue striking these Iranian proxy forces if these attacks on U.S. bases and personnel continue.
But you make a very, very good point, Jennifer, because the nexus is there. I mean, you talk about Iranian proxy groups, and Hezbollah is one of them. Hamas is another one of them. So even if you try to separate what happened with the U.S. and Syria, this is going to be conflated in some capacity.
I think what's different this time, Trace, and I've been covering this beat, as you know, for a long time, and I've been covering the way the Pentagon describes attacks when they carry out airstrikes in Syria against forces that might threaten their forces and their troops. It's rare that they link them so directly to Iran. Usually they find ways to describe the militias that
word of these U.S. airstrikes in Syria and anything out of the
Day to day, there is fighting and killing going on back and forth. At least 5 Israeli soldiers killed and fewer than 100 Hezbollah fighters killed. Public funerals in Beirut we saw last week almost on a daily basis. Trace?
When you talk about moderate or low level, Steve, I mean, what's the definition of high level? Are we talking about longer range missiles? Are we talking about the number of total strikes in a day? What do you believe is the definition of really ramping this up coming from Hezbollah into Israel?
It certainly is a strange idea of a low-level war or a contained war, but for people who really watch the scene here, that is what they're calling it. There's death, there's fighting, there's rockets on both sides, but those numbers are usually in the single digits each day. More escalation by Hezbollah, something which they certainly could do, could mean serious destruction of Israelis' infrastructure, serious deaths for the number of civilians. It could also mean massive retaliation by Israel. We've heard really apocalyptic warnings from Israeli leaders about what could happen to Hezbollah and what could happen to Lebanon if the strikes are major, if they go beyond this point. We're talking to the tune of billions of dollars of destruction in Lebanon. Trace?
Yeah, you've covered a lot of wars, Steve, and we have noted that in some of these types of occasions in the past. And I'm wondering, because the United States, the President Biden has said a number of times, and he flew to Israel to say the same thing, is we do not want this war to expand. We do not want this to become a regional war or even one step bigger. And do you find it unusual that in this situation that the United States kind of threw the first punch here in Syria? Well, not the first punch, because Syria, these proxies have attacked U.S. forces, U.S. installations 16 times in 8 days, but that the U.S. came back with airstrikes in Syria. Does it surprise you, the scenario here at all, Steve?
I think it's extremely worrisome. I know Jennifer talked astutely about not linking it to other things, but I think in the average person's mind, many people watching, it's it's now the U.S. is striking Syria. It's one more, and it seems to many people, amateurs who are just watching, a major step and a real worrying step, as we are seeing step by step more people involved in the fighting. And with U.S. airstrikes in Syria, for the common viewer, I think that is a very worrisome step, which we could be going down a very bad road, Trace.
Yeah, Steve Harrigan, we'll get back to you in moments. Stand by. Thank you. Let's bring in General. Anthony Tata, retired U.S. Army Brigadier General and the author of Total Empire. General, I mean, I just want to get your take. The U.S. launching airstrikes into Syria.
coming to the realization that they can't have it both ways by appeasing Iran and helping Israel defend itself and protecting U.S. soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in the Middle East. So I think this was.
Is it the targets they're going after, or is this just a statement coming from the United States? What's your...
Well, yeah, Trace, I think it does matter. I think, the Shia militia groups that have attacked our troops, we want to degrade. First and foremost, the responsibility is to protect our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and our bases and our property in that area. And so we want to do that. We want to disrupt their capability. We want to do more than just make us.
I was reading reports today where you have, members of Hamas that are actually in Russia. You have the Iranian foreign minister in Russia. Right. If there's an interest on your end as to why these people are in Russia, as to what role that Russia wants to play, is there this feeling?
I don't think Russia wants to mediate. I think they want to help drive the United States out of the Middle East. I think they want to inflict pain on the United States and Israel by extension. This is all about Iran's influence. Iran is providing drones and other munitions to Russia. There's an alliance. What this administration has allowed to happen is this alliance between China, Iran, and Russia, and even North Korea, less of a factor here, to ossify and come into a very crystal clear existence where they are supporting one another. And so Russia's best interests, their self-interests, are best served by the United States getting a black eye here. And so they're going to do whatever they can to help that happen, because we are doing that to them in Ukraine. And so this is geopolitics, and realpolitik at its finest.
As you look at the military chessboard here, sir, I'm just wondering if the United States is clearly trying to make a statement saying, look, this is a one-off, now stop it. Stop the proxies, stop going after our military installations. What if it doesn't stop? What if you have these groups going back after our militaries? maybe even more robust, then what, sir? Do we respond again with another attack? It just seems like we're now kind of on a bad path.
The U.S. does not have diplomatic relations with Iran. So today we're trying to get some more information about how that warning came about, when it was delivered. Did it come after U.S. troops were injured in those proxy attacks in Iraq and Syria last week? Did it come through a third party? And John Kirby said that a direct message was relayed, and that is as far as he could go. He also, when I asked, where is this response that the president said would come if these attacks kept continuing on our troops, and they had continued. And he said, yes, he did say that, but he did not want to elaborate on, any response that would be coming. He said he didn't want to telegraph any punches, but that the decision would be the president's and the president's alone, and the timing and manner of it would be up to him. We can gather that he made that decision. Jennifer Griffin reported that he made that decision actually earlier this week, which sort of explains why we're getting cagey answers from the administration about the responses to the criticism that we've been seeing toward the White House, especially from Republicans, about why the hesitation. Are you going to jeopardize U.S. forces by, signaling weakness and not giving an immediate response? And especially after the Iranian foreign minister was allowed to come to the U.S. for those UN meetings this week and issued a warning from American soil, a threat to America, that if the fighting continues in Gaza, that the U.S. would not be spared from a response of some kind. I think that is why the statement that we got from the Secretary of Defense made very clear that this was a self-defense strike. Right. The U.S. responding to our troops being attacked by Iranian-backed proxies has nothing to do with the fighting that's happening in the Gaza Strip. And also making the statement that it's separate and distinct from that conflict between Israel and Hamas. That is something that I think the White House is going to want to be very clear about, because they want to ensure that this war does not widen, Trace.
Yeah, Jackie Heinrich, stand by. We'll get back to you as the news warrants. I want to go back, if I can, to the Chief National Security Correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, with more from the Secretary of Defense. Jen, what else are we hearing from this?
Well, Trace, in this statement that was released by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin moments ago, he says, quote, "The United States does not seek conflict and has no intention nor desire to engage in further hostilities, but these Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. forces are unacceptable and must stop." Iran wants to hide its hand, he writes, and deny its role in these attacks against our forces. We will not let them. That is from the statement that Lloyd Austin issued moments ago. He added that they will not hesitate to strike again if Iranian proxies continue threatening U.S. troops. And here's another quote from the statement. They are separate and distinct from the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas and do not constitute a shift in our approach to the Israel-Hamas conflict. We continue to urge all state and non-state entities not to take action that would escalate into a broader regional conflict. I think what's important, Trace, is that there's been an elaborate sort of poker face on the part of U.S. officials all week. The discussions have been ongoing since the attacks on October 17th. There have been, as we've reported, up to 16 attacks on U.S. forces. The injuries have, most of the troops have returned back to duty. There were some traumatic brain injuries and concussions reported, but so far, no U.S. troops have been killed. If that were to change, this will escalate very quickly. You have the USS Ford that is in the eastern Mediterranean. Tonight, it was airstrikes by F-15s and F-16 fighter jets, but in the future, it could be Tomahawks or something in addition to that. So tonight, we know there were 2 targets, 2 different locations in eastern Syria. We should be getting more details. We're expecting a background call with senior defense officials shortly. But this statement from Secretary Austin makes it very clear that they consider these strikes separate from the Israel-Hamas conflict. But for the first time in my memory, a very distinct, strongly worded statement suggesting that Iran is behind these attacks and that Iran, it will be held accountable for these proxy forces if they continue.
You talk about Iran there, Jen, and it's important because in the early part of the statement, the defense secretary is saying that they won't hesitate to strike again. When they say won't hesitate to strike again, are we talking about at the same spot? Are we talking about in Syria again? Or is there a possibility that they might go deeper and might strike something, some kind of infrastructure in Iran proper? Your thoughts?
I think right now, Trace, there is no desire to escalate this. They're hoping that Iran and Tehran gets the message and delivers that message loud and clear to its proxies. Because make no mistake, these proxies do not act without the authority of the IRGC, the general who is in charge of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, giving them the go-ahead. So they're hoping that Iran gets the message. Nothing is off the table, I'm told, but there is certainly no desire to escalate this, and they're hoping that the strikes inside Syria send that message.
They notify him, the chain of notice. Would he have been noticed? Would others have been given notice that this was going to happen, or would this be a surprise in Israel?
It's a good question right now, Trace. I think given the sensitivities in the region, given the coordination that's taking place inside Israel, in the sense that Israel is focusing on its potential ground invasion into Gaza, its continuing airstrikes into Gaza, but there is a 3-star lieutenant general there who is an expert, a Marine special operations, of a special operations background, who had experience in Fallujah in Iraq. That Lieutenant General Glynn is there to provide some advice and to the Israelis. And it would be hard for me to imagine that there wasn't at least some sort of heads up given to the Israeli military, given what's going on in the region. But I cannot say that for certain. But what is clear is the Pentagon and the White House do not want this to be linked to the Hamas Israel conflict. This is about attacks by Iranian proxy forces on U.S. forces, and it is designed to send a signal for it to stop.
attack after he was sheltering in place during a recent drone attack. Now, it's notable that these strikes were in Syria tonight. Remember, these are largely ungoverned spaces in eastern Syria. And it's the second time the Biden administration has carried out airstrikes in Syria just this year.
Having the fighter jets come in or brush back versus
too long since I thought it would come. It finally, obviously, was unsustainable to keep taking incoming at U.S. bases in Iraq and in Syria, to see the Houthis launching missiles out of Yemen. This had to come at some point. I think important for everyone at home to understand, of all the responses on the escalator of escalation, this is the lowest. Because there has been a civil war there. There's a peace process. The Saudis are in a deal now with the Houthis. They don't want to upset that apple cart. So they go to Syria, the lowest level of response. It's very interesting in the statement you've seen from the Pentagon, from the Secretary of Defense. He says 2 facilities that were used by the IRGC and other militias. Let's get more information on that if we can, because if these are actually IRGC facilities, if IRGC personnel were hit, that is a very strong message. It would be more of a message than what the administration has sent previously by just targeting empty buildings or Arab militias.
Yeah, and I asked the question earlier to Lucas Tomlinson, Rich, where I was saying, does this appear, in your estimation, to be, the equivalent of a brushback pitch? Jennifer Griffin was saying, Israel? Is there any possible way where this can be separate, or is this automatically included in what's happening in the Middle East?
Listen, for days now, the president, the secretary of state, all of them have tried to separate Iran from the conflict. And obviously that's not possible.
Yeah, it makes sense. Rich, if you could stand by for a moment, I want to get some breaking news. Go back to Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer's got some information about maybe getting some news out of this from top-notch defense officials.
Well, Trace, we expect to have a briefing here with senior defense officials, two senior defense officials, in about 7 minutes' time, and we'll bring you the details of that after that happens. But I want to point to some of the air defense systems and other news that we broke earlier today about how there were 2,000 U.S. military personnel who were on ready to deploy orders, and then we learned that 900 of them have already been sent to the Middle East. These are U.S. personnel not being sent to Israel, but to positions around the Middle East to bolster defenses of the multiple bases that the U.S. has. It's also notable that more air defense systems, especially that THAAD, the high altitude air defense system, has been put into the region, as well as more than half a dozen Patriot missile batteries have been sent. That's in addition to the systems that have been sent to Israel. But it is very clear that there are concerns tonight about the Houthis perhaps taking advantage of this moment in time. We saw when they were firing missiles towards Israel that it was not only the USS coming from the Houthis. Tonight in Kuwait, there was a warning 24 hours ago that the base there was going to be locked down because of potential threats there on social media from Iraqi-based Shia groups that were threatening U.S. bases in Kuwait. So there's going to be a lot of attention to defense of those bases, and that's why we've seen a rush to get more and more air defense systems into the Middle East, along with those 900 U.S. military personnel who are coming in with specialized abilities to defend these bases.
It makes sense, Jennifer. I want to, the clock here, we got about 3 minutes until your briefing. I don't want you to be late, but give us an idea of how this works. I mean, is it something that you can listen in on, that we could listen in on, or is this just a Q&A over the phone and that you bring back the information, and how long do these usually run?
This briefing I expect to run within about a half an hour. It's for the Pentagon Press Corps, so myself and my producer Liz Frieden, we will be on the line. We will be asking questions of these senior defense officials who are operationally were involved in this strike and know the details of what was struck. So we will then turn around to the network and provide a readout of the briefing, but it's off camera and on background without names. We know who the individuals are who are briefing us, but this we should be able to turn it around in about a half hour's time. Trace.
Jennifer, we'll get back to you, I hope, in 30 minutes and 30 seconds. We appreciate your time. Go do your job, and thank you. It's been great so far. Let's go back to the White House correspondent, Jackie Heinrich. We want to get to her before the lights go out at the White House at 11 o'clock. And Jackie, this clearly is something that you would understand the president might be listening in on this briefing of top military officials, unless he has already been fully briefed on this.
I would expect that he probably has all of the information before any of us get it. You know, as Jennifer reported, he had made this decision to carry out this retaliatory strike earlier in the week, which does give us now some insight into why we were getting cagey answers from officials here when we were pressing them about why has the president not followed through on his vow that the U.S. would respond if these strikes on our forces continued from these Iran-backed proxy groups. And there was a lot of criticism, especially coming from Republicans, saying that he was waiting too long and that the hesitation projected weakness. We now know that he had made the decision earlier in the week, but needed the conditions to be right to carry it out, and it was done just a little while ago. I do think, though, that what we're going to be hearing next from the White House is an effort to make very clear to the world that this is in no way linked to what we are seeing, the war between Israel and Hamas, because you had the Iranian foreign minister today in New York. He was here for meetings at the UN, issuing a threat to the U.S. that if the fighting in Gaza did happens again. But the White House is going to need to be very clear that these strikes that were carried out in Syria on IRGC and proxy group facilities is a response to the attacks on our troops that happened last week in Syria and in Iraq, which until now had not gone responded to. So we're going to be trying to get clear answers from the White House about how this decision was made and the president's involvement in it. We also know earlier in the week he cut short an event in the executive office building where we were talking to him. He was talking to us about, I think it was Bidenomics that day, and he said, I have to go to the Situation Room and handle something. We're going to learn more details about how he came to this decision, but I expect the White House is going to want to be very clear that this was not at all related to anything other than the attacks that have happened to U.S. forces over the last week.
You talk about hearing from the White House, and very quickly, Jackie, when will we hear from the president himself?
Well, you know, I wish I had an answer to that question. We do expect to see him tomorrow. There's no briefing slated for tomorrow right now, but it's possible that the White House press office would put one together. There are obviously going to be a lot of reporters with questions, being that this is carried out overnight after most of the press has gone home. It's possible we have an event put together tomorrow at the White House to get more details. That's not on the schedule right now, but we are going to see the president tomorrow. He has an event here in D.C. in the evening, and typically he does speak to reporters when something of this magnitude has happened. But that's the only event on our schedule that we're aware of, at least right now. We have, though, asked the White House for a response. We've asked if a statement from the president is forthcoming. We obviously got one from the Secretary of Defense. So that's what we're waiting on right now, Trace.
Yeah, if you get it, Jackie, let us know. Jackie Heinrich, live for us at the White House. Thank you. Let's bring in retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. Colonel Davis, great to have you on here. Thank you for getting up so quickly here. It's interesting because it's now 41 minutes past the hour. Jennifer Griffin is now in this briefing that she is getting from the top brass of the Pentagon, kind of going over the details of this. Of course, the defense secretary issued a statement, Colonel, but, it's really kind of good to get a briefing so you can kind of vet some of these questions and get more information. Brought in and out. What do you think initially of the U.S. striking Syria, the method, the mode, everything about this? What's the first that comes across to you?
I'll tell you, Tracy, I'm worried about this one much more than the previous ones, whether it was Obama, Trump, or worried about it. I'm concerned that this has to be tamped down, and we can't let this go too far, or for our own good.
Well,
we're giving them weapons, intelligence, and all kinds of other weapons and ammunition. So there's already some connection there. And if more of those connections are made by the, some of these malcontents and violent people in the Arab world, they may say, okay, yeah, we're coming after you too, and your troops in Iraq and in Syria are, the perfect opportunity for us to go after. And I've been warning about that for years, that they're just a vulnerability point for our country. And I wish we had gotten them out before. Now we are where we are, and we got to make sure that this is going to be careful. We cannot allow this to escalate.
Yeah, in the time that I've been here in Israel, sir, the big concern here is always Hamas, but you have Israel that's kind of hitting these things. I mean, in the past 4 days, there have been 800 or 900 terrorist strikes from the air defense forces. And so, what's happening here is, even though this ground war has not yet begun in Israel, it's been delayed, and who knows what the reasoning is for that. But the Israeli Defense Forces, the air forces, have been extraordinarily effective. They have gone after Hamas targets. They have killed top Hamas leaders, including today, where they killed one of the architects of the October 7th massacre. So, you wonder, maybe the worry is not so much right now Hamas, but you look in the northern part of the country, in Lebanon, where you have Hezbollah, and as Steve Harrigan was pointing out to us earlier, Hezbollah is hitting the northern part of Israel every day. 20 rockets, 15 rockets, 10 rockets, 30 rockets every single day. They call it a lower level war, or a lower level whatever. But it seems to me like that's a problem area up in the north for the next step in escalation.
And there's another related group. It's called Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, and they've also been making threats against our troops in Iraq there. And again, they're just one of many. And the worry that I have is that these groups may start to coordinate their actions, and they may say, I see U.S. and Israel as one entity, and we're going to go after all of them. And again, the chance of this escalating is just growing by the hour. And these airstrikes in there is just going to stir that up, because you have this axis of resistance, which includes Iran and Syria and these groups. So there's a lot of risk here.
A lot of risk, and I just want to, it's interesting because I'm watching you, Colonel, I'm looking at a map, and I'm not sure if you can see it, but we go back and forth. We're looking at the Middle East map there, and now they're highlighting Lebanon and Gaza and Israel, but you can't see the signs. In the other map, you can see how close. You've got Syria, you've got Iraq, you've got Egypt, you're surrounded by these people, and if this was the United States, you're talking about, well, there's New Jersey, and there's New York, and there's Connecticut, and there's D.C. That's how close they all are in this region, and you when you see that there's a strike in Syria, I mean, it's like a strike in Tijuana when you're sitting in San Diego.
Right. Yeah. And as to your point there a second ago, this is starting to, this whole issue with the Israeli airstrikes, hitting in the Gaza Strip and all the Palestinian casualties that it's producing is having an enormous impact on the Arab populations in Egypt, in Lebanon, in Jordan, and all these countries around there, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates. There's a lot of anger on there, and sometimes their governments may be forced into doing something that's opposed to what we want, or that those people themselves just may rise up and help. And again, this is just a very fraught time that we have to manage this very careful, that we don't go in with too heavy a hand following this. But, we got to protect our troops. And so we're in a really tough situation here, I got to say.
Yeah, Colonel, if you would stand by for us, I thank you for your time and appreciate your insight on this. If I can swing back to Steve Harrigan, who, as we talk about Hezbollah in the north, we should note, well, Steve Harrigan's not there, but as we talk about Hezbollah in the north, we should note that Steve Harrigan is actually in the northern part of Israel. He spent the first 7 or 8 days in the Middle East. He was actually in Lebanon proper, very close to Beirut. But now we have moved him down. He is on the Israeli side of the border, but still near the Lebanon border. It's kind of where we were back in 2006. We were up in Kiryat Shimona when they had the 31-day war between Hezbollah and Israel. Steve Harrigan, back to you now. As you listen to what Colonel Davis is saying and some of the other military experts here, does it change your framing at all on concern about what's happening in this big push that, from Jennifer Griffin telling us, the Secretary of Defense, to you name it, to make sure that this is not in any way linked to what's happening between Israel and Hamas? Will it work, in your estimation?
I don't think it will work. I think for the general public, they'll see a link. I don't think they'll see the nuances of a Pentagon presser or a press release. I think there's a general sense, as your military analyst, I think really openly and honestly expressed his own worry, his own personal fear about the way things are going. I think that's how a lot of people feel in this region. I think you could really sense that in Lebanon. We spent about a week there, and especially for the older generation, they remembered what happened in 2006. You were there to see some of it yourself, just the complete destruction of huge parts of southern Lebanon and how that created a hole for the country that it still hasn't gotten out of. It's basically a caretaker state whose economy is basically on life support. They cannot afford to be involved in another war. And at this point, it looks like Hezbollah will either attempt to drag them in to another war or be pushed into another war. The pressure on Hezbollah is going to build if we do see a ground operation in Israel, if we do see higher casualties. The hype on the media channels here around the clock will be revved up to 11. And we are going to see a lot of pressure on Hezbollah to increase attacks, which are already underway on a daily basis, Trace.
Yeah, Steve Harrigan, we'll get back to you as the news warrants. Do we have Dan Davis still? Tracy, is he with us? How about General Tata? We have General Tata? No. Let's go back to Steve Harrigan, because I have one more question for you, Steve Harrigan, if I could, because we're trying to get a couple of our generals up. Jennifer Griffin right now is in the middle of a press briefing with some top Pentagon officials. It is on background, which means we cannot reveal their names. She clearly will have a chance to ask some questions, and she'll join us here in the next 10 or 15 minutes to give us some answers. But if you were in that briefing, Steve, what's one of the things that you would like to know from these Pentagon commanders about when this strike was planned, why it was planned in Syria? Is there anything you're curious about that right now you're not getting answers to?
I would have them, if possible, talk a lot about the choice of weapons used, the choice of fighter jet versus a Tomahawk, and what that means. Also, I would ask about when will Hezbollah cross the line with attacks on Israel, and what could force U.S. military to strike Hezbollah in Lebanon. I think that's going to be a key issue about whether or not this escalates, especially along Israel's northern border, Trace.
Yeah, Steve Harrigan, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's bring in retired General Anthony Tata again. I just want to read this to you if I can, General. Thank you again for joining us, because we're now being told that the two facilities were near Abu Kamal, Syria. A senior U.S. defense official saying the following: one was a weapons storage area and the other was an ammo storage area. So this is what the U.S. is saying. Those are the targets. They're in Syria. Your take on it?
Yeah, Trace, thank you. Like I was saying earlier, if this gets at the means to harm our troops, then it's a good thing. And so that's what it sounds like. The initial reports are that if it's weapons and ammunition and we can degrade their capability to do harm to our soldiers, our interests in the region, then that's a good thing. I agree with everybody else, like asking, so what really are we trying to accomplish here? And if it's to degrade the means to harm our troops, it's a good thing. The location is interesting, and maintaining it in Syria as opposed to the Shia militia groups that we know are very active in Iraq and the Houthi rebels that have actually fired and harmed a lot of people in the region with their missiles supplied by Iran. So but it's a good thing that we're degrading their capability if that report is true.
General, I want to play some sound here. This is from Brigadier General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, on not giving away his hand, not signaling too much. Watch. Hold on. We're getting it.